The CIA in Guatemala. The Foreign Policy of Intervention. By Richard H. Immerman. To Marion. Contents. Preface 1x1. 3-2. 23. The Revolutionary Governments, Communism or Nationalism. 44-4. 68-5. IOI 6. 133-7. Project LB Success, the coup I6I8. Project PBSUC S, the Legacy 187 Notes 203 Bibliography 259 Index 279. Preface. This is a book about United States relations with Guatemala. It is also a book about the United States and Guatemala. I had not intended it to be so when I began the study as a graduate student in 1973. At that time, imbued with the spirit of anti-war protests, I set out simply to expose the perfidy of the C1A. Over the years, however, as I pored over the literature, filed my Freedom of Information Act requests, and spoke with the actors, I realized that to dwell on the CIA would be misleading. The intervention involved much more than a covert operation to defend the United Fruit Company. The basis for the conflict between the two countries was, in sum, this: during the period of Cold War tension, neither the United States government nor the public could understand Guatemalans. The effects of this misunderstanding continue, and subsequent events suggest that the United States' success in 1954 may turn out to be one of its most serious failures. I have attempted to explain why. Many people have helped along the way. I am grateful to the staffs of all the archives and libraries I visited, especially those at the National Archives, the State Department, the Truman and Eisenhower Libraries, and Princeton University. They not only brought me their documents but also guided me through the intricate declassification process. Peggy Fulton wrestled with my prose, and Gene Wiggs deciphered my scribblings to type clean drafts. Scott Lubeck and Holly Carver of the University of Texas Press turned the manuscript into a finished product. The list of those who pointed me toward additional material, shared their thoughts, or read the manuscript seems endless. Thank you, Stephen Ambrose, Severin Broyne, William Chase, Blanche Cook, Chester Dunning, Lloyd Gardner, Arch Getty, George Herring, Suzanne Jonas, Walter Lafever, Arnold Offner, Alan Rogers, and Martin Sherwin. I would like to extend special thanks to Fred Green. Preface. Stein. His wisdom, encouragement, and friendship never failed to get me over that last hurdle and then the one after that. I owe my deepest debt to my family and friends. These wonderful people, including those mentioned above, lived with my toil for close to a decade. I could ask for no more. Princeton, New Jersey. My country, let us walk together, you and I. I will descend into the abysses where you send me, I will drink your bitter cup, I will be blind so you may have eyes, I will be voiceless so you may sing, I have to die so you may live. Guatemalan Otto René Castillo killed, 1967. 1 Truman, Eisenhower, and the Cold War in Latin America. On June 17, 1954, United States Ambassador to Guatemala John E. Purifoy's son Danny burst into the embassy and gasped to his mother, "There's no school this afternoon because there is going to be a revolution at 5:00. Mrs. Purifoy was surprised. Her husband had not dared to tell her that, shortly before dawn the day before, a motley band of some 150 Guatemalan émigrés and mercenaries from neighboring Central American countries had crossed the Honduran border to invade Guatemala. They were led by a fugitive Guatemalan colonel, Carlos Enrique Castillo Armas, who, except for his thin mustache, could have easily been mistaken for a native Maya. Castillo Armas and his raggle-taggle army had come to overthrow the revolutionary government of Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, to liberate their country from the yoke of communist oppression. They believed Arbenz had become the tool of the Soviet Union, which had used intrigue, deceit, and terrorism to establish an outpost in the Western Hemisphere. As the world looked on, Castillo Armas and his legions took it upon themselves to restore Guatemala to its place in the free world. They had the support and blessing of Ambassador Purifoy. What happened in the next 10 days, however, was anything but a glorious military triumph. Castillo Armas had hoped to be met by throngs of Guatemalans, eager to lend their services to his patriotic cause. In fact, he met no one. His forces too weak to approach the center of Arbenz power, the colonel opted to camp just 6 miles across the border, at the Church of the Black Christ. There he would wait. While he waited, a much broader scenario began to unfold. A clandestine radio station, broadcasting from some unidentifiable location, warned the Guatemalan people that a major force was approaching Guatemala City, crushing all opposition that stood in its way. Airplanes circled the capital, dropping any material capable of 4. Creating a loud explosion. The government responded by ordering a blackout. In the dark, the few hovering planes gave the impression of a squadron. Children and parents panicked. Government officials panicked. Guatemala City's streets filled with throngs of people fleeing their homes for the safer recesses of the mountains. There were long periods of silence, followed by the noise of planes, bombs, and sirens, answered by a few impotent machine gun blasts from the National Palace. Armed with a shoulder holster and the only accurate information about what was really happening, the United States ambassador could be seen running around the capital. The regular army officers, fearing for their country and their lives, confronted Arbenz. His nerves shattered, the president addressed the nation by radio at 9 o'clock on the evening of June 27. He sadly told them that Guatemala was under attack by agents of the United States and the United Fruit Company and that he was turning over the government to his military chief, Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz. A few short months before its 10th anniversary, the Guatemalan Revolution was over. Nowhere were the events in Guatemala followed more closely than in the United States. For years concerned observers had watched as Guatemala seemed to move closer and closer to the Soviet orbit, and by February 1954 the New York Times reported that the Communists were about ready to assume outright control. The State Department's first formal response to Castillo Armas invasion declared that the United States government was encouraged, that the outbreak of hostilities reflected a widely held hope that these developments may in fact be signs that the people of Guatemala may have begun a movement in earnest against their government. Such an expression certainly did not portray the Eisenhower administration as attempting to be a good neighbor, but the Cold War was underway, and sides had to be taken. Florida Senator George A. Smothers put it bluntly when he declared, shortly before Arbenz capitulated, that a hands-off policy was unrealistic and naive and that we must see that the people opposing communism in Guatemala win this particular battle. And win the battle the people did, at least according to our administration's official position. Of course there were protests, particularly from Latin Americans, that the Colossus of the North had once again wielded a big stick, but, as the United States ambassador to the United Nations, Henry Cabot Lodge, explained, anyone who had ever had any contact with Secretary of State John Foster Dulles or President Eisenhower would know that any charges of United States intervention were absurd. Speaking before a radio and television audience on June 30, Dulles proclaimed, "The people of Guatemala have now been heard from. Now the future of Guatemala lies at the disposal of the Guatemalan people themselves." Eisenhower was even more eloquent when he accepted the credentials of Castillo Armas' newly appointed ambassador to the United States, Lieutenant Colonel José Luis Cruz Salazar. The people of Guatemala, in a magnificent effort, have liberated themselves from the shackles of international communist direction, and reclaimed their right of self-determination. For the people of the United States and for myself, I pay tribute to the historic demonstration of devotion to the cause of freedom given by the people of Guatemala and their leaders. It constitutes living proof of the unity of ideals and aspirations which animate and join us together, and which form the basis of our profound faith in the future. To the administration and to the informed public, the victory of Castillo Armas was the first clear-cut victory for the West since the battle for Greece. Registered, they lauded the Guatemalan people, whose courage put the Soviets on notice that their brand of slavery would not be tolerated by those who loved freedom. State invited Castillo Armas to the United States in order to showcase him before the whole world as a true champion of democracy, as a hero to be emulated by oppressed people everywhere. The House of Representatives conducted special hearings to investigate the event, parading dozens of witnesses from the United States and Guatemala who praised the anti-Arbenz movement and testified to communist atrocities. On January 19, 1955, when Eisenhower gave his first televised press conference and summarized his initial 2 years as president, he listed the elimination of the communist threat from Guatemala as one of his proudest accomplishments. He did not reveal, however, that his administration had played the decisive role in this accomplishment. Later, in his memoirs, Eisenhower would discuss how he had loaned 2 planes to Castillo Armas. He would never discuss the covert activity of the United States Central Intelligence Agency. The ease with which Castillo Armas took power has contributed to the lack of any comprehensive analysis of the 1954 coup in subsequent years. Arbenz conceded defeat so readily that there was little time, or apparent reason, for investigation. Except for a few leftist journalists, the press concurred that this was a successful 6. Anti-communist uprising. In the absence of investigative reporting, United States participation remained secret. The numerous books appearing within the next few years supported this account. Many were written by the same journalists who covered the initial story and accepted the official interpretation, while the more scholarly studies drew their conclusions from documents supplied by the United States or the Guatemalan government. As the Cold War contest in the 1950s continued to develop, and the United States engaged in imbroglios over Suez, Quemoy, Matsu, U-2 surveillance, and Cuba, the victory of Castillo Armas became for the United States public a vague memory. Most even forgot the overarching issue of communism, recalling the coup as only another banana revolt. Despite the increasing accumulation of interpretive scholarship on United States involvement in the international arena following World War II, which has led to the evaluation and re-evaluation of most episodes in the Cold War, the intervention in Guatemala has received strikingly little attention. Writings to date tend to be short on detailed documentation and to treat the coup illustratively. Historians use the episode to provide background material for the escalating Cold War, to underscore the inordinate influence of overseas investments on United States foreign policy, or to trace the historical evolution of the Central Intelligence Agency. Most analysts now accept the C1A's involvement in the overthrow, but the antecedents, sequences, and consequences of that involvement remain unclear. This study argues that the fall of Arbenz was a significant link in the unfolding chain of Cold War history. It examines the social and economic conditions in Guatemala which spawned the 1944 revolution, the nature of that revolutionary movement, the effect of the revolution on United States interests, and the steps taken by the Eisenhower administration, overtly and covertly, to overthrow the revolutionary government. But such a study would be incomplete without 2 further examinations: why the intervention took place and what its consequences were. This was not merely another instance of big stick diplomacy, similar to the many United States interventions in Latin America characteristic of the earlier years of the 20th century. Rather, this was a critical event in the Cold War, an illustration of the Cold War ethos and its impact on diplomacy. The intervention in Guatemala produced lasting effects on United States relations with the underdeveloped nations of the world in general and with Latin America in particular. As will be shown, one major reason for the failure at the Bay of Pigs was the United States interests. 7. Fact that Washington based its strategy on the precedent established in Guatemala, while Castro and his advisors were well versed in their Guatemalan counterparts' experience. Moreover, the present-day revolutionaries in Guatemala are the direct descendants of Arbenz supporters, and there are strong indications that the success in the 1950s may lead, as in Iran, to a serious failure in the 1980s. Developments in Guatemala, Cuba, and throughout Central America and the Caribbean reveal that, in 1954, the United States cried wolf. After a detailed study of the overthrow, the connection between the 1954 Guatemalan coup and later events becomes clear. But the contextual framework must be discussed from the beginning. This consists of an underdeveloped country in a region traditionally viewed as vitally important to the United States, a nationalist and reformist political movement, the most powerful capitalist country in the world, and two administrations of that country whose overriding concern was to advance the capitalist system in the face of alleged Soviet expansion. The combination of such forces led to a major confrontation in the Cold War. Latin America and the Cold War. United States interests. Students of foreign policy have written with increasing frequency that, since the Second World War, the center stage for the international drama has shifted to the Third World. Concerns for the traditional loci of United States interests, such as Europe, the Soviet Union, and China, are maintained, but the formerly peripheral areas have come to dominate the headlines. For the United States, Latin America's geographic proximity, along with its historic, economic, and political connections, gives it a position of paramount significance. As the New York Times editorialized 3 months before Arbenz capitulated, the government must make it clear with finality that it viewed all forms of communist activity in the Western Hemisphere as alien and hostile to its ideals and as intrigue that could endanger the peace. Later that year, in his influential book on what one reviewer called the most important test United States policy has faced in Latin America in half a century, Guatemala, journalist Daniel James expanded on the Times' perspective. There can be no battle more decisive than the Battle of the Western Hemisphere. We can afford to be defeated in China. 8. Indochina, and even perhaps India and Western Europe, but the loss to our cause of the republics next door would be fatal, for then we should be ringed by hostile nations in our own vicinity. Registered. The reasons for these overwhelming fears are evident. Latin America is contiguous to the United States from Florida to California, including the 1,800-mile open border with Mexico. It contains the Panama Canal, described by former ambassador to Guatemala Purifoy as our greatest strategic installation anywhere in the world, the sites of at least 2 other potential interoceanic canals, and permanent and emergency military bases. It affords a proven air route to the east and is the source of readily accessible essential strategic materials. In 1952, longtime State Department Authority on Inter-American Affairs Thomas Mann succinctly warned that, in the event of a global war, unobstructed access to Latin American resources would be essential to the transoceanic projection of major United States offensive power. While Latin America's strategic importance in the immediate post-war years is well known, its economic value is not. There have been numerous accounts of activities by such economic giants as underscore the United Fruit Company, and, along with other underdeveloped regions, Latin America has figured prominently in the myriad dependency models. Analyses of United States economic priorities following World War II, nevertheless, repeatedly concentrate on the Marshall Plan and the development of the European Economic Community. Yet, as a market for commercial exports, Latin America during the early Cold War was as important as all of Europe and more important than Asia, Africa, and Oceania combined. Private, long-term investment throughout the region surpassed the amount invested in any other part of the world except Canada. By the end of 1950, this investment had already reached about $6 billion, compared with direct private investments outside the Western Hemisphere of only $4.6 billion. In terms of the export market, Latin America in 1950 purchased about $2.7 billion worth of United States goods, which amounted to about 50% of its total imports from all sources. Dollar investments flowed into Latin America at an unprecedented rate, and experts predicted that this trend would continue to increase. Equally important, statistics for this same period show that about 35% of United States imports, valued at approximately $2.9 billion, came from the region, and a considerable part of these were strategic materials. Other imports, such as coffee, sugar, 9. Bananas, and wool, were also vital. The dollars provided to Latin America through the purchases of these commodities helped finance its purchase of transportation and industrial equipment, consumer goods, and, of course, the military hardware that the United States sold to all its allies. Notwithstanding such evidence of Latin America's importance, the conventional view is that both Truman and Eisenhower paid scant attention to their neighbors to the south. As a consequence, compared with the voluminous scholarship on the Monroe Doctrine, dollar diplomacy, and the early interventions, the Good Neighbor Policy, the Alliance for Progress, and more recent developments, studies examining United States relations with Latin America from 1945 to I-96 are quite scarce. This relative neglect can be misleading. Neither Truman nor Eisenhower was uninterested in Latin America. Economically and strategically it was much too important. If they seemed to lose interest, it was because both presidents grounded their foreign policies on analyses of the Cold War. Their strategies accentuated global, not just bilateral or regional, considerations. Latin American policy reflected the overarching objective of containing communism. Since most Latin American countries, especially the dictatorships, posed no threat to the United States policy, the region generally received less attention and fewer resources than such areas as Europe and the Far East, which appeared more vulnerable to communist expansion. The Cold War policy. The international Cold War policy was outlined in the oft-cited National Security Council's report by the Secretaries of State and Defense on United States Objectives for National Security, commonly known as NSC 68. Prepared during the second Truman administration while Dean Acheson and Lewis Johnson headed these respective cabinet departments, its basic premise was that the world was divided into two antithetical camps, led by the United States and the Soviet Union. The principal objective of the Soviet camp was to acquire absolute hegemony, thus conflict between the two systems was endemic. Only when one side emerged as the clear victor would this conflict abate. And the struggle would be fierce. Indeed, such diplomatic pundits as John Foster Dulles considered the Soviet threat to exceed even that of Nazi Germany, because, as he explained to representatives of the American republics shortly b. 10. For the 1954 intervention in Guatemala, communism constituted not a theory, not a doctrine, but an aggressive, tough, political force, backed by great resources and serving the most ruthless empire of modern times. Trademark this prevalent analysis did not leave much room for considering the specific needs of the underdeveloped areas. No one denied there was a third world, but, in a bipolar life or death battle, United States policy makers believed only one world could survive. Dulles and others considered Latin America to be a prime target for the Soviet conspiracy because the region was of crucial importance to the United States. George Kennan feared it was a fertile breeding ground where the communists could broadcast their seeds of provocation and hatred and busily tend the plants which sprout in such vigor and profusion. By the 1950s, alarmists claimed that the Kremlin was pouring hundreds of agents into Latin America from the Rio Grande to Tierra del Fuego, agents trained in the theory and techniques of sabotage, espionage, and propaganda at the Institute for the Study of Latin American Relations in Prague. The communist aim was quite simple: the destruction of Washington's influence in the Western Hemisphere and the conversion of Latin America into a hotbed of hostility and trouble for the United States. Then, once the proper environment was established in any of the nations, Moscow could easily send in troops, equipment, and whatever else was necessary to threaten Washington. The horror with which United States leaders viewed the prospect of the Soviet Union operating in their own backyard can hardly be overemphasized. Their fear stemmed from two primary considerations. First of all, as Dulles explained in 1947, Soviet policy in South America subjects the Monroe Doctrine to its severest test. There is a highly organized effort to extend to the South American countries the Soviet system of proletariat dictatorship. In 1954 Dulles simply applied his analysis to the situation in Guatemala, asserting that the intrusion of Soviet despotism was, of course, a direct challenge to our Monroe Doctrine, the first and most fundamental of our foreign policies. Second, since the sanctity of the Monroe Doctrine and of strategic and economic interests would require the United States to confront the challenge, it might well have to cut back its forces elsewhere in the world in order to take the action necessary. In short, Soviet intervention in Latin America would jeopardize the principles of the Monroe Doctrine and shake the foundation of the global policy of containment. It could readily precipitate a nuclear war. President Harry S. Truman firmly constructed his Latin American policy on this prevailing Cold War analysis. He did not merely mark time, as one former State Department official contended, nor did his assuming the presidency augur the end of the good neighbor era. In truth, Roosevelt's policies encountered difficulties from their beginning, and this truth became especially evident during the war years. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities, Roosevelt encountered substantial criticism for not doing more to foster Latin America's economic independence, and manifestations of this resentment surfaced with the expropriation of private property in Mexico and Bolivia. The war strained relations still further, for many of the republics viewed the United States' efforts to bind the hemisphere together with mutual defense and security pacts as a Yankee attempt to create new structures that would restrict Latin America's autonomy. Truman inherited these deteriorating conditions, in addition to a deteriorating world situation that reinforced the defensive nature of United States Latin American programs because of the perceived mandates of the Cold War. Degree A recently declassified National Security Council document provides explicit evidence of Truman's concern over reconciling a desire to be Latin America's good neighbor with a commitment to preventing the spread of communism. Written in 1952 and referred to by one of its authors as the intellectual last will and testament in this area of security policy of the Truman administration to the Eisenhower administration, *. NSC 141, which was based on the overall assumptions generated by NSC 68, delineated the task in Latin America. In Latin America we seek first and foremost an orderly political and economic development which will make the Latin American nations resistant to the internal growth of communism and to Soviet political warfare. Secondly, we seek hemisphere solidarity in support of our world policy and the cooperation of the Latin American nations in safeguarding the hemisphere through individual and collective defense measures against external aggression and internal subversion. As became uncomfortably apparent with regard to Guatemala, the policy advisors who wrote NSC 141 could clearly stipulate policy objectives, but they could make no new recommendations as to how 12. These objectives could be attained. In the final analysis they only advised the improvement of present programs and anticipated results to be no greater than more rapid realization of our ultimate broad objectives. In retrospect, however, the existing programs were inherently ineffective. The most publicized of these was Point 4 assistance. Predicated on the realization that worsening economic conditions could lead to increased social unrest and open the door to communist subversion, Point 4 called for a bold, new program of technical cooperation designed to elevate the masses of Latin America out of misery, disease, and illiteracy. It was financially doomed from the start. Since NSC 68 called for the United States to defend the free world on a global front, it required massive military expenditures. For Truman to have gone before the Depression-conscious American public, which was swinging toward Republican conservatism, to ask for the additional non-military funds adequate for Point 4 would have been certain political suicide. He had enough difficulty prying money out of Congress without having to explain the need in terms of potential threats. Truman and those within his administration eyeing developments in Guatemala believed there was a threat to Latin America, even if they did not think they could get public support for more Point 4 aid. Therefore NSC 141 outlined the United States' existing military and political defense programs before it presented Point 4. First, it highlighted the institution of mutual security pacts, such as the Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, which was signed in Rio de Janeiro at the 1947 International Conference of American States. Second, it summarized the military grant aid program for Latin America. The Mutual Security Act of 1951 appropriated $38,150,000 for fiscal year 1952 to cover military equipment, material, and training, and promised more to follow in fiscal year 1953. Understanding the ineffectiveness of these Truman programs is a prerequisite to understanding the development of the Guatemalan strategy under Eisenhower. Even if one argues that more extensive Point 4 assistance could have alleviated the economic distress responsible for Guatemala's radical reforms, United States domestic considerations precluded this being a viable option. More can be learned by analyzing the military programs directed against an armed attack on any signatory nation. The Rio Pact, along with the military grant aid program, reflected the growing fear of Soviet aggression in Latin America. NSC 141 puts forth this position very clearly. The basic Truman policy for resisting communist aggression was, of course, military containment. Because they believed containment was as appropriate to Latin America as anywhere else, NSC 141 analysts could rely on the continuation of existing programs in spite of Point 4's shortcomings. But in Guatemala the collective security containment arrangements were inapplicable. Truman officials suspected that Soviet agents were actively subverting the government, but to invoke the Rio Pact they had to have proof. The problem of definition compounded the problem of proof. United States policy-makers discerned but a fine line separating nationalist reformers from communist agitators, so fine a line that the distinguishing factor was often the effect of a reform on United States interests. During the Truman administration, the reforms in Guatemala were sufficiently anti-United States to create suspicion of communist intrigue, but insufficiently so to offer proof to many of the Latin American nations fearful of the historic Big Stick. Hence a military pact against outside aggression was inoperative. By 1951 the quandary had become so frustrating that state considered drafting a proposal for the consultative meeting of foreign ministers in order to establish a technical staff equipped to study means of identifying subversive elements in the American countries. The plan was rejected because no one knew how to implement it. NSC 141 might have been Truman's last will and testament to Eisenhower, but plainly the new president believed that it needed serious revisions. The New Look strategy which he proposed during the 1952 campaign attacked the Democratic policy of containment, criticizing it for spreading United States resources too thin, accepting the status quo too willingly, and concentrating too heavily on Western Europe. Eisenhower contended that the White House must wrest the initiative from the Kremlin and, if possible, liberate areas from communist control. Eisenhower seemed so much tougher than Truman that, according to the Nashville Banner, the day of sleepwalking is over. It passed with the exodus of Truman and Atkinsonism, and the policy of vigilance replacing Pollyanna diplomacy is evident. Yet historians have traditionally depicted Eisenhower as a bland, do-nothing, largely ineffective president. Many scholars see little new in his foreign policy. They contend that the New Look developed out of strategic concepts discussed by the Truman administration after the outbreak of the Korean War, and that a 1949 National 14. Security Council paper concerning Eastern Europe predicted the additional policy objective of liberation. More important, this argument continues, the critical factor in Eisenhower's diplomacy was the doctrine of massive retaliation, which might have served as a deterrent to Soviet expansion but certainly did not affect those areas already within the communist orbit. Nuclear weapons could not be used for liberation. Close scrutiny of recently opened archives, however, reveals Eisenhower in a new light. Massive retaliation was not the only basis for his strategy toward combating international communism. Covert operations also played a major role, and their use in Guatemala represented a significant departure from the policies of Truman. The covert aspects of the Guatemalan strategy exhibit the personal imprint of the president and, consequently, necessitate another historical corrective. Conventional scholarship almost unanimously attributes Eisenhower's foreign policy to his controversial Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles. To contemporary observers and later historians, the indefatigable Dulles appeared to dominate United States diplomacy in the 1950s to so great an extent that he carried the State Department in his hat. The acknowledged power of his convictions, intellect, and rhetoric gave the impression of Dulles' preeminence with the President, the Cabinet, the nation, and the international community. His frequent press conferences and interviews made him a favorite subject of the media, and to most he was the conceptual font and prime mover of United States policy. Now available evidence seriously challenges this traditional interpretation registered degree rather than supporting the standard portrait of Dulles leading by the strings a passive president and an overawed collection of advisors. The papers of the Eisenhower administration reveal a foreign policy resulting from a high degree of multiple advocacy, with the final decisions remaining firmly within the Oval Office asterisk. Eisenhower and Dulles had a great deal of mutual respect, and no decisions were reached without their having discussed the issues thoroughly during numerous conversations each day. Even when he was away from Washington, Dulles constantly communicated with Eisenhower by telephone or coded cablegram. The National Security Council, the Operations Coordinating Board, and more informal organs carefully reviewed and analyzed all policy proposals and options. Eisenhower and Dulles agreed on the fundamental principles of foreign policy. They collaborated. One man did not dominate the war. Confrontation in Guatemala is a brief synopsis of the views of both the President and the Secretary of State. Because he favored summit meetings and Pacific programs such as Atoms for Peace and Open Skies, and because he possessed an amiable and conciliatory nature, Eisenhower is thought to have been much more compromising toward the Communists than was Dulles. In keeping with the conventional wisdom on their relationship, historians consistently contend that Dulles drove the President to emphasize brinkmanship, not negotiation. To support this they often cite the memoirs of Sherman Adams, Eisenhower's chief assistant until forced to resign in 1958. Adams wrote in 1961, "I think that the hard and uncompromising line that the United States took toward Soviet Russia and Red China between 1953 and the early months of 1959 was more a Dulles line than an Eisenhower one." Although in public Eisenhower appeared more inclined to peaceful coexistence with the Communists than did his more vocal Secretary of State, the fact is that both men firmly believed in the necessity for constant vigilance against the Red Menace. In a diary which reflected his private thoughts, Eisenhower recorded his complete agreement with one of the foremost architects of the United States Cold War policies, former Secretary of the Navy and then Secretary of Defense James V. Forrestal. Shortly after his friend committed suicide in 1949, Eisenhower recalled that Forrestal had been the one man who, in the very midst of the war, always counseled caution and alertness in dealing with the Soviets. Eisenhower continued his personal eulogy by remembering that on several occasions, while he was Supreme Allied Commander, he had been visited by Forrestal, who carefully explained his thesis that the Communists would never cease trying to destroy all representative government. Eisenhower commented, "I never had cause to doubt the accuracy of his judgments on this point." Eisenhower's diary entries regarding Forrestal also illustrate how infectious was the latter's Cold War ideology, which resembled, in the words of one historian, Ichabod Crane's terrified flight in Sleepy Hollow. While president of Columbia University, Eisenhower served as a special consultant to the Defense Department during the early months of its unification. In terms reflective of a national ethos permeated by the beginnings of McCarthyism, he noted that both he and Forrestal agreed that the United States must wake up to prepare a position of strength, because the free world is under threat by the monolithic mass of communist imperialism. Eisenhower must have felt that most people in and out of government 16. had heeded the alarm, for 6 months later he wrote that those who were then asleep now are professional patriots and Russian haters. Registered Eisenhower's espousal of the Cold War ideology relates directly to his approval of the overthrow of the Arbenz government in Guatemala. Similar to but more explicitly than Truman, he confronted the relationship between communism and nationalism. He well understood that the ultimate struggle between the communist and Western worlds would occur in the underdeveloped regions. Here nationalist impulses and long years of economic and political repression bred unrest and instability. To Eisenhower, the solution was the gradual and orderly transition of the Third World to capitalist democracies. But the people were impatient, and hence the communists could fill their thoughts with aspirations of instant utopias. Poverty and illiteracy did not create communists, but they did give the Soviet Union the opportunity to make communists. Nationalism is on the march, and world communism is taking advantage of that spirit of nationalism to cause dissension in the free world. Moscow leads many misguided people to believe that they can count on communist help to achieve and sustain nationalistic ambitions. Actually, what is going on is that the communists are hoping to take advantage of the confusion resulting from destruction of existing relationships and in the difficulties and uncertainties of disrupted trade, security, and understandings, to further the aims of world revolution and the Kremlin's domination of all people. Copyright, a keen strategist, Eisenhower logically concluded that it would be counterproductive for the United States to try to oppose fierce nationalism with inflammatory programs. He recognized the pitfalls of Truman's attempt to contain communism in the Third World by an over-reliance on force. A month after the Guatemalan coup, he wrote his good friend William Robinson, executive vice president of the New York Herald Tribune, that there is a strong communist leaning among certain groups, and, if the United States pursued policies inimical to their nationalist tendencies, we will almost certainly arouse more antagonism, and the possibility of these countries turning communist would mount rapidly. Guatemala presented special problems, because, according to Eisenhower and his advisors, it had already succumbed to communist. Eisenhower's diplomacy 17. NIST intrigue. How could the United States reverse this situation without wielding the type of big stick likely to incur the resentment of others? To someone who had presided over Mark Clark's covert mission to North Africa, the ultra-secret, and Operation Double Cross, the answer was evident: you do it clandestinely. World War II made Eisenhower an avid proponent of the intelligence establishment, and one of his initial reorganization projects after becoming president was to solicit his former wartime associate James H. Doolittle to act as chairman of a panel of consultants to conduct a study of the covert activities of the Central Intelligence Agency. The president instructed Doolittle to ensure, insofar as practicable, that the field of clandestine operations is adequately covered, and he added, "I desire that your report be made to me personally and classified top secret." Dwight Eisenhower believed covert operations were a crucial component of realizing United States foreign policy objectives, but they were effective only if they were used correctly and judiciously. Later, with great pride, he would look back at the Guatemalan coup as an operation that had been well conceived and well executed. The extreme anti-communism of the other member of the administration's foreign policy-making tandem, John Foster Dulles, has been much more widely noted. His hard-line attitudes developed from deep-seated theological, philosophical, and intellectual beliefs, as well as from profound concern for the political impact of McCarthyism. The son of a Presbyterian minister and former leader of the Federal Council of Churches, Dulles viewed the Cold War as a confrontation between two antithetical universal faiths, Christianity against atheism. By the end of the Second World War, he had concluded that there could be no reasonable compromise with the Soviet objective of world domination and, as noted, he was particularly sensitive to the potential threat in Latin America. He assiduously studied the writings of Lenin and Stalin, comparing them to Hitler's Mein Kampf. Even after Stalin died in 1953 and his immediate successor expressed an interest in peaceful coexistence, Dulles remained girded for a permanent global struggle. His severe critic Townsend Hoops is probably not far off the mark when he asserts, he seemed to require temperamentally a form of communist opposition whose goal was no less than the total conquest of the world in the most literal and physical sense. Registered converging with his religious faith was Dulles' sincere faith in the capitalist system. Long one of the highest paid lawyers on Wall Street, he fervently believed in free enterprise and the expansion of 18. Corporate investments abroad. He assumed that these investments were threatened by the Soviet Union, whose agents throughout the world encouraged unwitting nationalists to expropriate property and generally create economic climates detrimental to United States interests. Since a basic tenet of the Eisenhower administration was that security was inextricably linked to economic well-being, Dulles, like others around the White House, viewed the fiscal health of the United States as a crucial component of its defense posture registered thus. Although neither Eisenhower nor Dulles was intimately familiar with Latin America in 1953, the above discussion explains why one of the early objectives of their foreign policy was to devise a more effective program toward that region. Then Truman's copyright at a cabinet meeting in the first year of his administration, the president underscored the generally unsatisfactory nature of United States policy toward Latin America, which he said stemmed from past preoccupations with European and Asiatic affairs. He urged the cabinet to remedy this potentially dangerous situation and, toward this end, sent his brother Milton on a fact-finding mission to South America. The purpose of this mission was to acknowledge the importance of hemispheric solidarity to the United States and to sell this importance to all United States citizens. Milton Eisenhower did not visit Central America. His report, nevertheless, alluded to the developments in Guatemala. When Undersecretary of State Walter Bedell Smith reported the mission's findings to the cabinet, affixed to the document was a memorandum. It read, "The most important question facing the cabinet was underscored to make up its mind that Latin America is important to the United States and that timely action was extremely desirable to prevent communism from spreading seriously beyond Guatemala." The mission did not have to go to Guatemala in order to investigate communist infiltration. Such infiltration was already accepted as fact. In total agreement with his brother's diary entry almost a year before, Milton Eisenhower's report read, "The possible conquest of a Latin American nation today would not be, so far as anyone can foresee, by direct assault. It would come, rather, through the insidious process of infiltration, conspiracy, spreading of lies, and the undermining of free institutions, one by one. Highly disciplined groups of communists are busy, night and day, illegally or openly, in the American republics, as they are in every nation of the world. One American nation has succumbed to communist infiltration." Eisenhower's Diplomacy 19. The backdrop has now been provided for studying the steps taken by the Eisenhower administration to obviate this alleged threat to the hemisphere. The reasons for the United States allegations and the sequence of events, as well as their consequences for the future, warrant careful scrutiny. By analyzing the Guatemalan Revolution from the viewpoint of the Cold War ethos and developing a strategy which went beyond the Truman policy of military containment spiced with point for assistance, Eisenhower, Dulles, and the Republican policy makers ushered in a new era in inter-American relations, an era marked by a protracted struggle between the United States and an assumed international communist conspiracy. 2. Underdevelopment, repression, and revolution. United States allegations that Guatemala's political, social, and economic institutions expressed the communist ideology, and thus posed a threat to the hemisphere's security, arose from the prevailing analysis of the Arevalo and Arbenz revolutionary governments. A study of the causes for the intervention, therefore, requires a study of these governments. But, in the same way that the programs of the Truman and Eisenhower administrations cannot be understood outside of the context of the period's Cold War ethos, so the programs of Presidents Arevalo and Arbenz cannot be understood outside of the context of Guatemala's historic conditions. Above all, Guatemala was characterized by a long period of underdevelopment, which led to economic exploitation, cultural repression, and political oppression. The Revolution of 1944 responded to these exigencies. In doing so, its leaders sought to meet the challenge of Guatemala's historical legacy, not the challenge of the Cold War. The political heritage. Guatemala's underdevelopment resulted from hundreds of years of domination and exploitation by the countries responsible for the term's usage in the 20th century. A region of vast economic potential, Guatemala had been prior to the Spanish conquest a major center of Maya civilization, exhibiting a high degree of advancement in art, science, social organization, and religion. However, it lacked the achievements in military technology of the Europeans. Consequently, beginning in 1523, Hernan Cortés Lieutenant Pedro de Alvarado overcame in only 1 year an empire that dated back to the 4th century. Not only did Alvarado frighten the Maya by brandishing unfamiliar weapons, but he terrorized the tribal. The political heritage 21 units, hanging or burning alive any local chief who dared to oppose him. Guatemala's central location and advanced heritage made it one of the most important administrative units of the Spanish Empire, and, in 1670, it became the seat of the Captaincy General. In 1821, during the era of struggle for liberation throughout Latin America, the Guatemalans regained their independence. However, in order to acquire the necessary power to do so, the nationalists had to rely on the assistance of Mexico, which soon sought to incorporate Guatemala within its own boundaries. In self-defense, the Guatemalans spearheaded a movement among the smaller Central American republics to form a federation that would serve as a bulwark against Mexican aggression. The National Constituent Assembly, convened in Guatemala City on June 24, 1823, under the presidency of El Salvador's José Matías Delgado, lasted some 19 grueling months. This body was considered the effective government of Central America, and it was charged with drafting a constitution for the permanent Republic of Central American States. When the delegates finally completed their arduous work in January 1825, the United Provinces of Central America was duly constituted, with Dr. Pedro Molina of Guatemala elected the first president. Almost from its inception, the federation encountered severe problems, stemming primarily from internal bickering. Much like the old Articles of Confederation system in the United States, the federal government possessed little real authority to deal with the particularist policies of the individual states. The states were plagued by internal instability, resulting in numerous government changes. The overriding issue was the conflict between the liberals and the conservatives. The largest and most economically prosperous of the member nations, Guatemala led the conservative movement in advocating increased centralization of power in the federal government. Fearing that powerful Guatemala would use such centralization to exploit the others, the liberals strove to undercut the conservative position by supporting more federal principles. Exacerbating the problem was the contest between the newly emergent urban population and mestizos, who claimed the right to participate in the public life of the federation, and the remnants of the Spanish aristocracy, who sought to continue their exclusive political control. Struggles between economic interests and the traditional privileges of class ensued. These political, economic, and social conflicts continued throughout the duration of the Federal Republic, limiting the opportunity for constructive change in any of the member nations' degree. 22. The Federation period, although a brief interlude in Guatemala's long history, had important ramifications for the future course of the Republic's development. The political and economic developments subsequent to the Federation's disintegration produced the conditions for the revolution. The concept of a Central American Union, moreover, outlived the Federation itself. Copyright over a century later, President Arevalo drew heavily on the ideas of the 1825 Constitution in formulating his own programs. He believed that only a union of Central America's forces, economic, political, cultural, and even military, could achieve lasting independence and progress for each of the nations. The remainder of Guatemala's political heritage until the revolutionary period can be surveyed quite briefly. Following the disintegration of the Federation, save for short periods of relative anarchy, several strong-armed dictators, or caudillos, ruled the republic. The first was Rafael Carrera, who came to power in 1838, although his authority was not legitimate until 1844. Carrera continued in office until his death in 1865, and, after the short terms of Vicente Serna and Miguel Garcia Granados, Justo Rufino Barrios became the new autocratic ruler in 1872. This marks the start of the liberal era in Guatemala, with the beginning of industrialization, foreign investments, and the development of public services. The liberals confiscated the patrimony of the religious orders and divided many of the conservative landlords' holdings among the emerging middle class, although this sector constituted only about 30% of the population as late as the revolution. For approximately the next 3/4 of a century, the liberal caudillos consolidated the hold on land of middle-class parvenus, who merged their economic and political interests with those of remaining old-style conservative landlords. This ruling alliance encouraged the influx of foreign capital into Guatemala, resulting in a genuinely revolutionary situation. Little evidence of this danger appeared during the 22-year reign of Manuel Estrada Cabrera, from 1898 to 1920, but such was not the case when Jorge Ubico's 13-year-old government came to an abrupt end in 1944. The Indian problem. The shift in power from the old conservative landlords to the emerging middle-class parvenus, or, more accurately, the coalescence of the two classes, took place without concern for the more deprived strata of society. As a result, virtually every political and the Indian problem 23. Economic reform throughout this period came at the expense of the lower classes. In Guatemala, the lower classes consisted, as they still do, primarily of Maya Indians, who now occupy the mountainous regions and western parts of the country and, at the time of the revolution, comprised some 2/3 of the population. One major reason for the Mayas' vulnerability was their inability to create any united opposition. Divided into numerous tribes, the Maya largely ignored one another. They spoke many different dialects and often lived in isolated districts even within the larger community. These divisions were so extreme that each of the Indian tribes could be considered a virtually independent socio-cultural entity based on traditions predating the Spanish arrival. After the conquest, most Indians, distrustful of the newcomers, continued their ancient languages, customs, and traditions, participating only to a limited extent in the economic and political life of the nation. Their main contribution, apart from their own subsistence agriculture, was to provide a labor supply for the large plantations, or fincas, at harvest time. Although in part dictated by their isolationist tendencies, their marginal societal role also resulted from various government measures which, up until 1944, were clearly designed to force the Indians to depend on the wealthy landlords. For example, in the 1830s the government began a program to legally deprive the Indian communities of their communal properties without compensation. Nevertheless, the Mayas' remoteness in the highland regions enabled them to retain a good portion of their lands until the liberal regime of Rufino Barrios in the 1870s and 1880s. Rufino Barrios enacted legislation requiring titles to private property. By doing so, his government greatly facilitated the private appropriation of the Mayas' individual and communal holdings. Since many Indians did not understand the system of registration, they allowed their lands to be sold as unoccupied. The continued expropriation and subsequent subdivision of their lands forced more and more of the Maya to migrate from the highlands to the coffee-growing regions near the coast. Such was the government's intent, for, as the economy became more specialized and commercialized, the guarantee of a permanent supply of cheap labor was necessary to attract foreign investors. As time went on, official legislation defined various categories of forced labor. Debt slavery was revived in the form of the colano system, by which hereditary debts to finqueros bound the peons to the fincas. To ensure that this form of bondage continued, the finqueros' agents traveled to the Indian villages in the highlands and offered to lend the struggling farmers who remained the money they so desperately 24 needed. As repayment, all the Indians had to do was contract to work on the fincas, especially during harvest time. With such a cheap labor force so readily available, landowners eagerly appropriated additional holdings for export crops. By 1900, Guatemala had been converted into an importer of staple foods, which drove up underscore prices and created frequent food shortages. So the effects of this system plunged the Maya population into economic dependency and sharpened the division between the upper and lower classes. Prior to 1944, United States State Department official Merwin L. Bohan estimated that the per capita import purchasing power of the Maya amounted to about $1 per year. Even after the revolution, in 1948, economic experts wrote that the indigenous share of Guatemala's gross national product was about $70 per capita, in contrast with $246 per capita for the non-indigenous population. Malnutrition was widespread and the life expectancy was less than 40 years, with an infant mortality rate of greater than 50%. Illiteracy, while 70% overall, was reported to go to 99% in largely Indian communities. When not working on a plantation, the Indians would return to their villages, where they would try to raise enough corn and beans on their small mountain plots in order to survive. Each family often inhabited a small one-room hut with an earth floor, adobe walls, and a thatched roof. Rarely was there any ventilation other than that offered by the door, and the interior was dark and filled with the smoke of the fire used for cooking and warmth. The hut had few furnishings, some grass mats to serve as beds, perhaps a hammock, a box for valuables, and perhaps a makeshift chair for the aged. In most instances all water had to be hauled considerable distances up the steep mountainsides. The revolutionary governments after 1944 sought to alleviate these conditions. They also sought to alleviate the concomitant to the Mayas' poverty, the racial discrimination which the Indians as a group encountered. Racism in Guatemala was more ambiguous than in certain other societies, since it reflected ethnic and cultural diversities as opposed to strictly physical characteristics. Many generations of intermarriage, and more often rape, had blurred superficial distinctions. Nevertheless, albeit divided among themselves, the Maya viewed themselves as separate from the Europeans. Their resulting distinctive culture and traditions made them the targets of racist attitudes. Attempts to exploit the Maya economically were thus often accompanied by attempts to deculturize them, thereby alienating them further and reducing their desire to resist. To a large extent these attempts failed. The Indians became more and more The social structure 25. Changed from the social order, for, although the ruling society could command their labor and land, it could not command their loyalty. A basic feature of the Guatemalan Revolution was its effort to integrate the Maya into the social order by constructing policies that were not anathema to their traditional values. One such value is that the Maya, like many indigenous cultures, are non-capitalistic. Their economic goal is subsistence and participation in the community, not capital accumulation. Within the tribal village, displays of wealth are generally scorned, for they upset the balance of egalitarian poverty. The social ideal is the conformist, not the innovator, the controlled individual, not the power seeker. Historically, the Maya held land primarily on a communal basis, with individual holdings based on land use rather than ownership. These traditions survived the policies of the Spanish conquistadors and the caudillos and were considered in the development of such revolutionary programs as agrarian reform. The social structure. Since the Maya constituted such an overwhelming majority of Guatemala's population, their repression and exploitation resulted in an extremely rigid and unbalanced class structure. From the time of the Spanish conquest, Guatemala had been dominated by a tiny aristocracy of landowners. This group did not grow, due to its historic political power, which ensured that government policies reinforced the status quo. The upper class consistently constituted only 1 to 2% of the population, and, by the 20th century, very little of it was of indigenous derivation. Rather, the elite was almost exclusively foreign by birth, coming primarily from Europe and the United States. In contrast to the primitive huts inhabited by the Maya majority, the wealthy minority lived in modern homes with Western appliances and furnishings. They wore Western clothes and consumed imported wines, canned foods, and delicacies of all sorts. Most significantly, they owned the land. Guatemala's middle class is in many respects the most difficult to identify. Its importance to the revolution far surpassed its size and traditional influence within Guatemalan society and government. In fact, the leadership for the revolutionary movement developed from and remained within this middle class. In addition, while the powerful elite predictably opposed the revolutionary changes, and the Maya welcomed the reforms but remained politically inactive. 26. The middle class wavered. To be sure, the revolution might have survived the opposition of the upper class, never could it survive the desertion of the middle class. Government employees and subordinate officials, clerks, small shopkeepers, skilled and semi-skilled workers, administrators, and the like made up about 30% of the population. Most of this middle class were categorized as Jadinos. The term, actually a corruption of the more common Jadino, in Guatemala refers to any ethnic group that adopts non-Indian manners and speaks a European language. Historically, the Jadinos were descended from the Spanish landowners, or criollos, who were more reluctant to marry Indian women than to rape them. Consequently, Jadinos and Maya often physically resembled each other, a distinct disadvantage for the Ladinos. Not only were they sometimes subjected to racist discrimination, but they often had difficulty proving that they were non-Indian in order to be exempted from the tributes imposed on the Maya. They therefore sought to differentiate themselves by accepting Western values and exhibiting Western characteristics. Unlike the Maya, who became indentured to the landowners, the Jadinos normally worked for a salary or on rented land of their own. Some fortunate Jadinos even owned land in the fertile lowlands, and many of the more prosperous moved to the urban centers to become professionals, bureaucrats, and technocrats. Others joined the armed services. In this way they accumulated capital, enabling them in the future to become copyright part of the world of their Spanish fathers. Certain Jadinos profited greatly during the 19th century, with the movement toward capital formation and the more rational exploitation of the land. These individuals were the principal beneficiaries of the liberal agrarian policies, which deprived the Indians of their properties, for the Ladinos claimed the titleless land. Then, in the 1870s, Guatemala increasingly became an export economy based on coffee, which became the economic means for the Ladinos' rise to power. The tiny Criollo elite saw that it was in its own interest to include within its power base what was becoming a Ladino upper middle class, rather than to try to maintain its exclusive position. In this manner the Criollo elite was not displaced but merely enlarged. The Ladinos rapidly translated their newfound power into political terms. By the time of the revolution, the highest local officials, even in municipalities predominantly inhabited by Indians, were usually Ladinos who, all too often, ruled like little dictators, disregarding Indian views and needs. In short, it was through the Economic Order 27, strict and often violent suppression of the Indians that some Ladinos managed to reach the top and remain there. The physical similarity between the Maya and the Jadino sheds much light on the nature of the Guatemalan Revolution. It is highly plausible that a Maya dressed in European fashions, speaking Spanish or some other Western language and rejecting the indigenous customs, could have passed for a Ladino and ascended the social and economic ladder. Neither the Indian nor the Ladino generally had any documentation of birth. Yet this rarely happened. Even those Maya who somehow managed to acquire enough money to live in a Ladino community remained within their tribal grouping. If a revolutionary movement really were to reflect the interests of the people, it would have to take into account these strong traditional allegiances of the country's majority. For this reason, certain of the government policies from 1944 to 1954 did not conform to the Western ideal, and within the Cold War ethos these were readily interpreted as communist. The economic order. The rigidly hierarchical political and social structure in Guatemala gave rise to extreme inequality and poverty, extreme even by Latin American standards. Although the economy generated a great deal of money, and despite its vast potential, Guatemala in 1960 still ranked only 14th out of the 21 Latin American nations in per capita income. This ranking reflects the social and economic inequities. Some money did filter down from the great landowners and find its way to the cities. At the time of the revolution, however, only about 40% of the Guatemalans lived in the district municipalities, and many of these centers were too small to be considered urban areas. Some 77% of the people lived in communities of fewer than 2,500, and this figure went as high as 90% in a number of departments, since 90% of the entire population lived in Guatemala City. Thus, per capita income of the rural regions caused Guatemala's low ranking. In other words, Guatemala itself was not poor, but the majority of its people were. The economic structure created this lopsided demographic disparity. Although to use the term feudal might create confusion with conventional analyses of this pre-modern system *degree Guatemala's economy exhibited many of feudalism's most salient features. The racist oppression and economic suppression of the Maya created 28. A virtual serf caste, and in Guatemala class and ethnic origin were virtually synonymous. For this reason, any discussion of the underdeveloped conditions that produced Guatemala's revolutionary discontent must to some extent reiterate the plight of the Indian population. Prior to Arbenz land reform in 1952, only 2.2% of Guatemala's population held over 70% of the land and less than 1/6% held almost 14%. 22% of the population, most of whom were Ladinos, owned another 20% of the land, leaving less than 0% for the remaining population. About 90% of this remainder was Maya. To make matters worse, while an estimated one-third of Guatemala's land was deemed arable, only half of this was in use, the rest was left fallow by the large landowners *. Such general statistics became even more meaningful when translated into specifics. For example, 50% of the farm operators occupied the minifundios, or small plots of land under 4 acres, while 0.03% of the operators owned the large-scale holdings, the latifundios. These estates constituted over 50% of copyright the total farmland. Furthermore, the small holdings were located principally in the less fertile highlands, where the population density reached as high as 300 inhabitants per square mile. This statistic becomes even more ominous when one considers that Guatemala has one of the highest rates of population growth in the world. The population density centered around the minifundios presented a condition that was detrimental to the country's economic development. Excessive cultivation rapidly exhausted the land, and, since yields were barely sufficient for personal needs, the operators found it financially impossible to afford artificial fertilizers. In addition, due to such topographical factors as multiple varieties of soil in small areas and poor transportation facilities, mechanization was exceedingly difficult, increasing the likelihood of low production and concomitant high costs. This dilemma became more acute because of the often onerous situation of the renters, who frequently had to pay the landlord from 50 to 60% of their crops and who constantly faced the danger of having their properties repossessed for failing to pay this rent. Even if it were possible to pay the owner, there usually was not enough left over to cover the cost of production, so more money had to be borrowed in order to buy the minimum requirement of tools, seeds, and other necessities. Consequently, many small farmers, no longer capable of sustaining the economic order 29 families, had to take on other part-time work in order to supplement their income *. Predictably, as time went on and the population grew, debts increased, and the size of the plots decreased. In purely economic terms, this trend translated by the time of the 1944 revolution into an annual per capita income of only around 180 quetzales, with 2/3 of the population earning 70 quetzales. Arévalo's National Economic Program Commission optimistically classified this latter group as existing at the subsistence level, while the Commission did not categorize economic level by racial origin. George Britnell, who headed an International Bank for Reconstruction and Development study mission to Guatemala during Arévalo's administration, observed that this 2/3 figure corresponded exactly to the proportion of Indians living in Guatemala. Not surprisingly, Guatemala's infant mortality rate was the highest in the Americas, for this statistic reflects with the most precision the conditions of life and the economic and physical level of the society. Before the revolution, more than 40% of those born died in infancy, and, in the rural zones alone, the percentage climbed to 60% in some of the Indian communities in the highlands. This meant about 14,000 deaths each year, a staggering figure, especially since half of those children who died suffered from an ailment quite common but not nearly as fatal in other areas: measles. Other major causes of death included parasites, malnutrition, and whooping cough. As in most third world nations, the primary reason for the high number of infant deaths was the lack of health care, in the form of medical facilities or trained personnel. For instance, only 14.3% of expectant mothers within the Indian groups received any medical assistance, and only 9.7% of their babies were born in hospitals or other equipped facilities. Inadequate medical attention was only part of the problem. Even should the child survive birth, there were still difficult living conditions to be faced. Several years after the revolution's overthrow, a United Nations survey revealed that only 40% of the population lived in housing units, and 43.1% of the occupied dwellings had 3 or more people to a room. In both urban and rural areas, only 33.8% of the dwellings had piped water, and only 29.4% had flush toilets. As late as 1950, before the Agrarian Reform Bill but after the Arevalo government had begun substantive reforms, such as establishing minimum wages, half the people could still not afford to buy shoes. What is crucial for our understanding of the direction taken by 30. The Guatemalan Revolutionary Movement, a direction that created concern within the United States that Soviet communism had penetrated the Western Hemisphere, is that, while this feudalistic economic system caused severe hardship for the majority of the people, it greatly benefited a fortunate few. These, of course, were the eminent landowners, among whom were giant North American enterprises such as the United Fruit Company. The purpose of any latifundio-minifundio system is self-evident, to bring the greatest possible income to the large proprietors at the lowest possible cost. The majority of the people, in Guatemala's case the Maya, are provided with the minimum amount of land to survive, or at least a sufficient number of them survive to ensure the system's continuation. The system requires an adequate labor force. Since the Maya's survival was to a large extent dependent on their ability to supplement their incomes by working on the large fincas at harvest time, the finqueros were guaranteed their labor supply when they needed it. But Maya hired hands remained technically independent farm operators who contracted out their labor on a part-time basis. The finqueros had no obligation to pay these workers during the off-season, and, of course, they did not registered. The majority of Guatemalans suffered additionally from the fact that foreigners owned so many of the latifundios. Following the Second World War, when the Guatemalan government confiscated the German land holdings, United States interests predominated. Logically, then, they were targeted by Guatemalan reformers. The foreign elements in Guatemala were far more concerned with the external market than the internal one. Thus, as time went on, United Fruit and others devoted increasingly more land to export crops, such as coffee and bananas. By the time of the revolution, these two commodities constituted close to 90% of Guatemala's entire agricultural production. Many Guatemalans were thus compelled to purchase imported food, at prices they could ill afford. Variations in the domestic salary levels normally did not reflect variations in the external market. Also, the national income, derived primarily from the export market, was channeled to the upper sector. Wealth was created by and for foreigners, at the expense of nationals. Because of the nature of the crops, the role of coffee and bananas in Guatemala's export economy aggravated the situation further. Coffee was by far the largest industry, a particularly unfortunate fact, for its market was confined almost exclusively to the United States and Europe. Prices within such a limited, inelastic market fluctuated greatly, depending on the size of the crop, blights, and the overall cost of production for a given year. Moreover, when poor, the last aristocrat 31 yields necessarily caused very high prices, the market had a tendency to look for substitutes, such as tea. When prices were low, it was easy to saturate the market. The extensive nature of coffee production makes any adjustment of production to demand very difficult, even if the market could be accurately predicted. Hence any coffee economy tends to be highly unstable. Much the same analysis can be applied to the production of bananas. They were also produced almost exclusively for export, and, being even less essential than coffee, they were subject to even greater variations in demand. Their price depended on the current tastes of the almost exclusive buyer, the United States. Although the economic role of the banana industry was greatly inferior to that of coffee in terms of the gross national product, it had a highly disproportionate effect on the country's fiscal well-being. This influence was due to the large number of employees required by the industry, so that in a given year its activities could have significant repercussions for the overall economic condition of the nation. Banana production became a barometer for Guatemala's economy*. For this reason the importance of the country's largest banana producer, the United Fruit Company, is apparent. United Fruit symbolized Guatemala's economic ills. It was the largest landowner, it devoted so much of its land to an unstable export crop, and it represented that country which largely determined both coffee and banana prices, the United States. The last aristocrat. The precarious nature of the Guatemalan economic structure became most evident immediately preceding and during World War II. The shock of the World Depression in the 1930s was transmitted to Guatemala through the sector most closely linked to the global market, the coffee industry. During the 1930s coffee prices fell to less than one-half their value prior to 1929, and a 1937 price war with Brazil prevented any type of recuperation when the effects of the Depression lessened near the end of the decade. Then, the outbreak of war in 1939 effectively halted access to the markets of Europe, forcing Guatemala to depend almost exclusively on the United States for the sale of its most important crop. The United States could not absorb the entire surplus, since the other Latin American coffee-producing nations, experiencing the same difficulty, also turned to the United States. The results in Guatemala were deflated prices, a decreased export volume, and an overall loss of earnings. Domes. 32. Technically, this meant economic stagnation, reduced state spending, rising unemployment, and many of the other features of an economy on the brink of collapse. Such a bleak economic state frequently has serious political and social repercussions, and, therefore, it is not surprising that the reigning Guatemalan caudillo, Jorge Ubico Castaneda, was the victim of the 1944 revolution. The spoiled son of an aristocratic lawyer, Ubico had begun his career in 1918 by working for the health board of the Rockefeller Foundation. In his early life he encountered a series of frustrations with his college studies, his military career, and his marriage. A Guatemalan critic of the 1944 revolution wrote that, due to these many early disappointments and a lack of parental guidance, Ubico as a youth led a sterile life, developing a profound sense of inferiority. One thing is certain. He had a legendary temper, and his ruthless insensitivity and excessive display of egotism during a period of severe economic hardship created a climate conducive to revolution. After his landslide election in 1931, Ubico revealed time and again that he fancied himself as another Napoleon. An ostentatious, albeit fastidious, dresser, he surrounded himself with busts and portraits of the emperor and emphasized the similarity between their appearances. Ubico militarized the post office employees, the school children, and even the symphony orchestra members, whom he forced to dress in uniforms and to play his personal selections, using the techniques and instruments that he chose. Never one to isolate himself from the people, the dictator habitually paraded around the country on trips of inspection, bedecked in dress uniform and fully accompanied by a military escort, several cabinet ministers, a mobile radio station, and an official biographer. Ingratiating landlords, assembling their Indian laborers days in advance of his arrival, frequently greeted him with noisy celebrations. At each village Ubico would pause long enough to adjudicate intricate legal cases, fire judges, reverse decisions, release certain prisoners, and sentence others to jail. He believed nothing was beyond his competence or his province. On these trips he broadcast over his portable radio advice on cooking, fishing, engineering, military science, history, economics, and any other subject that came to mind. In retrospect these actions appear somewhat comical, but for the contemporary Guatemalan people Ubico's rule was anything but a laughing matter. In the words of Ronald Schneider, he was impulsive, arbitrary, stubborn, opinionated, dominating, energetic, and inflexible, a policeman at heart. Degree Yubiko's foremost biographer, Kenneth Grebe, writes that he tended to personalize all disputes, b. The last aristocrat 33. Coming vengeful and evoking the popular image of a wild and dangerous beast. According to Guatemalan folklore, Yubiko once casually complained to his minister of war that Guatemala no longer had any brave men. The sycophantic official immediately relayed this message to the director of the military academy, who boasted that he could produce 10 young cadets who would eagerly uphold the honor of Guatemala's manhood. Yubiko ordered the volunteers to come to the National Palace. Without so much as a greeting, he peremptorily directed them to his fleet of limousines so they could proceed to the National Zoo. There, he told them to enter the lion's cage. They dutifully obeyed, although clearly frightened by the growling animals surrounding them. At this point, the tale continues, the general president scoffed at the young men and jumped into the cage himself, gleefully kicking and shouting at the lions until each terrified animal was cowering in the corner. Yubiko then stalked out, deriding the cadets for their cowardice. Such folklore contained didactic implications for the Guatemalans. Extremely conservative, Yubiko called anyone a communist whose social, economic, and political ideologies were more progressive than his own, and he equated communism with any disobedience to his laws or opposition to his regime. He claimed that the presence of such radicals threatened Guatemala's stability and well-being and that the maintenance of order required that he continue to rule. For Yubiko, democracy was an unaffordable luxury. He felt that the people could too easily be swayed by radical agitators. He trusted only the army, wealthy indigenous landowners, and foreign corporations. Always on guard against a revolution, he ordered steel shutters for every window of the presidential palace, a uniformed guard for each corner, and an anti-aircraft battery and army barracks to surround the palace. He also had his initials stamped on all the government's ammunition, warning publicly that anyone who attacked him or any of his officials would carry his personal emblem into eternity. As 1944 would prove, Yubiko correctly analyzed that, even with his iron-fisted control of the state's military apparatus, he would be powerless against a full-blown popular uprising. His loyal following was just too small. His ability to maintain power, therefore, rested on preventing any uprising from becoming widespread. His strategy depended on instilling terror among the people. He knew that his public warnings and heavily garrisoned domicile would frighten many of his subjects, as would the folklore which he carefully cultivated, but he believed that there would be some who required more emphatic discouragement. More frequently than any of his predecessors. 34. Source: Yubiko announced the uncovering of subversive plots and the execution of the alleged conspirators. The brutal tactics practiced in his prisons in order to extract confessions from unfortunate suspects were common knowledge in Guatemala. In 1934, in power but 3 years, Yubiko dispelled any doubts as to his determination by ordering the arrest of scores of students, workers, and prominent citizens, charging them with conspiring against his government. Many of these were seized in their homes and summarily killed on the spot. Others confessed after being tortured in prisons, and then they were likewise executed. Even those Guatemalans in the most rural regions, who were normally ignorant of and unconcerned with events in Guatemala City, remembered the events of 1934. The well-known writer Jorge Garcia Granados, later Arevalo's ambassador to the United States, managed to survive the ordeal and flee to Mexico. He described his experience. In 1934 uncovered a conspiracy against him. 17 men were seized, given a farcical trial in which they were not even permitted defense attorneys, and sentenced then to be shot. Although I had no part in the conspiracy, I wrote to Yubiko a strong letter charging that the trial was a mockery of the law, and urging him to pardon the condemned. Yubiko replied by sending a squad of police to arrest me in my home, take me to the place of execution, and force me to be an eyewitness to the shooting of the 17. Then I was thrown into prison and held in solitary confinement for months. Linked with his fear of political radicalism was Yubiko's conviction that general prosperity bred revolution. He once commented that if people have money, they will kick me out, and he characteristically opposed all forms of labor activity. Initially organized in 1921, within a decade Guatemalan unions had become affiliated with the Workers' Confederation of Pan-American Labor, a non-communist movement of Latin American labor leaders based in New York City. Viewed by Yubiko as a threat, the unions disbanded during the 1930s, unable to withstand consistent charges of committing treason, of conspiring to commit treason, and sometimes of merely insulting the general president. The official penal code contained a clause recommending the death penalty for anyone found guilty of union organizing. Nevertheless, there were those who continued labor's struggle. Hoping to take advantage of the economic collapse caused by World War II, they began a concerted effort to the last aristocrat 35. Increased wages. Yubiko complained to President Roosevelt, writing that a possible strike would certainly affect Guatemala's defense plans and hurt the war effort. Roosevelt did not respond, possibly because Guatemala's contribution to the Allied cause was as a base for overseas missions, not as a provider of material, but more probably because Yubiko's complaints hardly disguised the fact that he feared his own workers as much as he feared the Germans or Japanese. Yubiko wrote, "The workers' attitudes, adopted collectively, with such lamentable results because of their economic repercussions in time of peace, are still more lamentable in time of war." Although none of the labor leaders was an Indian, the Maya did comprise the majority of Guatemala's labor force, particularly as unskilled workers, so common in the agrarian economy. The Indians bore a special grudge against Yubiko, for he singled them out as a target of discrimination, apprehending and punishing them for minor infractions of the law much more often than the non-Indian population. He also pressed them into a variety of so-called voluntary services, such as carrying the mail from the department capital and acting as messenger boys, and only the Maya were subject to conscription in the army and forced to participate in martial drills each Sunday morning. Yubiko rationalized this last requirement by explaining that the Indians were rude, brutish, and with primitive origins. The Maya must understand, he contended, that military training was not a punishment but an educational process which would transform them from this animal-like condition into civilized individuals, with better personal equipment with which to face life. The Indians did not accept this explanation, and in 1944 they deserted the military en masse. Yubiko had further antagonized the Indian population by removing their last vestiges of self-control. Prior to his regime, the Maya had retained some voice in their own affairs by having representatives in the local government. Normally there had been 2 alcaldes, or mayors, in each village, with a Maya responsible for his people's problems. The Indian alcalde might not have had the same influence as his Jadeno counterpart, but at least he administered the purely Indian programs. Immediately upon taking power in 1931, Yubiko replaced this dual system with a single Jadeno intendant. This official wielded absolute authority, dictating his orders to all the town's inhabitants, none of whom had any opportunity to express opposition. Any Maya still wishing to participate in the government structure had to accept the role of a minor functionary. Trademark coupled with such political and social discrimination were Yubiko's economic policies, which placed the Indian in an even more 36. vulnerable position than previously. These policies came in the form of the Violidad system and vagrancy laws. Their provisions forced those male Indians who could not afford to pay a head tax, which meant practically all of them, to work without wages on road construction. The duration of this forced labor, depending on the individual's financial status, varied from 2 weeks to 1 month. The law also required each Indian, even if he were not in debt, to carry a libretto, or government book, proving that he had worked for wages a minimum of 150 days per year. Had he not met this quota by the year's end, he would have either been imprisoned as a vagrant or compelled to work on the roads until the fixed number of days was attained. Indians who were in debt did not receive wages at all, their pay was simply deducted from their debt. Since most Indians worked for wages only during the busy harvest season, the state was assured a cheap, in fact a free, labor force for its public works program. Registered with the onset of World War II and the deepening fiscal crisis in Guatemala, Ubico's program of social, political, and economic repression made his position untenable. As early as 1940, Secretary of State Cordell Hull received a strictly confidential departmental memorandum from the United States ambassador to Guatemala, stating that the president has been so arbitrary, impatient, and grasping in many of his recent acts that a certain amount of resentment has undoubtedly been awakened. 2 years later, 3 Guatemalan liberals tried to persuade the Inter-American Congress convening at Rio de Janeiro to recognize their plight. They wrote to the Argentine delegate that Ubico is not a democratic ruler and that he keeps himself in the presidency against the law and against popular sentiment. For the Allies to send him military aid, they continued, would be truly treason and deceive the miserable public. Ubico's response to the growing crisis made the situation worse. He ordered widespread arrests of prominent citizens, causing political tension to reach its highest peak in recent years. He tried to shore up the faltering economy by adopting such deflationary policies as restricting bank credit and balancing the budget. The result was increased unemployment. While the people suffered, he continued to draw his monthly salary, his monthly pension, his monthly entertainment allowance, his monthly food allowance, his monthly miscellaneous allowance, and even his monthly allowance for the upkeep of his personal horses. Then, as if this total of more than $215,000 per year were not enough, he blatantly accepted a $20,000 gift and used it to buy up many properties at a price he fixed himself. The October Revolution 37. In 1941, he also prompted a constitutional Congress to extend his term for 8 more years, indicative of his intention to rule for life. Degree for the Guatemalan people. The final straw seems to have come in May 1944, when, in the midst of the mounting dissatisfaction, Ubico issued Decree 2795, which extended the 1935 Ley Fuega. This executive order granted landowners the legal authority to shoot on sight any indigent, which meant any Indian, found hunting for food on private land. Desperate, Ubico hoped that this act would please Guatemala's upper crust to the extent that they would safeguard his regime at all costs. He was not confident of its success, however, for simultaneously he transferred in his wife's name, $50,000 to the Bank of London and South America and ordered his private secretary to destroy all personal and confidential records. A month later the revolution began. The October Revolution. Ubico's 13-year reputation as an authoritarian despot played a significant role in his downfall. Unlike some of the other Latin American leaders, he did not hesitate to declare war against the Axis powers in December 1941, nor was he reluctant to permit the establishment of a United States air base in Guatemala in order to protect the Panama Canal. But his close cooperation with the Allies did not dissuade many Guatemalans, the liberal intellectuals in particular, from pointedly identifying their President General with Hitler and Mussolini. As the war progressed, their antagonism toward his authority grew apace. They found in the Atlantic Charter, with its idealistic principles and sublime universal promises, a theoretical framework to guide their struggle against oppression. These dissidents paid special attention to the aspects of the Charter which emphasized the universal rights of all individuals and the primacy of democratic institutions. They found it incongruous to permit their country to continue under a government based on fear, misery, and terror after so much blood had been spilled in the global fight against fascism. Registered. Although some United States officials would later claim that communists inspired the revolution, in truth the liberal middle class and intellectuals provided its impetus. As accurately described by the Guatemalan Manuel Gallic, the overthrow of Ubico was another French Revolution under contemporary conditions. That the Guatemalan middle class was relatively small, consisting primarily 38 of students, intellectuals, professionals, small shopkeepers and artisans, underpaid public officials, and junior army officers, and that it consequently depended on the urban and agricultural workers for its support must not obscure the revolution's fundamental nature. In a large part the leaders' forebears were the Latinos who had acquired power during the previously described 19th century liberal era, and, like them, the revolutionary leadership promoted bourgeois, not communist, reforms. Copyright. Although its ideology was non-radical, the revolution's leadership did intend to change for the first time since independence Guatemala's social, economic, and political class structure. The middle class, squeezed between the financially powerful upper class and the masses of unscrubbed and unlettered Indians, had long been frustrated by the country's lack of political freedom and economic opportunities. They perceived themselves as speaking for all the hitherto unrepresented segments of society. Copyright. Although the United States directed coup thwarted the developing programs, the changes that evolved from the government policies from 1944 to 1954 were substantially more profound than any Guatemala had experienced previously or has experienced since. Contrary to subsequent attacks upon their character and objectives, the proponents of change in Guatemala did not espouse an overarching philosophy or ideology. There was no single leader or general, nor was there even a coherent body of literature on which the revolutionaries founded their ideas. But it was not merely a romantic movement either. In spite of the absence of a definitive conception of the future, the leadership possessed an inherent program, one which can be summarized as the liquidation of the semi-feudal state dependent on the external economies of expansion, the organization of a modern capitalist system, and the rearrangement and revitalization of the social structure. In other words, while specific tactics and strategies were not yet articulated, there was, in the general sense, an overall objective, to modernize and to democratize Guatemala in order to overcome the traditional barriers. The events of Ubico's ouster can be related quite briefly. Registered in May 1944, nearby El Salvador's dictatorial president Maximiliano Hernández Martínez, who had attained power virtually at the same time as Ubico, resigned amidst violent discontent. Students and young military officers led the opposition. The same month, Ubico witnessed the overthrow of another Latin American ruler, Ecuador's Carlos Arroyo del Rio, who was forced by a military junta to relinquish his power to José María Velasco Ibarra. Fearing that these developments might spill over into Guatemala and encourage the revolutionaries within his own country, Ubico increased his control by even more authoritarian methods. He sought to eliminate dissension in the potential centers for insurrection, especially the university in Guatemala City. The academic community vocalized its opposition to his government more stridently than any other sector of society, and it had emphatically proven in El Salvador that it could be a very potent factor in bringing about political change. Therefore, Ubico placed his own followers in high positions within the university structure, suspended constitutional guarantees, and rounded up many of the agitators, especially those on the faculty. Among the persecuted were some of the most prestigious intellectuals found in Guatemala, such as Mario Méndez Montenegro, Manuel Galic, and Alfonso Bauer Pais, all of whom later played important roles in the Arevalo and Arbenz governments. Ubico's repressive measures served only to animate student resistance. They resented his attacks on their faculty, and they fully realized that his reactions signified that he feared the growing movement. Rather than being intimidated, the students became even more resolute and bold. On June 23 they presented the dictator with an ultimatum, demanding the university's complete autonomy within 24 hours. They held meetings in the streets outside the National Palace and organized marches. Ubico responded by ordering the armed forces to fire on the demonstrators and by placing Guatemala City under martial law. Subsequently, he extended the edict throughout the country. What had begun as a localized and small-scale student movement became a national phenomenon, with lawyers, merchants, and other groups joining the protesters. The leadership called a general strike, people closed their shops, movie theaters shut down, and even some churches locked their doors. Finally, the army, faced with such united opposition, refused to obey Ubico's commands. Within a week, on July 1, he resigned. United States Ambassador Boaz Long had been accurate when he wrote to Secretary of State Hull on June 23, "I do not take an alarmist view of the situation, but the government is known to be nervous and there is a widespread belief that a climax may be approached by June 30 or soon thereafter." The downfall of Ubico was only the initial step in the ultimate establishment of the revolution. The general president actually intended to resign the night before, turning the presidency over to General Rodrigo Anzueto, the former director of police, as a form of trust. However, his advisors convinced him that Anzueto, widely ac. 40. Accused of pro-Nazi sentiments, was very unpopular and could not command the support of the army. Concerned that Anzueto might be forced to yield to someone with whom he would have no influence, Ubico consulted with the Army's general staff and selected a triumvirate of Major General Buenaventura Pineda, Major General Eduardo Villagrana-Riza, and General Federico Ponce Vades to form a new government. This directory promised to convene the National Assembly in order to elect a provisional president. But, as soon as the Congress met on July 3, armed soldiers invaded the hall and dispersed the congressmen. The following day the military leaders summoned the elected officials to the presidential palace and ordered them to vote for Ponce, not for the more popular civilian candidate, Dr. Ramos N. Calderon. An eyewitness reported to Secretary Hull that, had the electors refused, they certainly would have been wiped out by the machine guns. Ponce won by an overwhelming majority. Although Ponce pledged free national elections at an early date, it soon became apparent that he had little intention of holding them. In any event, had he held them, they would have been anything but free. The new regime masqueraded as a legitimate government, but it was merely a pale reflection of the old. Ponce resembled an old skeleton more than a general, having retired years before due to alcoholism. Referred to by a Guatemalan historian as the executor of ubiquism, he transparently took orders from his former chief, who remained in Guatemala, contentedly directing state affairs from the background. Ponce retained in powerful positions many officials who were formerly involved in the Ubico administration, including the Minister of Foreign Relations, José Luis Cruz Salazar, considered by some people at that time to be the most detested individual in the country. Within a short time the new government dropped all pretense of democracy. It reimposed rigid press censorship, and the mass imprisonments and floggings began anew. Among a great many others, such well-known people as the president of the Association of University Students, the organizer of the Civic Union, and the leader of the National Workers' Party were arbitrarily arrested. The government forced the peasants to demonstrate in favor of their new leader and pledged them abundant land for their support. With this last promise, Ponce threatened to unleash a racial war, for he claimed that the only group coming between the Indians and the land confiscated from the Germans during the war was the Jadeno middle class. The October Revolution 41. In the meantime, the economy continued to falter as unemployment and prices climbed steadily. Opposition groups began to form again, with students and intellectuals resuming the lead. This time, however, many political and military leaders immediately joined forces, for they understood Ponce's charade and resented their exclusion from the provisional government. They also questioned the constitutionality of the regime, since Guatemalan law stipulated that a leader of a coup d'état was ineligible for the presidency. Among the dissident military leaders was Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, elected the revolutionary government's second president in 1950. Ubico had fired Arbenz from his post at the Escuela Politecnica, Guatemala's West Point. Since that time Arbenz had been in El Salvador, organizing a band of revolutionary exiles. One of the officers following him to El Salvador was Major Francisco Javier Arana, later to become his chief rival for the presidency. The precipitating event in the next stage of the revolution came at dawn on October 1, when Alejandro Cordova, the proprietor and editor of the leading daily newspaper, El Impartial, was assassinated in front of his home. Cordova, at one time a staunch supporter of Ubico, had become a vociferous critic of the government. There was also some talk of his possible involvement in another coup, rumored to be under preparation by Ponce's Minister of War. When the assassins were captured, they would say only that they were complying with orders from superiors, but many discontented Guatemalans assumed that the murder had been planned in the National Palace and attributed primary responsibility to Ponce and his director of police. The indignation that spread throughout the cities put Guatemala into a state of revolutionary turmoil once more. Ponce immediately dispatched trucks into the countryside to collect and bring back to Guatemala City many campesinos armed with machetes. He then ordered the campesinos to march through the streets with pictures of himself attached to their clothes, supposedly demonstrating to the urban populace that the country's majority was on his side. For emphasis, Ponce later transported these peasants to a national finca outside the city, where they remained as a constant threat to those in the capital. Lest the Indians forget whom they supported, he sent them truckloads of liquor. Soon after his overthrow, United States observers found many of these Indians dead of poison. Ponce's tactics of terror were no more effective than had been Ubico's a few months earlier. Even before Cordova's assassination, the situation had become so tense in Guatemala City that stores 42 closed early, their windows barred tightly shut. The United States military attaché reported that Ponce would probably stage some type of incident as an excuse to institute martial law. Then, on the morning of October 19, a small group of army officers led by Arbenz and Arana, along with their student allies, attacked the National Palace. The next day the Honor Guard Battalion revolted. There was little artillery fire, but the rebels' barrage did manage to hit the government's main ammunition arsenal. Badly frightened, Ponce sent an urgent message to the longtime president of Honduras, Tiburcio Carías Andino, requesting a loan of all available aircraft. Carías regretfully replied that conditions in Honduras prevented his compliance and that, furthermore, the Lend-Lease agreement with the United States prohibited the transfer of military equipment. The United States likewise refused assistance. Never known for his courage, the old general decided to wait no longer. The next day the Mexican embassy granted his request for asylum. Ponce's capitulation signaled the true end to Ubico's rule. Ubico, following him into exile, found a home in New Orleans by November. There, quite ill, he lived until his death on June 14, 1946, preoccupied with trying to recover his money and property confiscated by the revolutionary government. Ironically, under the circumstances, Ponce continued the counter-revolutionary struggle. He appealed to President Roosevelt from Mexico City, arguing that the Germans had engineered the coup in an attempt to destroy hemispheric unity and to hinder the transfer of raw materials from South to North America. Secretary of State Hull replied that the United States had no intention of interfering in Guatemala's internal affairs. Ponce thereafter remained in Central America until 1954, organizing anti-government exiles and claiming that he still maintained the support of the Guatemalan people *, but Ponce had never had the support of the people. It cost the lives of fewer than 100 men to accomplish his overthrow, and the United States military station in Guatemala reported that revolutionary troops and civilians continue maintain order with full popular cooperation. This order and calm noteworthy as past army police domination not present. The October Revolution was a popular victory, and thousands of Guatemalans spontaneously marched down the streets of the capital, cheering what they hoped was the advent of a new era. The new junta abolished the Court of Instruction, which under Ubico and Ponce had been the institutionalized form for the system of torture, promised a democratic election, and revoked the old constitution in order to write anew. The October Revolution 43. 1. The overwhelming majority of the Guatemalan people felt that this had been their revolution and anticipated a new government dedicated to developing programs in their interests. They began the new era by electing Juan José Arevalo Bermej the revolution's first president. 3. The revolutionary governments. Communism or nationalism. The composition of the junta that preceded Arevalo's election reflected the social and political base of the October Revolutionary movement. Arbenz and Arana made up 2/3 of the governing triumvirate. Each had been prominent in the overthrows of both Ubico and Ponce, Each came from a middle-class background, and each had the allegiance of the military. This last qualification was essential since, historically, military support has been decisive in the success of Latin American governments. The third member of the junta, however, was a civilian, Jorge Torriello. Torriello's selection signified that, unlike Ponce's junta, the new government was not merely an instance of one military faction replacing another. The national election conducted before the end of the year was indicative of the revolution's democratic character. That the promised election was held at all was a good portent, for previous administrations had repeatedly reneged on such pledges. Departing from past practices, not one of the junta members sought office himself, and 2 decades later an American university study group termed the event the first free election in Guatemala's history. The __nation free does not mean that everyone participated, and it must be noted that the Indian vote was quite small. But, even when they had previously enjoyed the franchise, the Maya had traditionally chosen to remain outside Guatemala's political arena, having been led to the polls only by bribes or an army escort. The election soon came down to a contest between 2 candidates, neither of whom represented the military. Arevalo was, from the beginning, the popular movement's favorite. His victory, in the words of United States Ambassador Boaz Long, was almost ser 45. Tain. Long might have omitted the word almost. Not only was Arevalo by himself the strongest candidate, but there were 4 others splitting the opposition vote. Adrian Recinos, who for some 15 years had been Guatemala's ambassador to the United States, emerged as Arevalo's chief challenger. A conservative closely identified with the Ubico regime, Recinos gathered around him most of the elements of the old guard. He never sympathized with the revolution's objectives and had no chance of upsetting the movement's candidate. When the ballots were tabulated on the night of December 19, 1944, Arevalo won in a landslide. His total vote was greater than 4 times that of his combined opposition. Although this margin indicates a lopsided election, it also suggests a competitive campaign compared with prior ones. For example, Ubico won his last triumph by a vote of over 308,000 to owe Jacobo Arben's preeminent place in the extant literature on the Guatemalan Revolution is to be expected, since his controversial programs precipitated Castillo Armas' invasion. But the Arben's administration, indeed the whole revolution, is incomprehensible without an analysis of Juan José Arevalo. As the revolution's first president and, in many respects, its intellectual font, Arevalo set the tone for the next 10 years. His election incarnated the movement's intentions, for he personified change, liberalism, and democracy. His relative anonymity in the United States government underscored his appeal to the Guatemalans. Arevalo was a civilian without previous associations with dictatorships or militarism. Perhaps most important, his background suggested that, unlike his predecessors, he would not seek to maneuver himself into a position of absolute authority. Born in 1904 into a middle-class family, Arevalo was an educator and an intellectual. After receiving his doctorate in philosophy and the science of education from the University of La Plata in Argentina, he returned to Guatemala in 1934 to work within the Ministry of Public Education. However, his outspoken criticism of Ubico necessitated his going into self-imposed exile in 1935, so he went back to Argentina to accept a faculty position at the University of Tucumán. During this time he published a number of works dealing with the psychology of development and the concept of social integration. Hence he was absent from Guatemala throughout most of the unpopular Ubico regime and avoided any identification with it. He did return to Guatemala following the initial stage of the revolution, 1 week before his 40th birthday, but Ponce forced him once again into hiding. He emerged after the October Revolution. 46. And the movement's leadership quickly selected him as their presidential candidate. His inauguration on March 15, 1945, marked the beginning of a new era in Guatemalan politics, an era of social and economic reform. Arévalo's non-military background and lengthy absence from his homeland were not the only determinants in his election. Nor should one overemphasize his appeal as a campaigner, although he was a dynamic and articulate speaker, capable of capturing the Guatemalans' imagination. The essence of Arévalo's popularity derived from his ideas. Above all, he was a Democrat. He believed democracy to be the crucial component in human progress and relationships. Long before he became president, Arévalo's extensive writings were well known within Guatemala's literate community, the foundation of the movement for reform. His primary concern was with the potential of each individual, with constructing a government program that accounted for the diverse needs of all Guatemalans, Lindians and non-Indians. During his campaign, aware that only a small minority had read his books, he continually reiterated these moralizing concepts. If, as one sympathizer remarked, Arévalo was too idealistic, a sort of contemporary Don Quixote, his idealism coincided with the revolutionary fervor so prevalent in his country registered as opposed to ubiquism. Arévalism was not a political machine but a vigorous popular movement proposing to liberate the citizens from rigid authoritarianism and, subsequently, to free Guatemala from its dependence on the more developed nations. An early foe of fascism, which he believed surfaced in Central and South America more than a century before Hitler and Mussolini, Arévalo asserted over and over again that the government of Guatemala must be run for the people and by the people. This philosophy might sound somewhat trite by North American standards, but it was alien to Guatemala's entire political history. To Arévalo, the death of European and Asiatic fascism signaled the beginning of the death of fascism in Latin America and, concurrent with the October Revolution, the beginning of Guatemala's salvation. His would be a government of peace, of work, of material and spiritual prosperity, an expression of the people's free will. He used these words, and they do sound like idealistic rhetoric. Yet Arévalo was not a politician, and his administration revealed his intention to put theory into practice. Whereas Arévalo's political philosophy started from this North American perspective, he added to it a number of less familiar concepts, which, along with the programs they spawned, initially made some United States observers uneasy and soon made almost all of them critical. Arévalo conceived of the state as an aggregation of COL 47 collective interests and values. He viewed the function of government within a democratic society as serving equally the individual and the collectivity. He did not take it for granted that an individual's gain necessarily implied society's gain. He stressed that all citizens must control their own future, but he did not stress the primacy of the individual. To Arévalo, the foundation of human development was freedom, but a freedom that coincided with the aspirations of the community. Democracy was a social, not an individual, system. The president warned that particular interests must not become obstacles to the necessities and progress of society as a whole. Political rights must complement social, cultural, and economic objectives, and to assure justice and harmony individual liberty must be exercised only within the limits of social order. Arévalo went so far as to state that, if necessary, civil rights might have to be restricted to protect majority rights and national security. Arévalo's willingness to subordinate civil rights to societal requisites seems to contradict his dedication to establishing a government that expressed the people's free will. Indeed, there was a statist component of his philosophy. The apparent paradox stemmed from his rejection of classical Western liberalism or, at least, his rejection of its applicability to Guatemala. Arévalo believed that to develop their potential the backward Guatemalans, especially the Maya, needed the assistance that only government could provide. Government intervention in the country's economic and social life would create the conditions necessary for the expression of the majority's free will. Such thinking reflects a certain romanticism, yet it was a romanticism firmly rooted in Latin America's intellectual tradition. Arévalo likewise rejected classical Marxism. He used phrases like socialist mentality, but only to convey that each citizen had a responsibility to Guatemala and that the government had a responsibility to each citizen. He rejected class struggle and emphasized the ideal of social harmony, fraternity, and the reconciliation of antagonistic interests. He found the Marxist concept that human nature is essentially materially predetermined either invalid or, at the very least, extremely limited, and he believed that a genuinely democratic government must represent the legitimate aspirations of all classes, the capitalists, the professionals, and the workers. Property rights must be respected, as long as they are always subordinated to the social necessities and interests of the nation as a whole. Arevalo never supported the confiscation of private property, rather, he recommended reform of the capitalist system so that production would be more beneficial to society and improve the situation of the working majority. 48. The revolutionary governments, communism or nationalism. Arevalo called himself a socialist, but he defined his philosophy as spiritual socialism. Again taking issue with traditional Marxists, he opposed the ingenuous distribution of material goods for the silly economic leveling of men who are economically different. Spiritual socialism was concerned primarily with what he described as the psychological freedom of the individual. He wanted to develop within all Guatemalans the psychological and moral integrity which he believed had been neglected by both conservatives and liberals in the past. In more specific terms, this meant that all citizens should have the right to their own thinking, their own property, and their own way of life. If the government could guarantee these rights, he believed Guatemalans would then have faith in their institutions and each other, allowing for the development of a harmonious and progressive society. The Arevalo administration. Arevalo explicitly espoused his views on the individual, society, and the role of government in his early writings and throughout the electoral campaign. Perhaps because they sounded vague and idealistic, they did not seem to frighten many in the United States. Even during this early Cold War period, analysts tended to overlook Arevalo's socialism, perceiving him as some kind of starry-eyed reformer. Yet these views became the cornerstones for the specific programs developed during Arevalo's presidency, as well as for those of his successor, Jacobo Arbenz. Arevalo had mentioned virtually every one of these programs in his 1944 campaign. There was no radical shift to the left, as commentators would later write. As the revolutionary program progressed, it necessarily threatened traditional interests, among which were those of the United Fruit Company. When this happened, United States observers took another look at spiritual socialism and this time interpreted it as radical communism. Guatemala became a threat to the free world. Guatemala's National Assembly ratified the new constitution soon after Arevalo's inauguration. A progressive statement reflecting most of the president's ideas, it contained over 60 provisions for strengthening the democratic process, for initiating social reform, and for establishing governmental agencies and programs. Drawing on the theories of Montesquieu, Thomas Jefferson, and others, the framers emphasized a decentralization of power, a shift away from monostructure, or the caudillo system, with all the power vested in the executive, to a polystructure, which divided authority among 49. The executive, legislature, and judiciary. The new constitution granted universal suffrage to all adults, except illiterate women, and guaranteed freedom of speech, the press, and assembly. There were even provisions for the organization and free functioning of political parties except communist and other foreign or international parties, thereby encouraging a greater choice in the elections. To many liberal commentators, the 1945 Constitution was the most enlightened throughout Latin America, with its system of checks and balances safeguarding against the types of abuse so characteristic of Guatemala's political tradition. The administration's international outlook also reflected the government's emphasis on democracy and reform. Warning of future developments, some of its foreign policies conflicted with the objectives of its neighbors and the United States. One of President Arevalo's initial acts was to break diplomatic relations with Spain, and he soon launched an all-out effort to eradicate dictatorships in both Central and South America. At the Inter-American Conference on Problems of War and Peace, held at Chapultepec, Mexico, the month before Arevalo's inauguration, the Guatemalan delegation recommended to the American republics that they abstain from recognizing and maintaining relations with anti-democratic regimes, especially with regimes which might come to power through a coup d'état against a democratically elected government legitimately constituted. Many of the conference's voting members were themselves dictatorships and, therefore, could not accept such a recommendation. In response, Guatemala severed relations with the two most notorious authoritarian governments, those of Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua and Rafael Leonidas Trujillo Molina in the Dominican Republic. Arevalo explained, "While we should not meddle in the internal affairs of countries, we cannot be forced to maintain friendship with governments that have transformed republican practices into those of monarchy." At the 9th International Conference of American States in Bogotá the following year, Guatemala again proposed that democracy in America be defended and preserved in the face of the establishment of anti-democratic regimes in the Western Hemisphere, but the Latin American dictatorships once more defeated the effort. Frustrated by its failure to get satisfactory results through such legitimate channels, the Arevalo government began supporting the recently organized Caribbean Legion. Founded by a group of radical Democrats, the Legion sought to oust the existing dictatorships, by force if necessary. Its membership consisted primarily of Nicaraguan and Dominican exiles, with some British and United States zealots. 50. And, although it rarely totaled more than 125 individuals, it did have some impact. It contributed to the 1948 military overthrow of Teodoro Picado in Costa Rica and generally created concern among all Central American and Caribbean caudillos, who reacted by branding the Legion and its supporters, including Arevalo, as communist. Officials in Truman's State Department would not go this far. They did feel, however, that Arevalo's policies encouraged the chaotic conditions which promoted communist influence and that the support of the Caribbean Legion was inconsistent with United States objectives. Perhaps Arevalo can justifiably be criticized for interfering in the affairs of his neighbors. Yet the Central American dictatorships also deserve criticism, because they actively strove to undermine from its inception. Guatemalan leaders believed that the welfare of the revolution required more sympathetic governments on Guatemala's borders. Additionally, Arevalo copyright advocated the creation of a Central American Union. He felt that Guatemala could not progress divided from those countries with which it had natural and historical ties. A confederation would both lessen the opportunity for a single ruler to obtain excessive authority and offer economic remedies by facilitating the interchange of products and the establishment of common industries. Political and economic cooperation would provide the best protection against domestic instability and foreign domination. Each country would benefit immeasurably while losing nothing, for each would maintain its autonomous Congress and fundamental institution. Since Arevalo predicted that the power-hungry dictators would never permit such a union, he sought their elimination. The resurrection of the Central American Federation figured prominently in Arevalo's inaugural address, and he quickly tried to find support for his project outside of Guatemala. In May 1945 he traveled to San Cristobal, El Salvador, to discuss the possibilities with President Castaneda Castro. He invited the other Central American nations, but they declined. Accompanying Arevalo were both Arbenz and Arana, already considered the two most likely candidates to become Guatemala's next president. Castro was receptive to the idea. He and Arevalo appointed a temporary federal council to set up technical committees in order to work out the details. The council's first step was to establish a mechanism for economic cooperation, for its members felt that such a move would make political unification easier. Experts from both nations recommended the removal of all customs barriers, the elimination of immigration restrictions, and the merger of the banking, other monetary, and educational 51 systems. Both governments approved the recommendations, and a month later Arevalo and Castro jointly announced that the 5 million citizens of Guatemala and El Salvador, more than half the population of Central America, would combine to form a single political unit. They intended their agreement to be formalized within the United Nations, but developments never reached this stage. Difficulties within each of the nations delayed effective action, and in 1948 the Castro government fell to a military junta led by Oscar Osorio. This was the closest Arevalo ever came to realizing his dream of union, although he never abandoned the idea altogether. While Arevalo felt that a Central American confederation was the ultimate solution to Guatemalan underdevelopment, he fully understood that the country's conditions required immediate attention. His campaign platform promised an active program of social, economic, and political reform, including an end to the persistent exploitation of the Indian majority. Although emphasizing that change would be gradual, Arevalo left no doubt that it would be far-reaching and based on government participation and supervision. His program, nevertheless, received support from leading capitalist economists. For example, partway through his administration, he invited the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. By the time Arevalo left office in 1951, the figure had risen to close to 80 centavos. Even with adjustments made for inflation, this increase was dramatic. Large employers like the United Fruit Company charged that the government intended the labor code to harass foreign investors, but their arguments ignored these positive results. The United States ambassador to Guatemala, Edwin Jackson Kyle, Jr., emphatically upheld the code's benefits when questioned about the program. He responded that it provided for the moral and economic improvement of the workers of Guatemala and definitely had not been aimed against the foreign interests in the country. Asterisk. The code did not discriminate against any particular company, but it redressed employment grievances that had been ignored by the previous dictatorships. The plight of the poor in Guatemala required more than agricultural and labor reforms, although economics might have been the root of the problem. Arevalo understood that, in order to revitalize Guatemalan society from the lowest class on up, his program would have to include massive social legislation. In his first year in office, he created the Commission of Social Security, responsible for Devil 55. Opening mechanisms capable of extending benefits even to the remote tribes in the highlands. Such a comprehensive program posed innumerable problems due to Guatemala's complex ethnic, linguistic, and economic structure. The administration proceeded methodically, taking into account differences in occupation, regional characteristics, tribal arrangements, and other salient aspects of the Guatemalan people which influenced their personal lifestyles and needs. The result was the Guatemalan Institute for Social Security, inaugurated in 1948. Financed by the workers contributing 25% of the total cost, the landowners and industrialists 50%, and the state the remaining 25%, the institute initially covered approximately 75,000 individuals. Within 2.5 years, the number had risen by more than 0% and included all state employees. The Social Security system was one of the revolutionary government's proudest accomplishments. In the last year before the Castillo Armas coup, it paid out well over $2 million in benefits. Recognizing that the Indian majority suffered from wretched medical facilities, the Arevalo administration reorganized and expanded the Ministry of Public Health and Assistance. Year by year, depending upon the availability of funds and personnel, the state financed new hospitals, and Guatemala's Roosevelt Hospital became the largest in Central America. Again, the government approached the program systematically, tailoring facilities to suit urban centers, regional zones, rural services, and emergencies. The ministry installed nurses in White Cross clinics in the crowded districts of the cities, thereby helping to improve urban hygiene. It initiated campaigns to combat epidemics through vaccination programs and other preventive measures. Engineers introduced water filtering systems throughout the rural areas, and they built new sewer systems in the cities. Although these measures were only a modest beginning in the attempt to ameliorate Guatemala's severe plight, the country's mortality rate constantly decreased by an average of 2.5% each year during the revolutionary period. Educational reform was undoubtedly Arevalo's pet project. Formerly a professor, he was painfully aware that Guatemala's illiteracy rate of over 70% ranked second only to that of Haiti among the countries of Latin America. This figure would have been substantially higher had only the rural areas been considered. Illiteracy in Indian communities reached over 90%, hence the government devoted tremendous efforts to improving the country's academic system, and rural school construction and literacy programs flourished. In the last year of his administration, Arevalo spent over $56.7 million on educational projects alone, which was greater than one-half of all state expenditures in Ubico's final year. Degree The progress was striking. Arevalo created the National Literacy Committee and, in 1949, replaced it with regional organizations. He built normal schools, special technical schools, municipal primary schools, kindergartens, adult night schools, industrial centers, and rural schools, until about 6,000 places of learning were functioning throughout Guatemala. Teachers, whose pay prior to 1945 was so little that many had to moonlight, and who generally had only a few years of higher education themselves, were given substantial salary increases and greater opportunities to earn their full teaching degrees. A more decentralized educational system emphasized regional identity. Model schools were established in some 20 different regions to improve the quality of rural education and to help integrate it more fully into the life of the community. Mobile cultural missions contacted those Guatemalans above school age and taught them history, healthcare, legal rights, and elementary education. Government expenditures for education rose, in real terms, some 155% from 1945 to 1950. Although the Maya directly benefited from these programs, the government leaders knew that the Indians' historic circumstances needed special attention in order to eliminate their racial stigma and their sense of exclusion. Within the first 6 months of his administration, Arevalo formed the National Indian Institute in order to introduce the isolated Maya to modern developments without forcing alien ways upon them. The institute studied the characteristics that defined each tribe, statistically analyzed the rural nutrition of the country, founded the first regional rural school based on social, economic, and linguistic factors, published maps of the various linguistic groupings, and investigated the social organizations, economies, customs, politics, and religions of the diverse communities. A major drawback of the government program was that it made no attempt to unify the balkanized Maya nation, which would have promoted group cohesiveness. But, in these early years of reform, the explicit recognition of the Indians' acceptance in the new order was a marked improvement over the past. Although many in the United States later contended that the Indians paid little attention to the change in Guatemala's government, Arevalo's concern for the Maya communities did leave a lasting impression. Registered. One journalist traveled extensively in the Guatemalan highlands after the revolution, canvassing the Mayas' reactions to the reforms. He reported this repeated response: "Now we are free. We are equal to the Ladinos. Now no one can force us to work on a 57. coffee plantation far away against our will. We will go only if we want to." **. The Indians demonstrated their appreciation by beginning, for the first time since the conquest, to show an active interest in the affairs of the nation. They organized political parties and revitalized the pattern of self-government that had been destroyed under Ubico and previous caudilos. The Maya probably never understood all the ramifications of the Guatemalan Revolution and its relationship to the Cold War. But they welcomed the reforms and the government which enacted them. The significant accomplishments of the Arevalo administration were only the initial stages of a comprehensive revolutionary program. Suzanne Jonas, one of the foremost historians of Guatemala, concludes that the early reforms were not as extensive as those of Roosevelt's New Deal or Britain's post-war Labour government. Arevalo chose to proceed incrementally. Part of the reason was the solidified structure of Guatemalan society. Long accustomed to their privileged position, upper and upper-middle-class Guatemalans resented any change. With each reform their resistance increased. But another part of the reason was Arevalo's own outlook. He remained a spiritual socialist, concentrating more on intellectual than on structural changes. In comparison with his educational program, Arevalo's agrarian reform was most moderate. He believed that, Once spiritually liberated, the Finqueros would accept reform as beneficial for all Guatemala. To Arevalo, there was no agrarian problem, rather, the peasants are psychologically and politically constrained from working the land. Spiritual socialism would rectify this condition without harming any other class. For the most part Arevalo left the power and property of the great landlords alone, whereas the demands of revolutionary change required redistribution. The landlords understood this requirement and prepared to fight against it. Arevalo gave them time. Of Arbans. Despite Arevalo's conciliatory rhetoric and moderate policies, supporters of the traditional order in Guatemala perceived the revolutionary program as tantamount to class warfare. Arevalo had not been in power 1 month before he faced his first revolt, and by the time he ended his 6-year term as president he had successfully survived over 25 attempted coups. The leaders of these attempts were Guatemala's minority property holders, described by 58. Ambassador Kyle as the so-called better elements. They were business owners, importers, agriculturists, virtually the entire upper class. Voicing their opposition through organs like the Society of Agriculture and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, they tirelessly attacked Arevalo as a communist and organized vigilante committees in self-defense. To this conservative upper crust, the administration's program was unreasonable and unfair, too expensive for Guatemala's economy, and too radical for stability and development. Condemning government officials as inexperienced, incompetent, and easily corrupted, how he alone managed to survive the barrage of bullets. This question presents the possibility that Guatemalan counter-revolutionaries, realizing that Arana stood no chance of winning, actually arranged his assassination in an attempt to incite a rebellion. The Arana assassination did give Arben's opponents another opportunity to try to take power before the election. This was the most violent of the attempted coups. The fighting raged over 2 days, with the rebel forces using heavy artillery. Government casualties reached an estimated 150 dead and 300 wounded. Many of the capital's buildings, including the National Palace, were practically demolished. The situation became so grave that new United States Ambassador Richard Patterson, Jr., finally had to flee Guatemala City for the countryside, taking refuge in roadside ditches along the way. Arevalo's forces prevailed, but only after receiving the assistance of students and workers who organized themselves into a popular militia. With their defeat, Guatemala's conservatives all but gave up hope of overthrowing the government before the election. They made one last attempt, but it was significant only because 2 United States pilots were arrested for alleged participation and because the leader was Carlos Castillo Armas. Registered with Arana's elimination, Arben's election as Guatemala's next president was virtually assured. The campaign, nevertheless, was extensive and heated. 2 candidates emerged as Arben's chief opponents. The upper middle class, most of whom were professionals who supported some change from the pre-revolutionary order but thought that Arevalo had gone too far too quickly, championed Jorge Garcia Granados. Garcia Granados came from one of Guatemala's oldest and best families. At first he actively worked for the revolution, helping to draw up the 1945 Constitution and serving as Arevalo's first ambassador to the United States. He hoped that by being elected president he could prevent the revolutionary program from moving more to the left. The hardline opponents of the revolution selected a former Ubiquista, General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, as their standard-bearer. During his long military career, Ydígoras had earned a reputation for dishonesty and cruelty. According to the noted scholar of the Arben's administration 61. Latin America Samuel Guy Inman, an old friend of Roosevelt's Undersecretary of State Sumner Welles and one of the architects of the Good Neighbor policy, Ydígoras, on at least one occasion, ordered the rape of Indian women and the capture and imprisonment of their children. His principal assignment during Ubico's government had been to administer the vagrancy laws and generally to oversee the Maya majority. He was brutally efficient. He imprisoned those Indians whom he suspected of shirking their state service and instructed his agents to shoot any Maya found crossing the border to Mexico in order to earn extra money by selling handicrafts. Edegaraz knew that he was unacceptable to the poor, or even to the moderate middle class, so he appealed exclusively to Guatemala's conservative and reactionary elements. His platform called for saving the country from the communists, which he proposed to do by reinstituting an authoritarian government. Arbenz received his support from practically the entire remaining population. This included those still active in the parties that had comprised Arévalo's coalition *, organized labor, and the whole agricultural community with the exception of the great landholders. Arbenz campaigned throughout Guatemala as the candidate of national unity, repeatedly emphasizing how far the revolution had come and how far it still had to go. He discussed the need to improve transportation, to study regional problems, and to introduce scientific and technological innovations. Most important, he talked of the need to expand the reforms and programs which had begun under Arévalo. When the election was held in November 1950, Arbenz received more than 60% of the votes cast. Edegaraz came in a distant runner-up, followed by Garcia Granados. For the first time in the 130-year history of the Guatemalan Republic, executive power had passed peacefully and on schedule from one man to another registered. The Arbenz administration. Jacobo Arbenz' inauguration as president of Guatemala at age 37 made him the youngest head of state in the Americas. Nothing in his background had suggested that he would have such a noteworthy career. His father, a Swiss druggist who had emigrated to Guatemala in the hopes of finding better financial opportunities, married Adina and Tora while prospered. But with the coming of the Depression his pharmaceutical business collapsed, and, unable to provide for his family, he committed suicide. The Swiss community in Guatemala was small and tightly knit, and influential. 62 The revolutionary governments, communism or nationalism. Friend of the family managed to secure young Arbenz an appointment to the National Military Academy, the Escuela Politecnica. Tall, good-looking, and motivated by an intense desire to make up for his father's failure, Arbenz studied long and hard, receiving the highest grades in the school's history. Ubico's military structure, however, severely limited the advancement opportunities for those officers with lowly social and economic backgrounds. Frustrated, Arbenz came to hate the system that denied success to an individual simply because he was from the wrong class. He gravitated toward the revolutionary movement, and, after Ubico forced him into exile at the age of 30, he became one of the leaders of the opposition. An engaging personality with a vibrant voice and fluent diction, Arbenz became the movement's primary spokesman for freedom and reform, an avid nationalist whose critical assessment of national conditions articulated the grievances of the Guatemalan majority. As Arévalo's chief supporter throughout the first administration, Arbenz was the popular choice to continue the government's revolutionary program. In addition to his personal attractiveness, rhetorical skills, and ideological appeal, Arbenz had another political asset: his beautiful wife, Maria Cristina Villanova. Maria Arbenz accompanied her husband on practically all his public appearances, as did his two equally beautiful daughters. To many Guatemalans the family personified the vitality and youthfulness of the revolution. But, even more, they represented change and an intense opposition to oppression. The Villanovas had been one of El Salvador's wealthiest and most influential families. Maria's father was associated with the government's I-193 massacre of nearly 20,000 Indians and mestizos. Horrified by what she had witnessed, the young Maria adopted an almost parental concern for the Maya peasants. Maria Arbenz spoke out in favor of the revolution as often as did Jacobo. By the time of his election, she had become a national figure in her own right. Having worked so closely with Arévalo during the first 6 years of the revolution, Arbenz had formulated specific opinions regarding the course the government's program should take. His overriding objective was to build upon the ongoing reforms and to establish Guatemala's independence in relation to the international political and economic structure. He felt this could be accomplished only by developing an autonomous domestic economy. Foreign interests would not be excluded, but they would no longer be granted the special concessions which permitted the great landholders to avoid paying the taxes necessary for the country's social reforms, and which the Arbenz administration 63 provided for an inequitable division of land. Advancing the majority's standard of living was, of course, one of Arbenz's primary goals. Yet equally important was the promotion of Guatemala's autonomy. Arbenz was not a Maya, but he studied the Maya culture and sent government representatives to their communities to find out what they wanted. He learned that the Maya still retained their traditional values, emphasizing dignity and self-determination, not material acquisitions. Arbenz referred to this sentiment when he outlined his administration's program, and the international railways of Central America, the formation of the Workers' Revolutionary Party of Guatemala, and the publication of the leftist newspaper Octubre as indications that the communists were coming out into the open. The expropriation of UFCO's property, beginning in late 1952, solidified this view. This action opened a new phase in United States-Guatemalan relations, for it brought to the public's attention the irreconcilability of their respective policies. The United Fruit Company in Guatemala. United Fruit had long occupied a central position in Guatemala, as it did throughout Central America and the Caribbean. In many respects the company's development paralleled that of Guatemala's liberal era, when enterprising agriculturists acquired an increasing amount of the country's land and devoted it to export crops. Among those entrepreneurs who took advantage of Guatemalan and for that matter Central American and Caribbean conditions was Minor C. Keith, an apple-headed little man with the eyes of a fanatic who came from an industrious Brooklyn family. In 1871, when he was only 23 years old, Keith and his two brothers pooled their 69 resources, hired a crew from the toughest sections of New Orleans, and commenced construction of a railroad in Costa Rica from Puerto Limón to San Jose. The project cost the lives of hundreds of men, including his brothers, but it began a career that would earn Keith the title of the uncrowned king of Central America. He would do anything to expand his interests. He even married the daughter of Costa Rican President Rafael Iglesias Castro. In order to finance his railroad concerns, Keith started to sell bananas. By 1883 he owned 3 banana companies, and he had had the good fortune to meet a Cape Cod sailor, Captain Lorenzo Dow Baker, and a Boston businessman named Andrew Preston. Together the 3 men found enough backers to form the Boston Fruit Company, which merged into the United Fruit Company in 1899. At the turn of the century UFCO was already the world's largest producer of bananas, owning land in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, Colombia, Santo Domingo, Cuba, and Jamaica, operating a Great White Fleet consisting of 11 steamships which it owned and 12 to 30 others which it rented or chartered, and holding the title to 112 miles of railroad, most of which linked coastal banana property to the sea. 2 years after its formation, United Fruit, or La Frutera as it came to be known in Latin America, obtained from the then current Guatemalan dictator, Manuel Estrada Cabrera, the exclusive concession for transporting the country's mail between Guatemala's Puerto Barrios and the United States. Thus began over 50 years of unbroken and prodigious profit-making. Since Guatemala offered an ideal investment climate, Keith envisioned huge development potential. Under the laws of the state of New Jersey, he incorporated the Guatemalan Railroad Company as a subsidiary of United Fruit and capitalized it at $40 million. Then, in 1904, he negotiated a contract with Estrada Cabrera to complete a railroad connecting Guatemala City to Puerto Barrios. Puerto Barrios, which became virtually a United Fruit city, was the nation's only port on the Caribbean coast. The railroad link with Guatemala's capital had been planned since the administration of Rufino Barrios, but until this time there had been little progress on it. Not content with just the railroad, Keith also extracted from Estrada Cabrera the concession for telegraph lines between the two cities, the purchase at a nominal price of urban lots in Puerto Barrios on which to construct UEFCCO installations, and the grant of a stretch of land 1 mile long and 500 yards wide on each side of the city's pier through its transportation monopoly and its control of Puerto Barrios, La Frutera became a dominating factor in Guatemala's BA. 70. Banana industry. Not only did it carry a high percentage of the export traffic, but, by charging excessive rates or refusing to transport their produce, it ruined local companies or forced them to sell out. In addition, United Fruit began its own banana farms, for at the same time it acquired the railroad concession it received, as an incentive, 170 acres of prime banana land. The tract may not appear very large, but it was just the beginning. Estrada Cabrera exempted this land from almost all Guatemalan taxes and, along with the railroad and port, it provided Keith's empire with the requisites for rapid expansion. And expand it did. As one historian of the banana industry, Charles Morrow Wilson, aptly commented, the Guatemalan venture proved to be an oversized show window for a new era of tropical agriculture and a working model for still bigger divisions to come. Degree registered in spite of the swift growth of his enterprise, Keith was far from satiated. In order to realize the great banana empire he envisioned, Guatemalans were soon calling the company El Pulpo. He needed to continually expand his land holdings and, just as important, to formalize his special relationship with the Guatemalan government. At this time his possessions in Guatemala came under the legal title of the Guatemalan Railroad Company. The United Fruit Company itself had no formal standing. Although this arrangement did not prevent the acquisition of additional agricultural property, it did complicate negotiations. Keith's opportunity to remedy the situation came a short time after Estrada Cabrera's overthrow in 1920, when, under the name of the Agricultural Company of Guatemala, he negotiated a new contract with the next president, José María Orellana. United Fruit obtained legal status in Guatemala. It also acquired a 25-year, tax-exempt lease on additional territory on the Caribbean coast along the Motagua River and the corresponding monopoly of that region's maritime trade. Freed from all restraint, El Pulpo's acquisitive tentacles soon began to reach for the Pacific coast. Keith set his sights on some 181,000 acres of extremely fertile land in the zone of Tequizit, Escuintla, owned by the independent California-Guatemala Fruit Company. A small company, California-Guatemala Fruit could not compete with powerful United Fruit, especially since ERCO could arbitrarily increase the costs of all its competitors by raising transportation rates. California-Guatemala Fruit sold out at a tremendous loss, establishing La Frutera as dominant on both of Guatemala's coasts. United Fruit's next big opportunity came with the arrival of the Great Depression. By this time Keith had died and had been succeeded by a Bessarabian Jew named Samuel Zamuri. Commonly known as Sam the Banana Man, Zamuri became involved with 71 bananas in 1895, when he was only 18 years old. Within 15 years he had formed the successful Cuyamal Fruit Company. Based in New Orleans, Cuyamal Fruit had its primary interests in Honduras, where it had played a role in Manuel Bonilla's successful coup in 1911. Under the protection of Bonilla and his successor, Francisco Bertrand, and the occupying United States Marines, Zamuri's Honduran enterprise flourished. He then sold the company in 1929 to United Fruit for a great fortune. Actually, it was more of a merger than a sale. In return for his properties, Zamuri received United Fruit stock, making him its largest shareholder, and became a director. When he told the other directors he wanted to be managing director, no one disagreed. The president, Victor Cutter, resigned. Although his successor was Francis Russell Hart, Zamuri unquestionably took charge. It was more than just a coincidence that Zamuri's rise to power in United Fruit paralleled the inauguration of the Ubico regime. Orellana died in 1926, and Guatemala's next president was General Lázaro Chacón. In 1930, hoping to induce UECO to use its influence to guarantee his presidential succession, Chacón negotiated another contract, this time granting the company the exclusive right to build a Pacific port. But Zamuri, aware that Chacón was seriously ailing, opted to remain neutral so as not to antagonize any of his potential successors. In the ensuing scramble between 1930 and 1931, Chacón, Baudilio Palma, General Manuel Orellana, and José M. Reina Andrade held power successively until Ubico finally emerged the enduring victor. Zamuri had influenced the other great landholders to support Ubico, and, in 1936, Ubico consented to renegotiate United Fruit's contract. Represented by the prestigious law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, United Fruit extracted concessions so beneficial that no further negotiations were required until the 1944 revolution. It received a 99-year lease on more land on both coasts, bringing its total property to more than the combined holdings of half of Guatemala's land-holding population. The contract specifically exempted United Fruit from virtually all taxes and duties, including import duties on such items as food for the company's commissaries and construction materials. The export tax on bananas was insignificant, 1.5 cents per bunch, which meant that practically none of the profits found their way into the official coffers. It was thus extremely difficult for Ubico to counter the fiscal crisis of the Depression. Other aspects of the contract enriched the United Fruit Company at the expense of the Guatemalan economy. Ubico guaranteed that there would not be any regulation of United Fruit's transportation rates, nor would any other companies be granted competing charters. He permitted URCO unlimited profit remittances, the right to construct at its own discretion, and to charge for their use, new communication and transportation networks, and the freedom to expand its operations wherever it chose. And, as if all these concessions were not enough to ensure United Fruit's support, Ubico agreed to a property tax scale that enabled the company to greatly undervalue its holdings. In short, combined with glaring loopholes that made it easy for URCO to declare fictitious profits on overseas sales in order to conceal domestic profits, the 1936 contract enabled the company to evade almost the entire Guatemalan tax burden. In return, United Fruit's contract promised nothing that would substantially benefit Guatemala's development. As a matter of fact, it even suspended the provision of the 1930 contract that required UECO to build a new port on the Pacific coast with a railroad connection to Guatemala City. Being relieved of this obligation played a significant part in UFCO's future profit-making. Almost all of Guatemala's commerce already had to pass through the company-controlled Puerto Barrios, so United Fruit saw no financial gain in building an copyright alternative. On the contrary, such an expensive project would have cut deeply into its profits. Through its subsidiary, the International Railways of Central America, pay time and a half for overtime, and treat unions as if they were industrial or commercial concerns. More to the point, the code permitted strikes against larger firms during harvest time but not against smaller ones. United Fruit complained to the United States State Department that it might be economically unfeasible to continue its operations in Guatemala under such restrictions, an argument that appeared vacuous after all the other 29 agricultural firms employing more than 500 workers fulfilled the labor code's provisions without protest. Convinced that it was being unjustly persecuted, United Fruit refused to compromise with the workers. Negotiations broke down. In 1948 and 1949 came another strike, with the union reiterating its demand to increase wages to $1.50 per day. This time, however, the strikers asked United Fruit for more than money. Among the issues they raised were free medical care and a permanent medical facility in Puerto Barrios, where the ill or disabled could get continued treatment, new housing, better and safer working conditions, a month of paid salary in the event of injury or sickness, compensation for fam_ilis whose members died from work-related incidents, and a special allowance for funerals. United Fruit, again refusing to accede to the demands, threatened to terminate operations and to lock out the workers. Rather than deal with the issues presented by the union, UFCO concentrated on attacking the labor code for being discriminatory. In the end, Primer. Guatemala reacts to United Fruit 77. Highly through the efforts of Arevalo and his economic minister, Alfonso Bauer Pais, United Fruit agreed to accept arbitration and the conflict was settled. However, the terms of the eventual contract hardly augured well for the future. It stipulated that the United Fruit workers would collectively receive an increase of $1.5 million by the end of 1949, but this raise was quite modest considering the large number of employees. Nothing was done concerning the issues of benefits and working conditions. By June of 1949, only 3 months after the new contract was signed, another dispute erupted between United Fruit and its workforce. Storms had damaged several of the company's farms in the Caribbean region of Bananera in April and June. UFCO's general manager in Guatemala, William Talon, ordered that 1,500 employees be laid off, insisting that these disasters gave him the right to do so, although the dismissals were in direct contravention of the recent agreement, which guaranteed existing jobs for at least 1 more year. Then, in September 1951, a hurricane hit the Pacific plantation of Tequizit, leading to the discharge of half of the 7,000 workers there. Lest Arevalo attempt to intervene once again to force a settlement, United Fruit repeated its threat to discontinue operations if conditions did not improve. It is instructive that, in its 1951 annual report, United Fruit did not indicate that it planned to withdraw completely from Guatemala. The report does discuss the financial loss suffered from the storm damage and, most revealingly, analyzes this loss in the context of the continuing labor turmoil. Its author, President Kenneth Redmond, left no doubt that UFCO was more concerned with the labor unrest than with the climatic conditions. Undoubtedly his representative in Guatemala told Arevalo the same thing. Unusual losses from windstorms were the primary reason for failing to realize anticipated production. The plantations in Guatemala were most seriously disturbed. Ordinarily, losses from windstorms are transitory, but because of certain conditions existing in Guatemala, the company has decided not to rehabilitate the blown-down acreage in Guatemala until such time as operating conditions in the country become more stable. During recent years, extremists who are not employed by the company during 1952, but the area is rapidly coming back and increasing amounts of bananas are being harvested, and the area should be in full production again in the spring of 1953. Concurrent with the unrest on United Fruit's plantations, its subsidiary, the International Railways of Central America, began to experience labor difficulties of its own. A strike broke out in late 1950 when IRCA accused 7 union members of stealing from the company and subsequently dismissed them without proving the charges. The controversy started at the railroad's terminal point in Puerto Barrios, but the strike rapidly spread along the entire line. Following Arben's election, the labor court ruled that the charges could not be substantiated and, thus, that the alleged offenders deserved their jobs back. The strikers, on the other hand, received only ¾ of their pay for the time they refused to work, and the court denied their demand that one RCA select a native Guatemalan to be its local master of transportation. Conditions went from bad to worse for the company. Arbenz began construction of a highway paralleling the RCA route to the Caribbean and terminating at a new port, Santo Tomas. In 1952 the railroad, however, claimed that it was facing bankruptcy due to increased labor costs and the cutback in revenue that resulted from United Fruit's curtailment of its banana shipments. Had the highway been completed, recommended the redistribution of 55,000 acres of United Fruit's uncultivated land in the Pacific region of Tequizit. The government's Agrarian Committee reviewed this recommendation and approved it. A short time later, on February 25, 1953, the Agrarian Committee approved a similar claim, bringing the total to 234,000 acres of United Fruit's Pacific holdings. By November of that year, all this property had been parceled out to over 23,000 previously landless peasants. On February 24, 1954, the government expropriated more of UFCO's land, this time 173,000 acres from the Caribbean coast's Bananera plantation. The total expropriation was now over 400,000 acres of United Fruit's holdings, or approximately 1/7 of all the arable land in Guatemala. The amount of land turned over to the peasants might seem extreme, and certainly it was viewed that way by the United Fruit Company and by many within the United States. They viewed as a further outrage the Guatemalan government's offer to compensate the company by paying it a total of $1,185,000, the exact figure at which United Fruit valued its property for the Guatemalan tax records through 25-year, guaranteed 3% bonds. United Fruit protested vehemently, as did the State Department, which in an aide-memoire wrote that the fixing of the amount of the bonds on the basis of tax value of the properties bears not the slightest resemblance to just evaluation, and, thus, the government's offer of compensation represents a mere gesture. Then, on April 20, 1954, the United States formally submitted to the Guatemalan government in the name of United Fruit a bill for $15,854,849, the largest claim presented to any foreign country on behalf of a United States firm since the 1938 oil expropriation in Mexico. The Arbenz administration never paid this bill. Arbenz had followed the letter of the law. The compensation offered United Fruit was its land's declared value on the tax records. Meanwhile, as the countries were still disputing the issue, the CLA completed its plans to overthrow Arbenz. The expropriation of United Fruit property was just one of many controversies that arose subsequent to the Guatemalan Revolution. Shortly following Ubico's collapse, an influential circle within the United States began to suspect that communist elements had subverted the revolutionary leadership. As the reform program broadened its scope and Guatemala's popular sentiment for change increased in intensity, this circle widened appreciably. The expropriation convinced them, if they had not been convinced previously, that their suspicions were correct. Products of the Cold War ethos, they believed it axiomatic that no government would take such a radical measure against a United States business if it were not dominated by communists. This was the Cold War, when a communist was defined as anyone who opposed United States interests. Willard Barber, True. 82. Mann's Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for American Republic Affairs, succinctly applied this definition to Guatemala when he wrote that communist influences were those which were alien to American ideals and which have adversely affected Guatemala as a place for capital investment. Barber was explaining in 1949 that Washington viewed government programs such as agrarian reform bills, which damaged United States investments, as symptoms of a much larger problem. They were secondary problems, Assistant Secretary of State John Moores Cabot explained to Guatemala's ambassador to the United States, Guillermo Torriello Garrido, in 1953. The larger problem was communism. When the issue was communism, there could be no negotiation. Communism, in the words of Cabot's deputy Thomas Mann, was not any economic, doctrinal, or even military matter, it was a political one. This government knew that communists the world over were agents of Soviet imperialism and constituted a mortal threat to our own national existence. John Foster Dulles put it best, if the United Fruit matter were settled, if they gave a gold piece for every banana, the problem would remain just as it is today as far as the presence of communist infiltration in Guatemala is concerned. That is the problem, not United Fruit. Degree slightly over a week after Dulles uttered these remarks over national television, Castillo Armas invaded Guatemala. The United States identifies international communism in Guatemala. Official United States concern over the possibility of communist penetration of Guatemala surfaced well before the Arbenz government's expropriation of United Fruit property. Because of long-standing economic as well as political and strategic interests in this critical Central American republic, makers of United States foreign policy carefully eyed the events preceding and following the 1944 upheaval. The United States did not ultimately intervene in Guatemala to protect United Fruit. It intervened to halt what it believed to be the spread of the international communist conspiracy. Since the 1920s, when New York replaced London as the principal market for Guatemalan bonds, Guatemala had been the United States' most important outlet for Central American trade and investment. During that decade, over 60% of Guatemala's imports came from the United States, and more than two-thirds of its 83. Ports were sent to its North American neighbor. United States private investment in Guatemala grew from $6 million in 1897 to close to $59 million by the beginning of the Depression, with almost all of this increase accounted for by UFCO, IRCA, and Empresa Electrica, a subsidiary of the American and Foreign Power Company. Empresa Electrica, which produced over 80% of Guatemala's electricity, had initially been a German company, but after World War I it was purchased by the United States concern for only $300,000. In order to protect their investments, the large firms dispatched numerous economic experts to Guatemala to advise the government. Among these experts was Princeton University's E. M. Kemmerer, who recommended sweeping reforms of the country's banking and other monetary systems. To their credit, the various caudilos of the 1920s initiated almost all these recommendations. The investment trend increased during the years preceding World War II, as depression-ridden companies in the United States looked for money-making outlets for their capital. W. R. Grace and Company, Pan American World Airways, and a number of smaller investors in mining and foreign telecommunications eagerly entered the Guatemalan market. Through its courtship of United Fruit, the UBICO regime demonstrated that Guatemala provided profitable opportunities, with its orderly and tranquil political situation and its cheap and docile workforce. UBICO granted so many monopolies that, by the time of the 1944 revolution, United States companies virtually dictated Guatemala's economic life. In addition to the previously mentioned monopolies of the country's transportation and power systems, United States interests controlled the airways, the communications networks, such recreational activities as movies, and even a large portion of the press. When the revolutionary junta took over at the end of 1944, investments had reached $90 to $100 million since, as reflected in Barber's 1949 memorandum, a goal of United States foreign policy was to ensure that Guatemala remained a place for capital investment. The official attitude toward the repressive caudilos was toleration if not benediction. The State Department's primary concern was that Guatemala remain stable, and its best guarantee of this stability was to support the status quo. The propensity to overlook successive governments' strong-arm tactics reached its zenith during the early years of World War II. At that time, Guatemala City's and San Jose's importance as fueling stations for air connections with the Canal Zone and for long-distance patrol. 84. And bombing missions added to the country's overall value as an investment opportunity, as did its proximity to the new atomic installations in New Mexico. In many respects, the United States' support for UBICO typified its traditional policies toward the Latin American dictatorships. Despite Guatemalan complaints that Washington is the author of all these little rulers of America, UBICO continued to receive military supplies from the United States, which he used both to fight the Nazis and to suppress his own people. Neither the government nor the public was oblivious to UBICO's excesses, yet both rationalized their look the other way attitude in terms of the requisites of hemispheric defense and a prevalent paternalistic analysis. A noteworthy example is a 1942 article in the influential Harper's Magazine. After praising UBICO for working hand in glove with us in the common cause, the piece goes on to describe him in such euphemistic terms as a dictator who hates to be called one and an honest admirer of democracy in a country that has never known the meaning of the word. This last description was a necessary ingredient for the United States rationale. Sure, the article continued, UBICO was often harsh, but then he was Tata, the father to the Indians, who, like a stern parent, forced his children to do what was in their best interests. UBICO might have been despotic, but he was an enlightened, benevolent despot, just the sort of leader that a country like Guatemala needed. This line of thinking engendered a most curious and almost incomprehensible demeanor on the part of those State Department officials charged with Guatemalan policy. Although they were fully cognizant that opposition to UBICO pervaded the country, they seemed incapable of conceiving that his children might really oust him. How else can one reconcile, in retrospect, the practically cavalier attitude of Roosevelt's ambassador to Guatemala, Boaz Long, who had over 30 years' experience in Latin America, including previous ambassadorships in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Honduras. Despite his own concerns over the possibility of anti-government activities, and despite reports of the impending revolt that flooded the United States Embassy, Long planned a vacation to his home in Missouri. He later wrote Roosevelt, "Perhaps to excuse this negligence, the farthest thing from my thought when planning to visit the Middle West this fall was that Ubico, firmly seated here for 13 years, should give up the presidency so unexpectedly." When Ponce succeeded Ubico, Long appears to have been reassured that the Guatemalan people had regained their reason, having once again placed their trust in a powerful father figure so that the machinery of Gov. 85. Government is continuing to function smoothly and the outward life of the country has apparently settled back to normal. Long carried out his vacation plan soon after the United States government extended Ponce its official recognition. The October Revolution, therefore, also caught the State Department veteran by surprise, as he again explained to Roosevelt, "Conditions in Guatemala seemed calm. Unfortunately, my stay was short-lived for the unexpected revolution calls me back all too soon." Long's lackadaisical and naive behavior is understandable only in the context of United States ignorance of Guatemalan conditions. Ignorance, actually, is not the precise description, because United States policymakers knew of the conditions. They just could not comprehend their implications or their seriousness. In short, as will become increasingly evident, throughout the revolutionary period officials failed to adequately consider the causes and forces of Guatemalan nationalism and the anti-United States sentiment that this nationalism spawned. This failure led to a misguided policy that, under Truman, widened the gulf between the two countries and, under Eisenhower, precipitated a diplomatic war and a surrogate invasion. Since the State Department, as epitomized by Ambassador Long, was so totally unprepared for the 1944 revolution, it approached the subsequent provisional junta and the election of Arevalo with both confusion and apprehension. Ubico may not have comported himself in accordance with all Washington standards, but he certainly had promoted United States interests and been a good neighbor. Official analysts knew little about the new Guatemalan leadership, and any change in the status quo raised the possibility of less friendly government policies. There were some who feared that the United States had been too closely identified with the fallen dictatorships and that now it might be treated as a kind of accessory or even accomplice. Concern mounted when Long reported some scattered anti-Yankee incidents, such as a March 1945 parade in which students carried placards picturing Uncle Sam condescendingly dispensing chewing gum to his tiny neighbors, cracking a whip over the small American republics, or, more familiarly, stretching his octopus-like tentacles throughout the hemisphere. One poster graphically portrayed a series of United States Army activities at its Guatemala City base, including a scene of a star-spangled bomber dropping a load of babies onto a nursing home. Government onlookers hoped that this demonstration did not represent a widespread or long-lasting sentiment, but they could not be sure. Most indications were, however, that, once the initial Revolu. 86. Shoneri fervor quieted down, Guatemala's relationship with the United States would return to normal. By the end of October 1944, the State Department determined, after a good deal of deliberation, that the junta should be recognized, and this recognition came on November 7. More to the point, while extremely anti-communist experts like Assistant Secretary of State Spruy Braden feared that Arevalo's connections among the Latin American intelligentsia made his political inclinations suspect, the majority opinion within the State Department was that the new Guatemalan president desired a moderately liberal and constitutionally stable form of government that would not run counter to United States interests. To satisfy Braden's misgivings, the State Department consulted John F. Griffiths, charge d'affaires of the United States Embassy in Argentina, where Arevalo had spent most of his academic life. Griffiths responded, "The suspicions that might be had about Arevalo, it is my considered opinion that anyone even reasonably well informed about his teachings, writings, and general activities would be inclined to pass over such suspicions as being so utterly without foundation as to call for no response. As developments in Guatemala unfolded, the United States assessment of Arevalo and the revolutionary movement changed drastically. In 1945, however, most informed observers perceived him as a man who does believe sincerely in the United States, and state recommended that Roosevelt invite the new president for an official visit. By the end of Truman's administration, Arevalo was more typically described as an enemy of the United States, Guatemala as the only country in the hemisphere in which the communists have penetrated within the inner circle of government. This changing analysis corresponded with the developing Cold War ethos and an increasing number of United States-Guatemalan controversies. Many of the two countries' sources of friction exclusively concerned economic disputes. The first of these arose in February 1945, prior to Arevalo's inauguration, when the Provisional Junta expropriated Guatemala Airways. Alfred Denby, who owned 80% of the airline's stock, and the other major stockholder, Pan American Airways, complained to the State Department that the expropriation was unjust and that the government had not made any move toward offering compensation. The junta argued that Denby was not entitled to compensation since he had embezzled funds from Guatemala Airways and, what was more, having left the CON. 87. Try after Ubico's overthrow, he continually schemed to bring the former dictator back. Following Arevalo's inauguration, the new government agreed to a compromise settlement, with Pan Am assuming control of the company. Nevertheless, the affair alarmed officials like Nelson Rockefeller, who became more and more uneasy over perceived Guatemalan trends. The Truman administration's alarm grew concurrently with the enactment of Arevalo's labor code and the rising number of strikes involving United Fruit and International Railways of Central America. A State Department memorandum to Ambassador Edwin Kyle called attention to the code's provisions, which appeared to discriminate in practice against U.S. companies. By 1950, Guatemalan experts were so disturbed by the continued mistreatment of U.S. business concerns that Kyle's successor, Richard Patterson, warned Arevalo that cordial relations between Guatemala and the United States cannot continue if the persecution of American interests does not cease. Degree Assistant Secretary of State Edward Miller prompted Patterson's warning. Miller had written the ambassador a year earlier that the analysts in Washington doubted that a United States firm could receive any justice in Guatemala, because the Arevalo government seemed to condone obviously improper activities. Also in 1949, the fledgling C1A assessed the Guatemalan administration as distinctly unfriendly to U.S. business interests. In issuing his warning to Arevalo, Patterson reflected a growing consensus within United States government circles. The consensus among the leaders of those business concerns with large Guatemalan investments had already been formed. These leaders had met with Patterson shortly after his appointment in 1948 to let him know exactly how they felt. Among those present were UFCO's Zamuri and its president, Thomas Dudley Cabot, J.L. Simpson, president of the board of RCA, and several representatives of Electric Bond and Share, the subsidiary of the American and Foreign Power Company, which owned Empresa Electrica. Acting as spokesman for this distinguished group, Simpson told Patterson that Guatemala was not a place to invest American dollars until such time as they were assured that the discriminatory labor code would be done away with. Each company official recounted his headaches to Patterson, who relayed them to Arevalo. Arevalo did not have to be told that the United States business community in Guatemala was upset. In February 1947, he had invited Truman to Guatemala in an effort to restore harmony between the two countries. Ambassador Kyle urged Truman to accept the invitation, but Truman explained that he was too busy. When he Con. 88 templated making the trip the following year, Patterson strenuously objected. He wrote Truman that, given the difficult situation for United States businesses in Guatemala, the visit might be misinterpreted as a gesture of support or goodwill. Truman did not go. The above evidence clearly indicates the extent to which the Truman administration sympathized with the investors' plight in Guatemala. It must not be interpreted, however, as evidence that the government policy was merely to protect the exposed flank of big business. Neither Patterson's warning to Arevalo nor Truman's refusal to accept the Guatemalan president's invitation was a contemporary extension of Taft's dollar diplomacy. Both were, rather, manifestations of the Cold War ethos. Willard Barber's definition of communist influences those which have adversely affected Guatemala as a place for capital investment provides a more fundamental basis for understanding the government's opposition to Arevalo's programs. From this perspective, when the business leaders told Ambassador Patterson that Guatemala was not a place to invest American dollars, they were in effect telling him that Guatemala had gone communist. Similarly, when United Fruit threatened to cease all its Guatemalan operations after the labor strikes and the expropriations, it convinced Eisenhower officials like John Foster Dulles that Guatemala had become the Western Hemisphere's outpost for the international communist conspiracy. The leaders of the 1944 revolution founded their economic and social programs on their analysis of Guatemala's developmental needs. In doing so, they unwittingly turned their country into a battleground of the Cold War. It did not take long for the Truman administration to begin to investigate the possibility of communist inroads into Guatemala. Even before the first strike against United Fruit and the passage of controversial reforms like the Labor Code, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which during this period was the agency charged with Latin American intelligence, ordered its agents in Guatemala to check carefully for any radical influences. From 1945 on, these agents sent a constant stream of secret diplomatic correspondence to the Washington headquarters. Contained in these dispatches were accounts of events as they developed, biographies of both prominent and minor individuals within the government and labor organizations, and conclusions about the extent of communist infiltration. As sources, Hoover's agents used Guatemalans who had provided information during the Ubico regime. The results were a large number of dossiers, most of which detailed the lives of labor organizers. The profiles generally concluded that the suspected individuals had a 89. long history of activism, many having been imprisoned by Ubico and tended to have leftist political inclinations. Trademark. In addition to the FBI dispatches, the State Department received disquieting reports from foreign embassies. Representatives of Guatemala's surrounding dictatorships were tireless in their condemnation of the Arevalo administration as communist. Registered *. A particularly critical report came from the chief of the American section of the Spanish Foreign Office. Generalissimo Francisco Franco's government was closely following events in Guatemala since it considers that country an increasingly important center for communist activity in the Caribbean area. The Foreign Office claimed that Arevalo's program was meant to foment class warfare in Guatemala and destroy all private initiative. The State Department decided it needed its own study. In fact, as early as October 1947, Under-Secretary of State Robert Lovett cabled the United States Embassy in Guatemala that no adequate study on communism in Guatemala is available. He requested that the embassy prepare a comprehensive report, covering all aspects of possible communist subversion and activities. On May 6, 1948, Milton K. Wells, first Secretary of the Embassy in Guatemala, sent Secretary of State George Marshall a 28-page report entitled Communism in Guatemala. The report included the embassy's opinions on the leadership of the Guatemalan Communist movement, that movement's international connections, its objectives, and its prospects for the future. This report, along with similar material, will be cited over the following pages in order to document the dominant United States analysis of conditions in Guatemala and to illustrate the line of reasoning that contributed to this analysis. It began by summarizing the situation. Communist penetration made startling progress during the immediate post-revolutionary period, as evidenced by the radical nature of social, labor, and economic reforms, accompanied by strong overtones of class warfare. Infiltration of indoctrinated communists, fellow travelers, and Marxist ideas unquestionably reached dangerous proportions. Almost all critiques of communist activity in Guatemala began with evaluations of the growing labor movement. This is to be expected, since the strikes against UFCO and 1RCA, if not the first indications of the country's mounting unrest, certainly focused United States attention on Guatemala's changing conditions. M. 90. Basi officials rapidly concluded that there was undoubtedly a connection between the strikes and Latin American communism. The State Department explicitly explained the reason for its mention of Latin American communism, not just Guatemalan. According to the scenario that experts like Wells outlined, when the Cuban communist Blas Roca visited Guatemala in 1946, he was supposed to have left a plan of action for local communists to follow. Registered copyright to make sure the Guatemalans followed through. Mexico's Vicente Lombardo Toledano, president of the Confederated Workers of Latin America, which contained a large number of communists, personally supervised all union organization. Citing the findings of the FBI and the Spanish Foreign Office, the department predicted that Toledano, presumed to be Moscow's most seasoned emissary in the Western Hemisphere, and his allies would try to pose as friends of Guatemalan labor in order to transform the movement from an organization concerned with defending workers' rights into an instrument of political warfare. Their master plan presumably called for a mass strike that would produce conditions sufficiently chaotic for a communist seizure of state power. The State Department's characterization of the Guatemalan labor movement added to the Truman administration's worries. Because Ubico's regime had outlawed all forms of labor organization, the masses of Guatemalan workers were, according to the officer in charge of Central American and Panamanian affairs, W. Tapley Bennett, young and vastly inexperienced, with no particular ideology. This situation made them extremely vulnerable to the advice and organizational skill of veteran communists like Toledano. To make matters worse from Washington's standpoint, the ranking hierarchy of Guatemala's native labor leaders all appeared to be communists, or, at least, crypto-communists. This group included Manuel Pinto Yosaga, the Secretary General of the Syndical Federation of Guatemala, and Victor Manuel Gutierrez, the Secretary General of the Confederation of Workers of Guatemala. Registered Gutierrez, whose body was found in the ocean in 1966, headed all lists of native labor organizers, and later the House of Representatives subcommittee which held hearings on the events leading to Arbenz' overthrow described him as the real brains of the communist movement in Guatemala. Having been a brilliant young college professor before the revolution, when he was nicknamed the Franciscan because of his humility and ascetic manner, he turned his attention to building a teachers' union after 1945. He developed an excellent reputation and later served as a representative to Guatemala's National Assembly. The FBI investigation of Gutierrez could 91. Find no direct evidence of communist affiliation or activity, but it did report that he frequently expresses the communist line in public speeches. Copyright. As would become increasingly evident, the early concern that communists had penetrated the Guatemalan labor movement was for United States officials only part of a much broader concern. Certainly, they ideologically opposed a communist presence in the unions, believing that this philosophical thrust was anathema to a free enterprise system. But their major feat stemmed from their firm conviction that the communists would use their influence among the workers to exact political leverage and eventually to control the Guatemalan government. State Department analysts well understood that Arévalo's primary support lay with the young intellectuals and the masses of illiterate or semi-literate Indian laborers. Registered. These were precisely the individuals active in the labor organizations. Conversely, the government's chief opponents were the small number of wealthy business owners and landowners who perceived each of the reforms as a further erosion of their traditionally privileged status. The greater their opposition as manifested by the numerous attempted coups, the greater Arévalo's dependence on his majority. Control of the government's major sources of support would consequently place the communists in a position to pressure Arévalo into granting them high administrative and decision-making appointments. In short, observers of Guatemalan developments interpreted the spread of communist influence in the unions as merely a prelude to its complete domination of the country. Appropriately, it was labor leader George Meany who best reflected this view when he wrote in 1951, "The communists can neither capture nor hold power in any country without first controlling its labor unions." %, almost as if the fear of a proliferation of communist influence generated a self-fulfilling prophecy, concerned United States analysts began to detect communists throughout the Guatemalan infrastructure. In its 1954 report, the House Subcommittee on Communist Aggression claimed that communists and communist sympathizers came to dominate all of Arévalo's propaganda outlets, including the information offices, the official newspapers, and the government-owned radio stations. But, even in 1947, State Department representatives perceived what they discerned to be the beginning of this subversive trend. In explaining to the Secretary of State the reasons for the outburst of labor unrest on United Fruit plantations, Milton Wells blamed Arévalo's Minister of Labor, Augusto Charnaud MacDonald. Wells did not brand Charnaud as a communist, but he did label him as extremely pro-labor and hostile to 492 enterprises. According to Wells, while Charnaud was not in a position to lead the workers' strike against United Fruit, he did encourage it by expressing his ministry's sympathy and influencing the government not to defend the company's interests. Wells was more explicit when identifying Carlos Manuel Pellicer, who held several important government posts. Pellicer's first copyright came to the United States Embassy's attention in 1945, when, after having been a labor organizer for agricultural workers on Guatemala's Pacific coast, he became the secretary of the legation in Moscow. Robert Woodward, then first secretary to the United States Embassy in Guatemala, believed this appointment to Moscow resulted from Arévalo's desire to remove from Guatemala all persons he considered too extreme. Embassy officials followed Pellicer to Paris in 1947, where he served in his country's mission to France. Wells noted to the Secretary of State that the Guatemalan was publishing a number of articles which parroted the Communist Party line, particularly in denouncing Yankee imperialism, and that he should be clearly marked as an extreme leftist, if not actually a Communist Party member. The tone of Wells' 1949 report to the Secretary of State on Pellicer was more urgent. Arévalo had brought him back to Guatemala to head the traveling cultural missions, the mobile units that went into the outlying regions to educate those Indians who had no other available facilities. Wells lamented that these missions had been suspected of radicalism since 1945, but now that their chief was a communist in heart if not fact, at the same time these backward Indians get their A.B.Cs, they get a shot of communism. The State Department introduced its history of communism in Guatemala by identifying Pellicer as the most fiery and least inhibited of the young communists. As the Cold War intensified, so did Truman officials' alarm over Guatemala's international policies. In a bipolar world they could ill afford a communist satellite so close to Washington's doorstep. After carefully scrutinizing Arévalo's foreign ministry, they arrived copyright at the unsettling conclusion that pro-communists had infiltrated the government's foreign service. Foreign Minister Enrique Muñoz Meany's continued opposition to Franco strongly suggested to Wells the possibility of communist tendencies, although he admitted that the evidence is not conclusive. More revealing of the State Department's line of reasoning was its analysis of Jorge García Granados, the Guatemalan ambassador to the United States. The FAI investigation did not substantiate the Spanish government's claim that García Granados was the secretary of Spain's Communist Party, but it did identify the ambassador as a communist. Without reveal. 93. In its sources, the FBI wrote a secret dispatch to the State Department claiming that it had evidence that García Granados had assumed a new name, drawing on a traditional anti-Semitic aspersion. It further substantiated its argument by asserting that he was part Jewish and operated under the front of various unnamed Jewish organizations. The allusions to Muñoz Meany's anti-Franco attitudes and García Granados' alleged association with the Spanish Communist Party indicate one of state's primary indictments against the Arévalo Foreign Ministry. As early as 1946 and 1947, it began to express concern regarding an apparent pervading sympathy in Guatemala for the Spanish Republican movement. Embassy officials reported that Pellicer was using his position as secretary to Guatemala's legation in Paris to funnel exiled Spaniards into Guatemala. When 13 exiles arrived in Guatemala City in April 1948, Wells reported that such information as the embassy has been able to gather from reliable sources regarding these immigrants warrants our previously expressed apprehension over the possibility that this mass migration scheme will result in communist infiltration. The next month, in his report to the Secretary of State, Wells added that after the revolutionary government first came to power, it promptly demonstrated its leftist inclinations by breaking diplomatic relations with Spain and reorganizing the Spanish Republican government in exile, and he repeated that there was a danger of communist infiltration because of this close affinity with Spanish Republicans. Wells conceded that part of this affinity resulted from the anti-fascist political philosophy which dominated the political orientation of the new regime, but he underscored the associations that prominent Guatemalans had with the Spanish exiles. A State Department memorandum a year later claimed that it was a Spaniard living in Guatemala City, known only by the name of Aguado, who was the brains behind the communist establishment throughout Central America. This alleged link between Guatemalan radicalism and the Spanish Republican movement illustrates how deeply the Cold War ethos affected the United States analysis of Guatemala's foreign policy. Repeatedly, government experts used McCarthy-like inferences rather than facts to find evidence of Guatemalan communism. They inferred that any policy opposing that of the United States, or even independent of it, was inherently pro-Soviet. On certain occasions they omitted relevant details in order to make their inferences stronger. As a case in point, Guatemala was the only Central American nation not to sign the previously discussed 1947 Rio Pact. In his 1950 State Department memorandum, Tapley Bennett interpreted 94. Guatemala's refusal as a pertinent example of the influence on government thinking by communist-minded individuals. Bennett neglected to mention that Guatemala's opposition to the Rio Pact stemmed from its long-standing controversy over control of the territory of Belize. In fact, Guatemala was the second country to ratify the pact, only it added the reservation, Guatemala refuses to recognize British sovereignty over Belize. The majority of the other signatory nations would not accept this proviso, although they did agree to similar ones involving boundary disputes which Honduras, Mexico, and Chile proposed. Guatemala then withdrew its ratification. After Arbenz' overthrow, the Castillo Armas government voted to join the pact, but only after it appended, "The present treaty constitutes no impediment preventing Guatemala from asserting its right with respect to the Guatemalan territory of Belize by any means by which it may deem most advisable." In other words, at virtually the same time that Senator Joseph McCarthy was discovering communists throughout the State Department by castigating its policies such as allowing China to fall, State Department experts were applying these same principles to Guatemala. The events of the Korean War provide a good illustration. When the war broke out, the State Department seemed satisfied with the Guatemalan position. Arevalo issued a statement affirming his country's solidarity with the United States, and Muñoz Maínez's successor as foreign minister, Ismael González Arevalo, spoke in support of the United Nations resolutions. But, like most Latin American nations, Guatemala did not send troops to Korea. Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Edward Miller acknowledged that the United States military policy stipulated that no contributions from the armed forces of any country would be accepted unless they were at least the size of a brigade, fully equipped and trained, and able to remain in Korea for a minimum of 90 days. He understood that very few of the Latin American countries could fulfill all these requirements. The CIA concurred with Miller and added that, since none of the Latin American nations considered themselves in immediate danger, it would be most unexpected for them to burden themselves with this substantial military and financial responsibility. Yet by the signing of the 1953 armistice, Washington officials had become highly critical of the Guatemalan posture. Indeed, for President Eisenhower, Guatemala's stance on Korea was perhaps underscore even more damaging evidence than were the expropriations from United Fruit. Expropriation in itself, he wrote in his memoirs, does not, of course, prove communism. Expropriation of oil and AG. 95. Agricultural properties years before in Mexico had not been fostered by communists. As Pruitt Eisenhower cited the Korean War, during which Guatemala not only did not participate, but it accepted the ridiculous communist contention that the United States had conducted bacteriological warfare in Korea. Eisenhower was not alone in emphasizing the alleged use by the United States of bacteriological warfare in Korea. Early in his well-publicized 1953 lecture at Dartmouth College, appropriately entitled Syllabus on the Communist Threat in the Americas, Truman's former Assistant Secretary, Spruey Braden, indicted Guatemala for not banning a film that charged the United States with conducting an inhumane war. Miller's successor, John Cabot, also highlighted the Korean controversy when he spoke against communism in Guatemala. The tenuous logic of his argument underscores the prevalent line of reasoning. We find it difficult, for example, to be patient, after all the blood and treasure we have poured out in Korea to safeguard the free world, when the official Guatemalan newspaper follows the communist line by accusing us in effect of bacteriological warfare just after our airmen have returned to tell us of the tortures to which they were subjected to extract fabricated confessions. The discussion of United States concern over the Arevalo government's support for the Caribbean Legion now comes into sharper focus. From their Cold War perspective, analysts perceived the Legion not as an anti-dictator organization, and a small one at that, but as a sinister vehicle by which the seed will spread to all Latin American countries. The State Department held that the communist strategy was to divide and subvert all Guatemala's neighbors. The desired effect of this strategy would be the weakening of each country, of hemispheric solidarity, and eventually of the United States. In other words, the alleged communist presence in Guatemala could leave the entire hemisphere open to attack. One State Department memorandum after another implicated the Guatemalan government in a plot to overthrow one or another Caribbean or Central American dictatorship. Among those countries Arevalo purportedly conspired against were Nicaragua, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and Costa Rica. According to Richard Patterson, Arevalo once remarked to Edwin Kyle that after he had served out his term of office he would like nothing more than 96. To devote the rest of his life to eliminating the Latin American dictators. From his initial campaign speeches he made clear his opposition to Somoza, Trujillo, and others of their ilk. Sympathetic governments joined with Arevalo until, as the C1 reported, the Caribbean became divided into two mutually hostile alignments, with Guatemala, Cuba, and Venezuela opposing Nicaragua, Honduras, and the Dominican Republic. This contest between what the CIA called the democracies and the dictatorships jeopardized the political stability of the region, but, the agency added, communists are not a major factor. Nevertheless, when the National Planning Association published its findings in 1953, it reflected the overwhelming consensus in the United States that the Guatemalan government used the Caribbean Legion as a major instrument of ambitious communist plans. Observers throughout the White House, State Department, Congress, and the informed public registered found other indications of communist activity in Guatemala. Missives like those by Milton Wells prominently mentioned the visits of the Chilean poet Pablo Neruda to Guatemala, and in 1950 New York Times correspondent Creed Calhoun reported that Neruda's visits received wide acclaim in the newspaper Nuestro Diario, which frequently speaks for the government. While these allusions to Neruda highlighted his communist beliefs, they omitted any reference to the Chilean's reputation as Latin America's greatest living poet. State Department officials carefully chronicled each time a Guatemalan journeyed behind the Iron Curtain, whether it be to study the various land reform programs in Eastern Europe or to negotiate trade agreements with the Balkan countries. One memorandum concluded that this boundary between the free world and the communists can only be crossed by agents of, or outstanding sympathizers with, communism. As was the case with the Korean War analysis. A high proportion of the indictments against Guatemala emphasized the anti-United States thrust. In 1947, to commemorate the growing success of the labor movement in Guatemala, the unions sponsored a May 1 parade through the capital city. Although this date is traditionally the International Labor Day, and therefore an appropriate time for this demonstration, United States observers commented only that it was a major holiday in the Soviet Union. They also noted that several Guatemalans carried placards criticizing the recently announced and controversial Truman Doctrine. Guatemala's union leaders took this occasion to issue a statement regarding their objectives, which the State Department described as a criticism of the Ameri. 97. Confederation of Labor and a curiously confused but acceptably Marxian resume of some phases of economic and political history. Registered. What Washington interpreted as official Guatemalan snubs also came under the heading of evidences of communism. Ambassador Richard Patterson complained bitterly to Arévalo's Minister of Health when, at the 1949 dedication of the new wing of the Roosevelt Hospital, he was not invited to say one word, the United States flag was not flown, and only after his personal request did the Guatemalan president agree to play the Star-Spangled Banner. The following year there occurred a more serious incident. The Arévalo government proudly sponsored the Central American and Caribbean Games, which were held in Guatemala City's Olympic Stadium. The United States did not participate in these games, but Puerto Rico did. Guatemalan officials, therefore, felt it was fitting that Puerto Rico should be allowed to carry its own flag at the inaugural ceremonies and that its athletes should be greeted by La Borinquena, a Puerto Rican dance tune, rather than the United States national anthem. Since Arévalo had gone on record as a firm opponent of all forms of colonialism, Secretary of State Dean Acheson perceived this gesture as another instance of Guatemala's parroting the communist line and declared that its government appears to consider that it has a mission to obtain the complete separation of Puerto Rico from the United States. The most publicized anti-Yankee episode during the Arévalo administration concerned Ambassador Patterson himself. It may not be just to label Patterson a businessman before he was a diplomat, as did The Nation in 1950, but the Liberal Journal was correct in calling him an unfortunate choice as ambassador to a country engaged in a social revolution. Asterisk. A Midwestern businessman who had made his mark as an executive with the RKO and DuPont corporations, Patterson had little diplomatic experience and knew virtually nothing about Latin America. His success in the financial world led to his selection as Roosevelt's Assistant Secretary of Commerce, and, as a reward for his dedication to both the government and the Democratic Party, he received the ambassadorship to Yugoslavia in 1944. He was miscast. In spite of the increasing signs of Tito's disenchantment with the Soviet Union, Patterson, whose career had represented the benefits of a free enterprise system, could not refrain from openly criticizing Yugoslavian economic practices. His repeated interference into what Tito considered the internal affairs of his country drove the Marshal to request Patterson's recall, and in 1947 he returned to the United States. 98. Patterson's recall coincided with Ambassador Edwin Kyle's resignation. Like Patterson, Kyle was not a career diplomat. For 33 years he had been Dean of the Agricultural and Mechanical Copyright College of Texas. Roosevelt's understanding that Guatemala's problems stemmed primarily from its agricultural economy prompted his appointment of Kyle, and Truman hoped that by retaining Kyle he could establish good relations with the Arévalo government, regardless of other contravening factors. Indeed, during the first few years of the revolution, Kyle's sympathetic attitude toward the re-reform programs made him, in the words of Latin American expert Samuel Guy Inman, the most popular man in Guatemala. Inman undoubtedly exaggerated, but Kyle was given the country's highest decoration, the rank of Grand Commander of the Order of the Quetzal because, according to the government, he understood us. One prominent agriculturist earlier praised Kyle for having done more for us in Guatemala than any of your ambassadors you have sent us in the past 100 years, a remark that prompted Kyle to write a friend that these people down here seem to appreciate an ambassador who is not interested in politics but who is anxious to help them in the development of their natural resources, which are largely agricultural. When Kyle agreed to Truman's request to continue his mission after Roosevelt's death. The ambassador stated that because of personal considerations he would prefer not to remain in Guatemala too much longer. As events transpired, it is unlikely that Truman would have permitted Kyle to stay on in any case. By 1948 the State Department felt it needed someone who was interested in politics. In this sense, Patterson's sudden availability seemed fortuitous. Here was a man who had proven in Yugoslavia that he would not tolerate any form of communism. Whereas someone like Edwin Kyle might have excused Arévalo's programs as necessary reforms, Patterson, Truman confidently believed, would not be so naive. His long corporate experience guaranteed that he would follow attentively such indications of communism as government and labor criticisms of United States companies, and in fact, on making the appointment, Truman wrote Patterson that he was fully aware of the effective manner with which you carried out your duties as ambassador to Yugoslavia. For these reasons I am pleased to welcome you for an assignment, where the interests of the United States need the services of a successful businessman and an *inst diplomat. Patterson understood his task and agreed that he was well prepared. Writing to Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, that staunch opponent of the revolution, the new ambassador explained, I feel 99. That I know many of the tricks of international communism, and my 3 years of experience with Marshal Tito should be helpful in my future work. Patterson hardly let any time elapse before coming directly to the point. At a dinner hosted by Arévalo to honor his arrival in January 1949, the new ambassador stated bluntly that his job was to protect and promote American interests in Guatemala. Lest his words not be taken seriously by the administration, he repeated them exactly in August, adding that these interests had been persecuted, prosecuted, and unmercifully kicked around over the past 2 years and that personally I was fed up and the patience of my government nearly exhausted. Copyright early the next year, Patterson demanded that Arévalo dismiss from his government 17 officials, all of whom he accused of being communists. If Arévalo refused, the ambassador warned, the United States government would deny Guatemala any further assistance. It was the patience of the Guatemalan government that became exhausted first. Arévalo complained to Inman that you do not have an ambassador of the United States here, but a representative of United Fruit. Then, on March 24, 1950, the Guatemalan president sent Foreign Minister Ismael González Arévalo to Washington to join with Ambassador Antonio Galbot Carrera in formally protesting Patterson's actions. In a conversation with Willard Barber and Thomas Mann of the State Department's Latin American Division, the two Guatemalan envoys stated that Patterson had overstepped all bounds of propriety by demanding the resignation of their government's officials. Furthermore, his incessant criticisms had resulted in the crystallization of personal animosities which were directed not against the United States but against the ambassador personally. This made it unsafe for him to remain in Guatemala. Galbot Carrera then presented Barber and Mann with a brief note requesting Patterson's recall. This request instigated a flurry of activity in Washington. Rumors circulated that, if Patterson were not removed immediately, he would be officially declared persona non grata. On March 25, Secretary of State Acheson wired Patterson to cancel all his scheduled appearances and return to the United States as soon as possible. After replying that the Guatemalan government's alleged concern for his safety was a crude attempt to silence him, Patterson reluctantly consented. Giving the excuse that he required special medical attention, he left for the United States on April 6. On that day the New York Times praised him for having taken an outspoken position in opposition to the communist element in Guatemala and reported 100A, that it is generally assumed here that the moving force behind the demand for his recall came from that quarter. Although the Arévalo government never did officially declare Patterson persona non grata, the State Department decided that he should remain in the United States. Categorically denying the contention that Patterson had been guilty of intervening in Guatemala's internal affairs, the official Washington position was that communists had influenced the government to expel Ambassador Patterson on trumped-up charges that he was the agent of United States imperialism. The case against Guatemala now seemed copyright conclusive. Representative Monroe M. Redden of North Carolina, referring to the Central American Republic as the Communist Haven of the Western Hemisphere, described the Patterson incident as a story of personal and official resistance to communist intrigue and chicanery, and of bluntly spoken protest against acts harmful to the United States and to United States commercial interests in Guatemala. Perhaps most important of all, President Truman himself acknowledged for the first time that he accepted the indictments. In March 1951 he appointed Patterson ambassador to Switzerland, thanking him on behalf of the American people for his no-compromise policy on communist influence and aggression. You have set an example that others may very well emulate. Registered after Eisenhower succeeded Truman, Ambassador John Purifoy would do more than just emulate this no-compromise policy. 5. From Truman to Eisenhower, the road to intervention. The evidence provided thus far documents the increasing concern with which United States observers viewed what they perceived to be the spread of communism throughout Guatemala and the means by which they reached their conclusions. The final chapters maintain that these conclusions were greatly exaggerated and unfortunately led to short-sighted policies. These exaggerations and misperceptions did not result from lunatic paranoia. Most of those who postulated that Guatemala was becoming communist-dominated were not extremists in the mold of Joseph McCarthy. Their view was the majority view, accepted by both liberals and conservatives within the governmental, journalistic, and academic communities. Furthermore, communists did exist in Guatemala, even if, as Milton Wells reported in 1948, their estimated number was only 200. To understand why so many misinterpreted the Guatemalan situation, we must analyze their assessments in the context of the Cold War ethos. In the previously cited 1949 words of Dwight Eisenhower, practically all United States citizens were professional patriots and Russian haters, and so they remained into the 1950s. They firmly believed that a Soviet masterminded international conspiracy threatened the free world and that the communist agents were almost impossible to identify. The threat of Guatemalan communism. The Cold War framework. The identification of communists presented particular problems to United States analysts. As mentioned in Chapter 1, at the 1951 consultative meeting of foreign ministers, the State Department had to abandon its proposal to establish a technical staff in order to identify subversive elements in the Western Hemisphere. It 102 knew of no method by which this could be done. Certainly effective conspirators wouldn't reveal themselves in public. The period's broad definition of communism as the opposing of United States interests made matters even more difficult. This definition produced a range of subversive classifications, including communists, fellow travelers, communist sympathizers, crypto-communists, and other similar labels. Anubico and then Ponce commonly branded all their opponents as communists, further complicating the task in Guatemala. The results of this imprecision are all too familiar to the contemporary public. The excesses of Senator McCarthy and the loyalty and security programs of both the Truman and the Eisenhower administrations need not be repeated here. It is essential, however, to emphasize that within the framework of the Cold War ethos, when the fear of communist aggression dominated the foreign policy community, United States officials who themselves suffered from McCarthy's indictments applied the same practices to the international arena. On-the-spot observers like Ambassador Patterson did not consider it necessary to prove a Guatemalan was a communist. They believed that, by understanding the nature of communism, they could identify communists. Patterson called his method of detection the duck test, and he explained it to a 1950 Rotary Club audience. Many times it is impossible to prove legally that a certain individual is a communist, but for cases of this sort I recommend a practical method of detection: the duck test. The duck_test works this way. Suppose you see a bird walking around in a farmyard. This bird wears no label that says duck. But the bird certainly looks like a duck. Also, he goes to the pond and you notice that he swims like a duck. Then he opens his beak and quacks like a duck. Well, by this time you have probably reached the conclusion that the bird is a duck, whether he's wearing a label or not. The identification of the Soviet Union as the mastermind behind the Guatemalan conspiracy presented much less of a problem. In the bipolar world of the Cold War, United States leaders used communist and Soviet interchangeably. In the words of the 83rd Congress's Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman, Alexander Wiley, there is no communism but the communism which takes orders from the despots of the Kremlin in Mos. The Cold War Framework 103. Cow. It is an absolute myth to believe that there is such a thing as homegrown communism, a so-called native or local communism degree convinced that the communist world was hegemonic and that Guatemala was becoming communist-dominated. Washington logically concluded that this small American republic, so close to the United States and so close to the Panama Canal, was on the brink of becoming another arm of the Soviet state. The State Department's Thomas Mann put it best, this government knew that communists the world over were agents of Soviet imperialism. Herein lay the grave danger of Guatemalan communism. If the Soviet Union established an outpost in the Western Hemisphere, it could undermine Washington's position more seriously than could a communist takeover of any other region of the globe. It could use Guatemala as a base to extend its subversive operations throughout Latin America, disrupting the United States' lifeline to markets and essential raw materials. More threatening were the strategic implications of a Soviet beachhead. By infiltrating neighboring governments and creating unstable or even anarchic political conditions, the Soviet Union could shatter hemispheric defense arrangements like the Rio Pact, the key to Truman's Latin American program, and could penetrate the vital Panama Canal zone. Eventually the Kremlin would no longer have to act through proxies, it could simply move its weapons to the Caribbean. In its white paper on the communist penetration of Guatemala, the State Department succinctly summarized the international aspects of this communist challenge. The Guatemalan PCT acted within a global, not a local Guatemalan context. It conceived of the ultimate triumph of communism in Guatemala as part of a successful worldwide advance of the communist forces, and as a disciplined battalion in advance of an army. It adjusted its tactics and objectives to support the main effort. The department's synopsis reveals a critical element in its concern over Guatemalan developments. The alleged communist penetration of Guatemala had international implications. Rejecting the notion of an indigenous communist movement, United States observers likewise viewed local, or nationalist, movements for reform as mere fronts for the Kremlin's intrigues. Even those native reformers who sincerely sought to improve their country's conditions. 104_ became, perhaps unknowingly, dupes of the Soviets. Neutrality, as John Foster Dulles would later make clear and, in fact, as United_States policies ensured, was impossible within a bipolar world. Because United States policymakers believed that the real problem stemmed from Moscow, not Guatemala City, they adroitly developed an analysis applicable to any underdeveloped region. Not surprisingly, their analysis began with the fall of China, considered the most demonstrable evidence of past failures to understand the communist mind. Whereas few in Washington had the intellectual discipline to wade through Stalin's problems of Leninism, EU_Docio Racine's The Yenin Way provided a much less demanding means of comprehending Soviet strategy. A. Racine's, a native Latin American, had spent many years within communist circles before becoming disillusioned just prior to World War II. His 1951 memoirs presented a convincing exposé of the international communist conspiracy. Racine's reported that, while in the Soviet Union in 1934, he discussed the road of Yenin with several Chinese communist dignitaries. They planned to ally themselves with middle-class politicians and ambitious army officers who were frustrated by Chiang Kai-shek and his corrupt Kuomintang. Eventually they would work themselves into situations of power, winning election to influential positions within local communities and becoming indispensable to their non-communist allies. Racine's quoted from a conversation he claimed to have had with Li Lishang, the founder of the Chinese Communist Party. The 2.5-month period since the inauguration of Arbenz as president of Guatemala provided few indications to bear out hopes that the new president would take action to reduce the influence on the government and life of Guatemala of known communists and leftist extremists. According to Bennett, Arbenz had appointed a number of communists to strategic positions in his government, had permitted an increase in the volume of communist propaganda activities in Guatemala, had supported the communist labor leaders, and had pursued foreign policies paralleling those of the Soviet Union. If anything, Bennett charged, communist elements had consolidated their economic and political bases. The ascending curve of communist influence has not even tended to level off, but has inclined upward on an accelerated incline. In acknowledging the study, Assistant Secretary Miller wrote, "I think the attached is an excellent factual presentation," and he requested that Bennett summarize it for the next Undersecretary's meeting so that the department could better plan steps to put the squeeze on the commies in Guatemala. The 1952 Agrarian Reform Bill, therefore, was merely the coup de grace as far as Truman's advisers were concerned. Throughout 1951 and 1952 they monitored with increased apprehension the policies of the Arbenz government toward United Fruit, fearing the __ confrontation that seemed inevitable. Diplomatic dispatches and memoranda repeatedly linked the labor disputes, the government position, and the possible closure of UFCO operations in Guatemala to the influence of communist subversives. Long before the first expropriation, but a month before Truman left office, his administration had indicted and convicted the Guatemalan Revolution for having become permeated by communism. It would be up to Eisenhower, Dulles, and the Republicans to devise a suitable sentence. The genesis of a policy. To decide that the communist influence in Guatemala had grown to dangerous proportions is one thing, to develop policies to counteract this influence is quite another. Truman and his advisers relied on traditional diplomatic and economic mechanisms to maintain the stability of the Latin American nations and to guarantee their adherence to the objectives of the United States. The democratic policy makers did not lose interest in their neighbors to the south but assumed that, relative to other troubled regions of the globe, Latin America was safe. Given certain political and fiscal limitations, expediency required that the bulk of United States resources and attention be committed to Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Consequently, while such dramatic initiatives as the promulgation of the Marshall Plan, the construction of the NATO alliance, the formulation of the Truman Doctrine, and the dispatch of troops to Korea highlighted Truman's foreign policies, for Latin America there were only a modest military aid program and ineffective point for assistance. By 1950, convinced as they were that the situation in Guatemala necessitated greater involvement, Truman's officials attempted to establish some means by which, without risking improper identification, even by implication, with any movements in Guatemala against Arbenz, they could better control the direction of the government. Unable to take really positive steps, they relied on negative ones, or, as Raymond Letty later wrote, "We have steadfastly maintained a policy of withholding favors from the Guatemalan government." The first of these favors was military equipment. Traditionally the United States had supplied Guatemala with arms and munitions, but the Truman administration instituted a boycott. On the surface the boycott might appear to have contradicted the administration's emphasis on hemispheric defense, but it was consistent with the prevailing fear of communist aggression. The criticism that arose over Arévalo's failure to sign the Rio Pact and his support for the Caribbean Legion, coupled with the assumption that the Soviet Union intended to use Guatemala as a station from which it could launch incursions throughout the hemisphere, makes Washington's reluctance to provide Guatemala with arms understand. 110. Able. Not long after Eisenhower took office, when Arbenz became convinced that plans for an invasion of Guatemala were underway, his ambassador to the United States, Guillermo Torriello Garrido, repeatedly requested that the new administration lift the boycott. On one occasion Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs John Cabot responded bluntly, "We had to be sure about the orientation of the people who were getting the arms." State took Torriello's request under study. Washington officials felt the denial of economic assistance would have a more immediate impact than the arms boycott. They contemplated withholding point for assistance, canceling the agricultural research program that the United States had planned in Guatemala, discontinuing the educational exchange, and similar measures. Also, because the State Department felt that the Arevalo administration exhibited a hostile attitude toward any United States business concern. It considered presenting its case before the Organization of American States and even instituting unilateral economic sanctions. While not ruling out such a course of action, officials decided to delay these measures. Despite having been attacked by allegedly discriminatory reforms and worker agitation, United States interests had not yet suffered any serious harm, and Washington predicted that too forceful a policy might lead to extreme retaliation. Furthermore, Truman's advisors still hoped that the Communists could be isolated, and they feared a policy that might drive moderates into the radical camp. Perhaps the newly elected President and National Assembly would understand the wisdom of conciliation. The Truman strategy through 1950 was to be patient, to wait and see what transpired under Arbenz. The Latin American desk, nevertheless, had recommended a year before the election that it would not be rational to go ahead and confer additional benefits before we have some reliable assurances as to the treatment American capital will receive in the future. Washington decided that existing assistance programs should be continued but that no new ones would be authorized. The approximately $850,000 that had been allotted for future use in Guatemala would be set aside as a reserve contingency for fiscal 1951, if the situation improved. Relatedly, in 1949 Paul C. Daniels, the Director of American Republic Affairs, had instructed Ambassador Patterson to speak to the President again of the contributions that United States private capital is making to the Guatemalan economy and the role it could play in future development. Patterson, rejecting this positive approach, harangued Arevalo for Guatemala's harassment of private capital. Official policy now coincided with Patterson's negativism. Department representatives would hold frank and open discussions of the problems with the new Guatemalan president and his top officials, making moderate groups aware of the real harm being done to United States-Guatemalan relations by present trends in that country. At the same time that the department would be presenting its case to the Guatemalan government, it hoped that the press would be presenting a similar case to the United States populace. Actually, Washington would do more than hope, for another component of the Truman policy called for conducting a campaign through the newspapers and magazines to bring the situation in Guatemala to the public attention. The mechanism for such a campaign had just been established. The post-war emphasis upon the battle for the minds of men underscored the need for more direction and coordination of the government's dissemination of information. In 1950 the administration set up the Psychological Operations Coordinating Committee, composed of representatives from the Defense and State Departments, the C1A, and the Economic Cooperation Administration. But its effectiveness was suspect, prompting Truman in 1951 to establish the High-Level Psychological Strategy Board. Its first head, former Secretary of the Army Gordon Gray, later became Eisenhower's Special Assistant for National Security Affairs. In fact, the government's effectiveness as a propagandist did not significantly improve until the Eisenhower administration, when the National Security Council's Operations Coordinating Board subsumed the Psychological Strategy Board and the State Department established the United States Information Agency. However, in regard to publicizing Guatemalan conditions, the Truman administration received tremendous help from the United Fruit Company. Although Edward Bernays, United Fruit's Public Relations Counsel, could not get Ufcos Zamuri and his lobbyists to use their influence with the Truman White House to persuade the government to institute more activist policies, Bernays himself did take active steps. Referred to in the field as the father of public relations and an institution, Bernays, beginning in the late 40s and early 50s, launched a campaign to publicize the communist menace in Guatemala. He was extremely successful and, in reality, accomplished for the State Department the propaganda component of its own Guatemalan strategy. 112. Bernays' task was less difficult than one might have expected. First, although the public normally paid little attention to the Central American republics, during this period newspapers and magazines found any item concerning the danger of communism highly newsworthy. Second, Bernays received the independent assistance of New York Times publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger. Sulzberger, a classmate of Richard Patterson at Columbia University, had visited the ambassador in Guatemala in 1949. While he was there, presumably listening to Patterson's own analysis of Guatemalan conditions, his car was mysteriously set on fire. After his return to New York, Sulzberger dispatched Creed Calhoun, the Times Central American correspondent based in Panama, to investigate the situation in Guatemala. Calhoun could not obtain any more information than that given him by the resident reporter, Mrs. Alfred de Ham. Hence, Sulzberger assigned Will Listener, a Russian specialist who had written a great deal about economic development, to the story. It was Listener's reporting that broke the news of the events in Guatemala to the United States public. While Listener's articles in the respected New York Times were probably the most influential, other leading newspapers and magazines published similar accounts. In 1949 Bernays contacted the New York Herald Tribune, resulting in Fitzhugh Turner's five-part series on Guatemala in February 1950. The alleged activities of communists and mistreatment of United Fruit also received continuous coverage in such prestigious publications as the Chicago Tribune, Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, The Atlantic Monthly, and the Saturday Evening Post. When the controversy intensified following Arbenz election, and the enactment of an agrarian reform seemed imminent, Bernays invited a number of important editors and publishers to be UFCO's guests on a fact-finding junket to Guatemala. Among those who accepted were William Bowen, contributing editor for Time, Ludwell Denny, Scripps Howard foreign editor, James G. Stallman, Nashville Banner publisher, Gene Gillett, Up One Day manager, Roger Ferger, Cincinnati Enquirer publisher, Newsweek publisher Theodore F. Mueller and his Latin American associate editor, Harry B. Merkland, Scott Newhall, San Francisco Chronicle Sunday editor, John D. Pennekamp, Miami Herald associate editor, J. David Stern III, New Orleans Item publisher, and William Stringer of the Christian Science Monitor. United Fruit's hospitality paid large dividends. Referring to the episode in his memoirs, Bernays wrote, "After their return, as I had anticipated, public interest in the Caribbean skyrocketed in this country." Degree 113. The above narrative is not meant to imply that Bernays or the United Fruit Company intentionally misled the public. The objective of the public relations campaign was, in Bernays' words, to present the facts to the American public. Even one of the few journalists critical of the prevailing view of Guatemala, Herbert Matthews of the New York Times, wrote of Bernays in 1966, "I did not admire United Fruit's previous record in Guatemala or some of the things they were doing in the 1950s, but they had a legitimate story and I could always get honestly and straight from the Bernays office." Bernays undoubtedly exaggerated when he termed the coverage of Guatemala masterpieces of objective reporting, yet Matthews' opinion that the press arrived at its conclusions no doubt honestly is a fair assessment. Certainly, the press corps obtained most of its information from United Fruit officials, and its host in Guatemala selected the attractions on the tours. Reporters like Will Listener, however, spent a month in Guatemala largely independent of the ERCO guides. Their opinions reveal that the press, as well as United Fruit, was infused with the Cold War ethos. They assumed that, since there were communists in Guatemala, they must dominate the country. Coverage of the events in Guatemala was so unfavorable that, Arevalo recalled bitterly, the large newspapers, magazines, and radio agencies unleashed a publicity offensive that pulled out all the stops in bombarding defenseless Guatemala. He had reason to complain. To use only the Times and the Herald Tribune as examples, journalists repeatedly charged that following Arevalo's election Guatemala moved decidedly to the left, increasingly falling under the domination of communist elements. Since the equation of communism with Soviet totalitarianism penetrated all reporting, the articles described a discernible trend away from democracy toward dictatorship. Correspondents made no attempt to describe the pre-revolutionary political system. Referred to in a Times editorial as the Guatemalan cancer, Communists were portrayed as responsible for the disruption of the country's previously friendly relations with the United States and, just as important, for the apparent discrimination toward United Fruit. As this discrimination intensified, so did press criticism. Correspondents like Sidney Grusson, later a Times editor, and his successors wrote that whereas UFCO paid the highest wages in Guatemala, put the Indians to work, built schools, hospitals, and houses, and tamed the jungle for them and has brought a measure of prosperity, it had become the whipping boy for the Communists, the pawn in the Soviets' vast conspiratorial design. Grusson and NBC's Marshall Banner were so stridently crit. 114. Eichel that, in February 1954, the Guatemalan government requested their removal for writing articles that Arbenz claimed defamed and offended Guatemala because of the company's critical position within the state's economy. Nevertheless, it would be unfair to longtime public servants like Lodge and McCormack to interpret their utterances as merely reflecting their ties, political or economic, to the United Fruit Company. Each demonstrated on countless other occasions his acceptance of the Cold War axioms and undoubtedly would have adhered to the consensus regarding Guatemala under any circumstances. The lobbyists knew that they did not have to approach the two state leaders from the perspective of UFCO's self-interest. Rather, much as Bernays did with the press, 117. They presented the facts, letting the Cold War ethos do the influencing for them. The Massachusetts representatives did tend to emphasize the plight of United Fruit in their general remarks on Guatemalan conditions. Lodge began the senatorial barrage in 1949, charging that Arévalo's labor code discriminated against the company and was a tool of the Communists to cause a serious economic breakdown of UFCO's Guatemalan operations. A week later McCormack expanded on this theme in the lower chamber. The future Speaker of the House reminded his colleagues that he represented a region that has made a speciality of Latin America and that over 90% of New England's foreign investment is in Latin America, a large part being Boston's United Fruit Company. Now, McCormack argued, this investment was being threatened by the Communists. Whereas United Fruit had brought its technical skills to benefit Guatemala and employed more native workers than any Guatemalan corporation, it was being subjected to wanton attacks from the foolish tactics of a minority of reckless agitators, and it faced communist-initiated legislation that virtually divided all Guatemalan companies into two classes, the United Fruit Company and the rest. Over the next years McCormack was among the most vocal critics of the Guatemalan government. As United States policy toward the country stiffened, he became a liaison between the State Department and Congress. He cautioned that United Fruit must be viewed not as a local problem but as one that endangered the entire nation. UFCO's only crime was that it was a United States company, and Guatemala represented the malignant growth of the Soviet menace in the Western Hemisphere, a menace that must be thwarted before it spread. Should communist influence increase, and by 1951 McCormack lamented that it was all but dominant, the government's entire program would become subservient to the Kremlin's design for world conquest. According to the majority leader in 1952, the confiscation of United Fruit's property symbolized the growth of a Soviet beachhead. Guatemala had developed into a situation of great peril. Representatives of United Fruit also discussed this situation of great peril with those directly responsible for constructing United States policy. Their access was not difficult, recalling that Braden had formerly served as Truman's Assistant Secretary for Latin American Affairs. Thomas Dudley Cabot provided another ready channel. Cabot, who had been a director and president of United Fruit and its registrar bank, the First National Bank of Boston, served as director of the State Department's Office of International Security Affairs. Braden's successor, Edward Miller, came to Washington from the Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, United Fruit's legal __ representative in Guatemala. In 1950 Miller candidly commented to Undersecretary of State James Webb that the department had a good working relationship with the top people in the United States. In fact, throughout the final years of the Truman administration, UFCO executives sent a stream of correspondence to and held numerous conversations with State Department officers concerning communist activities in Guatemala and their effect on company operations registered again. However, too much should not be made of UFCO's lobby or its other connections on Capitol Hill. Much has been written about these connections and about those during the Eisenhower administration. Yet United Fruit lobbyists needed to do no more than publicize the accounts presented in the press and Congress, accounts that coincided with the information gathered by Truman's own sources. By Cold War standards, the evidence amounted to such an overwhelming indictment of Guatemala that, even without the lobby, a government response was predictable. The first attempt. Following the enactment of the Agrarian Reform Law, Truman's advisers concluded that their policy of moderation and frank discussions with Guatemalan representatives had not produced the desired results. The month of the first expropriation of UFCO property, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Mann sent a memorandum to Truman's special counsel Charles Murphy recommending a more forceful alternative. Mann, who would later contribute substantially to the interventions in Cuba and the Dominican Republic, had been moving toward a more active policy for several years. In 1951 he had headed Truman's delegation to Arbenz' inaugural ceremony. Included with his ceremonial tasks was the additional assignment of collecting information on the new president's political inclinations. After talking with several of his Guatemalan acquaintances and some members of the United States Embassy, he concluded that Arbenz was indeed a Marxist. Some months earlier, while director of the Office of Middle American Affairs, Mann had met with United Fruit's lobbyist Thomas Corcoran. Corcoran told him that the die was already cast between the first attempt 119 Temalan government and VECO, and that he had been turning over in his mind the possibility that the American companies might agree between themselves on some method to bring the moderate elements into power in Guatemala. In Corcoran's opinion, Arbenz, like Macbeth, could not last, and something ought to be done by American companies to bring a measure of political stability and social tranquility. It is impossible to gauge how much his earlier conversation with Corcoran influenced Mann's views in 1952. Certainly it could not have had more impact than his own trip to Guatemala. In any case, Mann, a rising young star in the State Department and a consummate believer that instability and nationalism in Latin America bred communism, undoubtedly shared Corcoran's assessment degree. The State Department in 1950, nevertheless, was undecided about the direction Arbenz would take, and Assistant Secretary Miller was one of those who still considered the possibilities good for more conciliatory relations. Also, as yet there was no definite candidate to replace Arbenz. Mann told Corcoran at the time of their meeting that the United States government was not willing to go along with any company-sponsored method of bringing about a change in Guatemala's government. But, in his 1952 memorandum to Murphy, Mann himself proposed a method. While not going so far as to suggest any type of clandestine operation, and conceding that our ability to exert leverage is limited, he advised that we should make it clear, by our acts rather than words, that cooperation begets cooperation, that all the United States is capable of reacting when unfairly attacked, and above all, that own self-interest is best served by cooperating with the United States. Mann was vague about what these acts should be. Generally he favored an increased economic boycott, and the United States did refuse Arbenz any aid and withdrew its remaining technical assistance missions. According to Mann, our refusal to extend favors will create serious problems for the government. Given that Mann wanted the government to move more decisively against Arbenz, he might have known of another plan being hatched in 1952. This plan was kept secret, so secret that the primary source of documentation is Herbert Matthews' report of a conversation he had with Edward Miller in 1953. Unfortunately, Miller is dead, but Matthews' reputation for accuracy, the Assistant Secretary's high regard for him, and the circumstances of the plan make his account highly plausible and, therefore, in need of discussion. Miller would have had no reason to concoct the story, and Matthews. 120. has no doubt that it is accurate. Furthermore, a recently declassified, State Department document does substantiate part of Matthews' account. Registered Miller told Matthews that the plan surfaced in the summer of 1952, when Nicaragua's iron-fisted ruler, Anastasio Somoza, visited Capitol Hill. Somoza, educated in the United States and perhaps Washington's best friend in Latin America, traditionally eschewed any pretense of democratic governance and had actively opposed the Guatemalan Revolution from its inception. At a meeting with Miller and several unidentified State Department officials during this visit, Somoza boasted that, if the United States would supply him with sufficient arms, "I'll clean up Guatemala for you in no time." Miller did not take the dictator seriously, so a few days later Taco, as Somoza was called, went to see Truman himself. Along with the president, present in the Oval Office were Secret__Terry Atchison, Under-Secretary of State Robert Lovett, Truman's close military aide and friend General Harry Vaughan, and another aide who Matthews thinks was named Mero. In March 1953 Somoza's son, Anastasio, Jr. will be disorganization and seizure of portions of Western Hemisphere. Jackson required only 4 more days to send Eisenhower his initial recommendations. Burley's memorandum on Guatemala essentially inserted his previously reached conclusions into the outline. After acknowledging that the Jackson Committee was fully aware that Guatemala presents a genuine penetration of Central America by Kremlin communism, it focused on the precise problem of how to clear out the copyright communists. In more specific terms than those in his later paper to the Council on Foreign Relations, Burley listed the possible alternatives. He discounted armed intervention by the United States, positing that such action would raise immense complications throughout the hemisphere. Another possibility was for Washington. The Transition 131. To organize a countermovement, capable of using force. This operation also presented difficulties. The movement would have to be based in a cooperative neighbor of Guatemala. El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica could help, but the logical leader was Nicaragua. In Burley's opinion, while Somoza would be quite willing to volunteer his country, it would be unwise for the United States to become identified with this symbol of corruption. If the plan failed, the dictator himself might be overthrown. A variant of this strategy, Burley mentioned in passing, would be American support of a Guatemalan group which would do its own work. Burley did not feel that he had adequate information to include or exclude this last alternative, so he advised the administration to take another tack. The State Department should arrange a Central American political defense action to effect Figueres' recommendations. A coalition from all the surrounding countries, including Nicaraguans without official ties to Somoza, would condemn the situation in Guatemala in a smashing declaration, quickly followed by an equally forthright declaration by the United States. If such moral intervention were combined with economic pressure, Burley predicted that in 12 to 18 months Arbenz would be forced to expel all communists or resign, with a moderate like Garcia Granados succeeding him as president. The State Department would direct its embassies in the region to coordinate the campaign under one theater commander, and the coalition's agents, assisted by experts from the United States, would establish bases within Guatemala. These agents would be able to utilize the native dissidents and do a good deal of quiet work in the Guatemalan army. Burley discussed his recommendations with Jackson the following weekend, and in May he and Figueres met with Jackson, Cabot, and Thomas Mann. The impact of his memorandum, nevertheless, cannot be determined. While it is true that Eisenhower's policy closely resembled that in the memorandum, although the emphasis was on support of a Guatemalan group as opposed to relying on moral intervention, Arbenz's opponent Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes contends that actions were already underway. Ydígoras wrote that in early 1953 UFCO executive Walter Turnbull, along with 2 men who introduced themselves as members of the C1A, offered to assist him in organizing a counter-revolution. In return, he would have to promise to enact legislation favoring UFCO and IRCA, outlawing the radical labor unions, and establishing a strong armed government along the lines of UBICOS. The future Guatemalan president maintained that he refused this bargain, feeling that the conditions ran counter to his country's interests. He told Turnbull and Company 132 that he needed time to suggest an alternative. The three men left and did not return. Asterisk 7. Idegura's account cannot be substantiated. Turnbull has since died. Braden commented that he knew nothing of the proposition, but he thought it possible. He added, it might have been Turnbull going off on his own. He was down there, and he was powerful. E. Howard Hunt, who ultimately played an important role, likewise could not support or deny the narrative. He remembered only that during the operation Turnbull proved to be very valuable to the C1A. Before that, we had to isolate Turnbull from events because he was very anxious, of course, to run his own show. Registered in retrospect, it seems unlikely that Idiguras would have turned down an invitation to lead the insurrection. The alleged CIA operatives have never been identified, and, as will be explained, the agency did not want Idiguras to head the coup. What is certain is that within the initial months of 1953 the new administration received a stream of advice advocating the elimination of Arbenz government, and this advice reached the individuals who constructed the eventual policy. Assistant Secretary Cabot attended the Council on Foreign Relations study group and met with Burley and Figueres. Several months later he publicly remarked, "We should not assume that the antibodies which exist in the Latin American body politic will always repel an intrusion of the communist virus. Indeed, in Guatemala they have not done so." Trademark. By this time, members of the Eisenhower administration were privately working on a way to produce the antibodies. 6. Project LB success, the preparation. Eisenhower had been in office only about 6 months when Washington began to prepare for the overthrow of Arbenz government. Exactly how much knowledge the president had of the Guatemalan situation in early 1953 cannot be known. But his remarks at the 1953 cabinet meeting and the haste with which he sent his brother Milton to study Latin American conditions testify to his intense interest in the region and his desire to remedy the shortcomings of the Truman policies, and, at a staff meeting in March, he specifically brought up Guatemala. This same month the State Department underscored the fact that the National Assembly had observed a minute of silence to mark Stalin's death, and some 80 Guatemalans had demonstrated in front of the United States Embassy on behalf of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. In August, Secretary Dulles asked former Republican standard-bearer and New York Governor Thomas Dewey to represent the administration at Figueres' inauguration in Costa Rica and Panama's 50th anniversary celebration. Dewey's real assignment was to monitor the Guatemalan delegation. Evidently, even without the input of individuals like Braden and Burley, the issue for the new administration was not the extent to which communists dominated the country. As Milton Eisenhower's report reflected, the consensus was that it had already succumbed to communist infiltration. The issue was what policy to follow. Planning took place with the utmost stealth. Only Eisenhower, the Dulles brothers, and a few other top-level members of the White House, State Department, and Central Intelligence Agency knew that an operation was even being considered, let alone were privy to its details. The CRA transmitted its communications to the President. 134 Project Success, the preparation. And Secretary of State Top Secret ETA, a superclassification that permitted a document to be read only by the select group stipulated on its heading. The agency burned most of its papers in a massive furnace. Any operative brought in on the project was sworn to secrecy. In all likelihood, a good deal of the discussion took place in Eisenhower's study late in the afternoon, when the president would meet with the secretary over cocktails, or at the Sunday lunch that Eleanor Dulles hosted for her 2 brothers each week. Although a recent study of the coup contends that the decision to intervene resulted from a high-level meeting in early August 1953, no evidence exists to pinpoint the project's inception so precisely. Everyone who participated in the initial planning is now deceased. In Spruey Braden's opinion, while Central American efforts to build an anti-Arbenz coalition continued, the United States did not become involved until the beginning of 1954. Braden heard from some of his Nicaraguan friends that at this time Somoza again solicited Washington's help to launch an invasion of Guatemala. According to this version, the dictator convinced the Colombian ambassador in Washington and several other Latin American envoys to meet with Undersecretary of State Walter Bedell Smith. Bedell Smith, of course, had been director of the C-1 when Somoza allegedly made his first proposal. The diplomats told him that all their sponsors needed to overthrow Arbenz was money and military equipment. Shortly thereafter, if Braden's informants were correct, the United States actively joined with Somoza *OE Howard Hunt, who, unlike Braden, participated directly in the project, believes that Eisenhower's decision to develop a covert plan for Guatemala came in the summer or early fall of 1953. The C-1 had assigned Hunt to Mexico during the last years of the Truman administration. From his contacts throughout the Central American universities, he learned that Arbenz might be vulnerable to some type of paramilitary operation and recommended that action be taken. He doubts that his recommendations ever reached Washington. The CIA station chief in Guatemala, Collins Almon, had placed a bug in the headquarters of the Guatemalan Labor Party that was discovered by the party's workers. When Ambassador Rudolf Schoenfeld, Patterson's successor, found out, he ordered Almon to keep a low profile and transmit all messages through the embassy. Almon, an aging FBI retread with little experience or interest in paramilitary endeavors, complied with Schoenfeld's wishes and, Hunt alleges, censored CRA missives. Birch O'Neill eventually replaced Almon, but he proceeded just as cautiously. Then, according to CRA scuttlebutt, United Fruit lobbyist Tommy Corcoran enlisted the support of Bedell Smith to 135. Have Alan Dulles named John Doherty station chief in Guatemala. This shift in personnel signaled the beginning of the Operation Degree without impugning Braden's sincerity. His credibility on this matter is suspect. He was far removed from Eisenhower's national security apparatus, and those familiar with the procedures involved in planning an operation of this magnitude assert categorically that the process required more than just a few months. Unknown to Braden, in November 1953 officials of the United States Embassy met with representatives of Nicaragua and Honduras. Their report to the Latin American desk read, "The only means of overthrowing the government was through a decision of the United States government to do so." Moreover, when Assistant Secretary of State Cabot reluctantly conceded to Bedell Smith in September that a CIA-organized coup was the only solution regime in Guatemala. In January 1954, much to Washington's dismay, Purifoy wielded the threat of the big stick in public. He told a Time correspondent, "Public opinion in the U.S. might force us to take some measures to prevent Guatemala from falling into the lap of international communism. We cannot permit a Soviet republic to be established between Texas and the Panama Canal." Once it received the go-ahead from the White House, the CIA rapidly began to prepare for Arbenz's overthrow. The project was given the code name Success, and operational headquarters was set up at Opa-locka, Florida, a hamlet on the outskirts of Miami. Estimates of the intervention's cost range from $5 to $7 million, and it involved some 100 CIA agents and contract operatives. The agency also enlisted the services of scores of recruits, mostly mercenaries, from Guatemala and the neighboring, Central American nations, especially Nicaragua, Honduras, and Panama. During the operation's early days, the United States government flew personnel, aircraft, and other supplies to Francis Field, an abandoned airstrip in the Canal Zone which provided a safe base from which they could be transported undercover to opposition camps in Nicaragua and Honduras. For the first time the C-1 organized a clandestine unit distinct from one of its regional divisions. Agency heads reasoned that PBS-UCCESS was of such magnitude that it would be extremely confusing and inefficient to have the same desk officers handling other assignments simultaneously with those concerning Guatemala. The unit received its own communication facilities, financial officers, support people, cover agents, and 139. Special authority to requisition confidential funds. PBSUK-S became the C1A's highest priority. Virtually all the agency's Chiat officials played important roles. At the top was Allen Dulles. An imposing man with a Teddy Roosevelt mustache, Dulles communicated constantly with his brother throughout the operation and, according to Richard Bissell, his special assistant during PBSUK-S and deputy director of plans for the later attempt to oust Castro in Cuba, he was closer to the Guatemala operation than he was to the Bay of Pigs. As the CIA director, nonetheless, Dulles had to attend to other matters as well, including the growing crisis in Indochina, so he placed Frank Wisner directly in charge of Guatemala. Born in Mississippi and a former Assistant Secretary of State, Wisner had headed the OSS missions in Istanbul and Bucharest during World War II. A pugnacious workaholic with remarkable retentive powers, he had the mind of a trial lawyer. His profound concern for the security of the nation and zealous attention to his work eventually caused a nervous breakdown and his suicide in 1965. In 1953 and 1954, however, his dedicated approach to success made for an extraordinarily well-executed effort. Registered at a critical juncture in the project's progress in early 1954, when difficulties began to arise over coordination, Tracy Barnes and Richard Bissell joined the team. Barnes, formerly a Wall Street lawyer and member of the OSS with many acquaintances among those listed in Eastern social registers, became the liaison between Washington and OPA-LACA, so distinguishing himself that Bissell later selected him to head the day-to-day operations of the Bay of Pigs. Bissell was one of the few ranking CIA officers who had not served in the OSS. The son of a Connecticut insurance magnate, he had impressive credentials: Groton, Yale, the London School of Economics, and professorships at Yale and MIT. His friendship with Wisner and Barnes promoted his entry into the C1As elite, whereupon he immediately took on the PBS-UCCS assignment. Wisner's successor as Deputy Director of Plans and the mastermind of U-2 surveillance as well as the Bay of Pigs, in 1954 he was simply assistant to the director. He had an anomalous role in the project, helping out where needed and generally supervising operations. Bissell, Barnes, and the others on the project's directory would meet 3 times a week in Dulles' office and almost daily in Wisner's. The two major figures in the field were Colonel J.C. King and Al Haney. At the outset, King, as chief of the Western Hemisphere Division, had supervisory responsibilities. But, like former Station Chief Collins Almone, he was a holdover from the period when the FBI conducted Latin American surveillance, and he preferred ES. 140 equals espionage and intelligence gathering to paramilitary operations. His lack of enthusiasm led to organizational difficulties, requiring Dulles to shift the bulk of his functions to Wisner, Barnes, and Bissell. This shift suited Haney well, for as the field commander he found his relations with King much less harmonious than with the others, especially Barnes. Haney's authority extended over all the agents outside Washington. Because of the project's delicacy, however, Dulles created a special position to take charge of political action. The man who filled it was E. Howard Hunt. In an oft-cited pioneering study of the Guatemalan project, David Wise and Thomas Ross quote testimony given by Whiting Willauer in 1961 before the Senate's subcommittee to investigate the administration of the Internal Security Act as evidence that a team of United States diplomats assisted the C1A operatives. Willauer testified that in addition to himself and John Purifoy, the leader, the team included the minister to Nicaragua, Thomas Whelan, and Robert Hill in Costa Rica. Journalists Wise and Ross had no reason to doubt Willauer. His participation appears certain. Describing his primary duty as making sure that the Honduran government fully cooperated with the operation, he apparently also supervised the landing of equipment earmarked for Castillo Armas forces. Further, he had previously worked with General Chennault's Flying Tigers, which performed many functions for the CI-1A. Years later, on an NBC television special, a United States air attaché stationed in Guatemala during the invasion referred to Willauer's involvement in LB success and association with Chennault by commenting, I am quite sure that if any of the pilots flying for the Liberation Army had been shot down, some of those pilots could have spoken Chinese. Willauer, in fact, wrote the General in May 1954, cryptically explaining, "We have a hell of a situation down here, and unless really forceful action is taken we are going to have a little commie China right in our own backyard. I am literally working night and day on the problem and am hopeful that a solution will develop. Unfortunately, I can't tell you any more than that. Purifoy's role is also certain. As the ambassador to Guatemala, he served as a liaison between CIA and State Department personnel who were privy to the clandestine activities. When the C-1A wished to instruct Purifoy from Washington, it would contact Undersecretary Bedell Smith to ensure coordination. The State Department would then transmit a message over the C-1A's channel to the agency's station in Guatemala. To guarantee that there were no leaks or misunderstandings, an agent would carry the instructions by hand. 141. To the ambassador. In April 1954, Purifoy returned to Washington to iron out last-minute details. Satisfied, he responded to a press query regarding the future of Arbenz regime by remarking, "We are making out our 4th of July reception invitations, and we are not including any of the present administration." 2 days after Arbenz's resignation he quipped, "People are complaining that I was 45 minutes off schedule." Willauer may have been inaccurate when he included Whelan and Hill as participants. Whelan was a Truman appointee who had been kept on in Nicaragua only as a favor to North Dakota Senator William Langer. Since there was now no question of Somoza's cooperation, State and the CIA might not have deemed the Nicaraguan post critical enough to let Whelan in on the secret. No evidence exists of his involvement. Hill's participation is more ambiguous. His financial interests in Guatemala and his influential position within the Republican Party would seem to qualify him for membership on Purifoy's team. Yet he denies any covert activities, and in 1954 there were some Republicans on Capitol Hill who did not fully trust him. Furthermore, while documents refer to him in connection with the Guatemalan project, he apparently did not meet the administration's expectations or those of the Latin Americans. For example, after Hill's transfer to the embassy in Mexico, Willauer praised his work to C.D. Jackson. Jackson, who recalled that Dear A.M.B. Hill was the character who made so much trouble for us in his previous post, and someone whom we did not consider the darling of the Latinos, then wrote his former time associate and Eisenhower speechwriter Emmett Hughes. Reviewing his conversation with Willauer, Jackson's 1958 letter went on, "All I did was to nod sagely, because I remembered all the trouble we had with Hill when he was in Guatemala, although the State Department's input, with or without Whelan and Hill, was unquestionably substantial. The CRA held the ultimate responsibility for PBSUUCCESS. Once the operational apparatus was established, the agency's first task, as presaged in Burley's memorandum, was to select a leader from among the Guatemalan opposition. This proved to be quite complicated. Many of the opposition favored Ydígoras, the conservative candidate in the 1950 election, regarding him as the rightful heir to the presidency. But CIA political experts like Howard Hunt rejected Ubico's former henchman as being too reactionary and apt to incur the hostility of both the international community and the Guatemalan people. Ydígoras also resembled a Spanish noble, which agency pundits considered a defy. Undertook this critical assignment. As the US-1A summarized to the National Security Council's Operations Coordinating Board immediately following Arbenz's overthrow, our principal informa. 144 Project P success, the preparation. Effort was directed toward creating greater awareness throughout the hemisphere of the real threat to peace and security posed by copyright the verifiable communist penetration of the Guatemalan government. The appropriateness of the adjective verifiable is dubious. The USIA's summary continued by reviewing how it established __general service operation to collect, prepare, and place anti-Arbenz press material in Central American publications, tailoring the stories to meet the specific needs in individual countries. While the agency stopped short of making any direct accusations that could be traced to the United States. It did distribute unattributable articles labeling certain Guatemalan officials as communists or actions by the Arbenz government as communist-inspired. For example, the summary described a successful project in January 1954, in which the USIA wrote a series of accounts critical of Victor Gutierrez and the Secretary General of the Guatemalan Labor Party, José Manuel Fortuny, planted them in a Chilean newspaper, and then arranged for copyright reprints to be circulated elsewhere with Chilean attribution. This same month the USIA conducted another project not included in its summarizing missive. Due to the increasing indications of an impending invasion, Arbenz ordered the arrest of a number of anti-government agitators. Among these were some of the most strident opponents of the Guatemalan labor movement. The USTA, after conferring with Paraguay's embassy, orchestrated the promptest press, radio coverage without official attribution. The coverage implied that these were arbitrary arrests with the sole function of intimidating Arbenz's opposition. No mention was made of any possible connection between the arrested individuals and the scam_ings of Castillo Armas and Itigaraz, which Arbenz had recently revealed by publicizing the former's correspondence with the Somozas. Yet the next day the embassy in Guatemala informed the State Department that those arrested were apparently materially involved in plots by Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas and General Miguel Itigaraz Fuentes, the exiled Guatemalan anti-communist leaders, to overthrow the Arbenz administration. Although the State Department propaganda campaign benefited greatly from the USIA activities, its most concerted effort came at the 10th Inter-American Conference, held in Caracas from March 1 to 28, 1954. The name and location of the conference reflect the shortcomings of United States policy toward Latin America. Initially, formal meetings of all the American states had been termed international or, more commonly, Pan-American. But over the years, particularly following the successive interventions during the 20th century's first quarter, Latin Americans came to underscore. 145. Interpret Pan-Americanism as a euphemism for United States dominance. Consequently, the 1948 Charter of the Organization of American States stipulated that subsequent assemblies be termed inter-American. The name change, however, did not disguise the differences between the United States' attitudes and those of its neighbors to the south. A number of Latin American leaders opposed the selection of Venezuela as the host nation, since its ruler, Marcos Pérez Jiménez, ranked with Somoza as one of the hemisphere's most ruthless dictators. In fact, Costa Rica's José Figueres and Romulo Betancourt, Pérez Jiménez's major opponent in Venezuela, attempted to line up the democratic republics to boycott the conference unless the dictator agreed to pardon the thousands of political prisoners that filled Venezuelan jails. United States State Department representatives took the contrary view, regarding the dictator as a firm ally in the struggle against communism, and threatened to deny assistance to countries that participated in the boycott. The conference convened in Caracas on schedule, with only Costa Rica declining to attend. The controversy over the conference's site revealed a sharp divergence between the objectives of the United States and those of most members of the OAS. As Secretary Dulles remarked at a February 1954 cabinet meeting, the major interest of the Latin American countries at this conference would concern economics, whereas the chief United States interest is to secure a strong anti-communist resolution which would recognize communism as an international conspiracy instead of regarding it merely as an indigenous movement. To the Secretary of State, the problem of Latin America's development was secondary to that of Guatemala. The State Department planned its Caracas strategy very carefully. Despite the United States membership on the Committee on Preparations for the Conference, which began planning the agenda in 1951, its representatives did not propose the inclusion of an anti-communist resolution until late 1953. Hence minimal time existed for any organized opposition. Moreover, when State discovered that the agenda listed those items under the heading Economic Matters as the conference's first order of business and its resolution as the last item under Juridical and Political Matters, it protested to the OAS Council. When the final agenda appeared, the United States proposal headed the topics to be discussed. An impressive array of dignitaries comprised the United States delegation. Dulles went, as did Henry Holland, who officially became the new Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs while the conference was in progress, his predecessor John Moore's Cabot. 146 and Thomas Mann. Other delegates included Merwin L. Bohan, United States Representative of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council, Samuel W. Anderson, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for International Affairs, W. Randolph Burgess, Deputy to the Secretary of the Treasury, John C. Dreyer, Representative to the OAS Council, Herman Fletcher, Dulles Legal Advisor, the Ambassador to Venezuela, Fletcher Warren, Andrew N. Overby, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, and Samuel C. Waugh, Assistant Secretary of State for Economic Affairs. Senators Bork B. Hickenlooper and Theodore F. Green, members of the Foreign Relations Committee, accompanied the delegation, as did United Nations Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge. Their mandate was clear. In the words of one congressman, nothing short of positive expressions of disapproval will serve to indicate that this hemisphere and the people of the other republics do not propose to stand idly by while the red tide engulfs Guatemala and its people, and constitutes a threat to the sovereignty of every republic of the hemisphere. A showdown is imminent. While a showdown was imminent, State Department advisors wanted to avoid the appearance of one. They feared that other nations might interpret the resolution as a means of bullying Guatemala or perhaps even as the first step toward armed intervention. A timely, hard-hitting speech by the Secretary at Caracas would take the communist conspiracy off balance, a State Department memorandum read. It should be remembered, however, underscore that the big power concept is anathema to the Latinos who take seriously the legal doctrine of equality of states. Degree indeed, the department deferred its announcement of a pending military assistance copyright pact with El Salvador lest Guatemala or any other country claim underscore that the United States was preparing for a joint invasion. Washington hoped that Dulles and the other delegates could prevent any discussion of possible intervention until Guatemala brought up the subject, which it invariably would. Then, the United States should immediately cause to be linked with the subject of communist penetration, and prevent return to the topic of alleged intervention. OE.BN As soon as the committee charged with examining juridical and political matters came to order, Dulles introduced the draft proposal Declaration of Solidarity for the Preservation of the Political Integrity of the American States Against International Communism. Commonly known as the Declaration of Caracas, the resolution eclipsed all other items on the conference's agenda. For the next 7 sessions, the committee devoted its entire attention to the resolution and the more general issue of the communist threat to the 147 hemisphere. Dulles, who had consulted his brother about the phrasing of his introductory speech, so impressed Hickenlooper that the senator described it to his Foreign Relations Committee colleagues as one of the most clear, powerful, and concise speeches, laying down exactly what the situation was, that I have ever heard in my life. To Eisenhower, Hickenlooper wrote that Dulles did a brilliant job. The secretary denounced international communism as alien intrigue and treachery, as the form of foreign intervention that posed the most severe danger to the peace and security of the entire hemisphere. Referring to the Rio Pact, which called for a meeting of consultation in the event of aggression, armed or not, Dulles concluded by proposing that communist domination or control of any country would justify appropriate action in accordance with existing treaties. But he heeded the State Department's warning. At no time did he mention Guatemala or the possibility of military intervention. He even deleted from his original draft a passage that could be construed as specifically aimed at Guatemala. The United States considers that we are not here engaged in an academic or philosophical exercise, but that we are taking action of a momentous nature. Degree Dulles had carefully chosen his words. Nevertheless, a number of Latin American nations voiced the apprehension that the resolution might be used to sanction intervention in the internal affairs of a state. Colombia included a meeting of consultation in the final clause to make certain that this aspect of the existing treaties was not overlooked. To ensure approval, Dulles himself offered an amendment to emphasize that the United States designed the resolution to protect, not impair, the right of each nation to select its own form of political and economic system. He added at the beginning, this declaration of foreign policy made by the American republics in relation to dangers originating outside this hemisphere, however, since the Secretary of State had already explained that indigenous communism did not exist, by his logic no country in Latin America could voluntarily embrace communism, it would have to originate outside this hemisphere. This last point was not missed by the head of the Guatemalan delegation, Foreign Minister Guillermo Torriello Garrido. He immediately denounced the resolution as merely a pretext for intervening in our internal affairs. Asterisk. The debate predicted by the State Department ensued, as both veteran diplomats jockeyed for an advantage. At one point Torriello bluntly asked Dulles, "What is international communism?" Dulles' response was equally blunt, "It is 148 Project PPBSUC S, the preparation." Disturbing if the foreign affairs of one of our American republics are conducted by one so innocent that he has to ask that question. Torriello won this round. As Dulles himself admitted, the foreign minister drew the most applause from the other delegates by meeting the Secretary of State head-on. He accused the United States of returning to the tradition of waving a big stick and dollar diplomacy and charged that the declaration was an example of the internationalism of McCarthyism. If the resolution passed, he cautioned, Pan-Americanism would become an instrument exclusively in the service of monopolistic interests and a weapon of coercion to strangle any attempt at political and economic liberation of the oppressed peoples of Latin America. They wanted to find a ready expedient to maintain the economic dependence of the American republics and suppress the legitimate desires of their people, cataloging as communism every manifestation of nationalism or economic independence, and desire for social progress and intellectual curiosity and any interest in progressive or liberal reforms. Any nation which expresses these desires will be accused of being a threat to the continental security and making a breach copyright of continental solidarity. After Torriello's audience applauded, the resolution passed by an overwhelming majority. Only Guatemala voted in opposition, with Mexico and Argentina abstaining the vote, nevertheless, fell short of positive expressions of disapproval. Only the most dictatorial nations, including Nicaragua, Colombia, Paraguay, and the Dominican Republic, unreservedly accepted the proposal as the best means to combat communism in the hemisphere. The others put through a parallel resolution which stated that the antidote to communism was the promotion of human rights, the effective exercise of representative democracy, and social and economic development. Another approved resolution, sponsored by Panama, advocated the abolition of racial discrimination to neutralize the communists' appeals. In truth, the United States resolution passed because, as Roy Robotham, who became Eisenhower's final assistant secretary of Inter-American Affairs, commented, spared no effort and spared no blandishment to get this Caracas resolution through. Robotham termed it the low point in United States relations with Latin America during the Eisenhower years, and John Cabot, despite his firm opposition to the Arbenz government, left the Latin America 149. Kendesk because he disagreed with Dulles' approach. The United States delegation at Caracas not only subordinated the other 27 items on the conference's agenda to the anti-communist declaration but also used the threat of economic reprisals to assure its passage. Dulles, the delegation's chief, refused to be briefed on the pertinent economic issues, and immediately following the declaration's passage, in Cabot's words, he went streaking off to Washington and then to Geneva in his continuing effort to keep the French fighting in Indochina. The Christian Science Monitor wrote that many of those delegates who voted for the resolution were not completely convinced that communist influence in Guatemala was really a threat to the United States or to hemispheric solidarity, and the Hispanic American report quoted Uruguay's Dr. Justino Jimenez de Arequega, who lamented that his country had acquiesced to the proposal without enthusiasm, without optimism, without joy, and without the feeling that we were contributing to the adoption of a constructive measure. Asterisk in Paris Le Monde summarized. Those who supported most enthusiastically were just those dictatorial governments whose power rests on a military junta and on the official representatives of the great United States companies. These governments owe their existence solely to the protection of the United States. But, for Eisenhower and Dulles, Caracas was a success. Economic and social issues could be dealt with at any time, but communism in Guatemala was a problem about which something had to be done quickly. The first task was to marshal and crystallize Latin American public opinion on the issue. This was the declaration's purpose. The USIA sent a special team to the conference to cover the debate, resulting in a continuous flow of news, backgrounders, photos, and tape recordings. Field officers disseminated these materials throughout the hemisphere via the agency's direct wireless file. The State Department produced a documentary film on the resolution that emphasized such highlights as Dulles' speech and made it available to movie and television outlets. Also available were briefings and conversations with editors, commentators, and other public opinion leaders. Small wonder that the New York Times ignored any adverse reaction and editorialized that Caracas was a triumph for Secretary Dulles, for the United States, and for common sense. Whether Eisenhower and Dulles ever intended to invoke the Caracas resolution remains problematic. By this time success. 150 project success, the preparation was well underway, so much so that Arevalo later drew a parallel between the United States conduct at Caracas and Japanese negotiations in Washington on the eve of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Copyright bidder, the former Guatemalan president obviously assumed that Dulles' proposal had been nothing more than a public relations charade, an empty gesture advanced with the sole purpose of establishing the proper climate for Castillo Armas invasion. Arevalo's analogy is certainly stretched. While publicizing the communist threat in Guatemala was the major objective of the United States delegation to Caracas, many State Department officers sincerely hoped that the declaration could be an effective anti-communist doctrine. Some, like Assistant Secretary Holland, later regretted that the execution of PBSUCS obviated the opportunity to test the proposal's efficacy. Shortly after the conference's adjournment, he began to solicit OAS support in an effort to move toward application of the Caracas resolution to Guatemala. In early April, Holland discussed applying the declaration with both Foster and Allen Dulles. The two brothers then held a carefully worded telephone conversation, during which each referred to items contained in a special black book, probably referring to the black book the Operations Coordinating Board had prepared for Caracas in February. They wondered whether the Caracas resolution was sufficiently broad to be applied to Guatemala, musing that perhaps some specialized machinery could be invoked. The Secretary of State admitted that he was unsure of all the declaration's legal fine points, but he did believe that, at a minimum, proceeding along the lines of the resolution would give a subsequent armed intervention a more legitimate appearance. He explained to the CIA director, if something like this, the economic and political affairs of that country are no longer dominated and controlled by the communist movement, and the unjustified prices for coffee imposed by producers in that country have been reduced to reasonable levels. Referred to the Foreign Relations Committee, Smith's resolution never reached the Senate floor. Her speech, however, put her on record as advocating action against the Arbenz government. The next month she went farther. Writing a woman senator's views, it is time to stifle Guatemala's Reds for the Newark Star-Ledger, she encouraged the United States public to face the fact that the communists in Guatemala had begun their assault on the freedom of this hemisphere. Surely, she added, we have by this time. 152. Learn the folly of delaying of facing up to danger. Look at the tragedy of China, Korea, and Indochina. Smith was not a saber-rattling anti-communist like Spruey Braden. Yet her article paralleled the latter's much-publicized Dartmouth speech by asserting, we might well do away with the diplomatic niceties right away. Along with the sentiments expressed by other senators and representatives, Smith's resolution and article influenced the Eisenhower White House to take, within limits, more congressional leaders into its confidence. Security requirements, of course, dictated that most of the plans remain secret. Nevertheless, in early 1954 Eisenhower's staff started to leak indications that action was in the of_FING. For example, in February California's Senator William Noland, the conservative majority leader, called the president to discuss the Bricker Amendment. Named for the senator from Ohio, the amendment sought to limit executive authority over foreign policy, relative to that of the legislature. Eisenhower's reply to Noland's advocacy of the amendment was, "What I am concerned about _recognizing new government." In this abstruse manner he informed Noland that he anticipated Arbenz' overthrow. Because both Eisenhower and Dulles believed that an effective foreign policy depended on cordial relations with Congress, they strove to keep the Senate Majority Leader informed. The documents do not reveal whether Eisenhower's allusion to Guatemala whetted Noland's appetite for more details, but a month later Dulles phoned the senator to report his most recent conversations with the CIA regarding Guatemala. Noland asked if he could obtain additional information, particularly a history of the controversy. After agreeing, Dulles immediately called Assistant Secretary Holland, who promised he would send the material to Noland's office. Copyright a month later it was Undersecretary Bedell Smith who spoke with a congressional leader about Guatemala, in this instance with Styles Bridges of New Hampshire, the Senate's senior Republican. In his report to Eisenhower, Bedell Smith did not recount Bridges' end of the conversation. The senator must have suggested that some type of belligerent statement be issued against Arbenz, for Bedell Smith told him that it was not a matter that we wanted to make an explosion about just now. With the preparations for LB success almost complete, Bedell Smith wanted as little diplomatic turmoil as possible. Bridges, like so many others in Congress, wanted a more copyright-namic policy toward Guatemala. His dissatisfaction stemmed from 153. The meeting of the legislative leaders he had attended earlier that morning. In an effort to assure the leaders that he was in full control of the Guatemalan situation, Eisenhower had requested that the State Department prepare a memorandum for presentation. Holland prepared it in April, with the help of Raymond Letty of the Middle American Bureau, the C1AS Frank Wisner, and Ambassador Purifoy. The result was a laundry list of what must be done. By every proper and effective means we should demonstrate to the courageous elements within Guatemala who are trying to purge their government of its communist elements that they have the sympathy and support of all freedom-loving people both in the United States and elsewhere. At the same time, the memorandum continued, we must assemble evidence of a kind that would convince the minds of reasonable men, and showing the extent of communist penetration of the political institutions of Guatemala. Referring explicitly to Caracas, the document went on, we must be prepared to invoke the consultative procedure contemplated by the Rio Treaty. In relation to all these steps, Holland concluded, I think it very important that all action by the executive and by the Congress in this field should be carefully coordinated. Holland did not mention PIB-success, reflecting the limitations of executive-legislative coordination. Within this context Bridges' frustration is understandable. Congress had grown impatient with the official policy of sympathy, fact-finding, and consultation. Eisenhower's announcement at the May 24 gathering of the legislative leaders that we will move on Guatemala under the Caracas and other agreements failed to assuage their restlessness. As late as June 23, Congressman Charles J. Kirsten sent off a 3-page memorandum to the State Department, criticizing it for not taking more direct action. Reasoning that the Guatemalans had a right to revolt against the Communists, the representative from Wisconsin argued that the United States had a right to assist the revolt. This assistance, he specified, should not be restricted to moral support or even indirect aid. Such aid was an honorable act, and the United States should openly send the rebels whatever they needed. As for invoking agreements like the Rio Pact and the Declaration of Caracas, Kirsten opined that the United States cannot escape into a pious neutrality by claiming it must follow determinations of the UN, the OAS, or other body. Actions taken by these organizations constituted legalistic fold error, and the U.S. is a competent sovereign nation responsible for its own actions. In summary, the memorandum read, Could be argued that aid to rebels should be undercover. This may 154 equals be so. But I believe we should not make any attempt to disguise the fact that we are helping the Guatemalans regain control of their country. Dulles assistant, Roderick O'Connor, forwarded the memorandum to Holland and the State Department's Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs, Thrusten Morton. His cover letter concluded, "I'm sure that you are aware of this line of thinking, which I suspect is held by a number of other congressmen." Earlier memoranda reveal that state closely followed congressional reactions to events in Guatemala and welcomed such hardline opinions registered. If Eisenhower saw Kirsten's criticism, he might well have smiled. By this time, with all the assistance he required, Castillo Armas had already entered Guatemala. The president concurred with the congressman's view, but he felt it essential that the aid be disguised. Such criticism was a small price to pay for keeping the operation secret, thereby adding legitimacy to what the administration would later call an outstanding expression of the Guatemalans' love for freedom. Kirsten would have had no quarrel with the State Department had he known all that was going on behind the scenes. After the Caracas conference, the White House, the State Department, and the CIA carefully monitored all public statements in order to emphasize official opposition to the Arbenz government without revealing the administration's hidden hand. Attempting to capitalize on the Cara_Ca declaration, Washington charged that Guatemalan communists were creating instability throughout Central America. For example, when the Galvez government claimed that a massive strike against United Fruit's Honduran division was the result of communist subversion, the State Department heartily agreed. The strike began in early May, shortly after 3 new Guatemalan consuls arrived in Honduras capital. Galvez blamed the consuls and declared them persona non grata. Although Holland was reluctant to make an issue of the incident, Dulles saw it as an opportunity to spread the atmosphere. "There are indications, etc." Careful to avoid any comment that might imply that Eisenhower would consider the use of force, the secretary suggested at his next press conference that the so-called strike in Honduras is not entirely a domestic phenomenon, and termed its relationship to the Guatemalan consuls an interesting coincidence. There was another coincidence. The State Department concluded negotiations on a military pact with Honduras that it had been seeking for a year. Soon tanks and long-range strategic bombers assigned to the Strategic Air Command as well as smaller weapons were airlifted to both countries to signify 155. The seriousness of Washington's commitment. The Times editorialized, "Militarily, the United States is doing its utmost to draw a circle around this spot of communist infection. The charter aircraft business at Toncontin boomed so that it was virtually impossible to hire a private plane. Arms to Arbenz and the final decision. While providing Guatemala's neighbors with direct military assistance had been on the White House's agenda for a long time, it was the arrival of a shipment of arms in Guatemala that occasioned the airlift's commencement. Arbenz firmly believed that Castillo Armas' invasion was only a matter of time. Before Caracas, he had repeatedly implored the United States to lift its boycott. He had also suggested that he and Eisenhower agree upon a neutral commission to arbitrate the dispute with United Fruit, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Unsuccessful and increasingly desperate, the Guatemalan president now risked infuriating both the United States and his own military officers by soliciting assistance from behind the Iron Curtain. The Soviet Union jumped at the opportunity to embarrass, at the very least, the United States. The Czechoslovakian government transported some 2,000 tons of small arms and light artillery pieces from its Skoda factory to the Polish port of Stettin on the Baltic. After being registered with Lloyd's of London, the merchandise was listed as optical supplies on the manifest of Sweden's Alfam, a freighter cleared for Dakar, Africa. Communist agents must have bribed the captain, for the ship sailed directly toward Puerto Barrios. The CIA discovered the Alfam's real cargo before it arrived on May 17. Posing as a bird watcher, the agency's operative instead spied what he believed to be arms. He then wrote a seemingly innocuous letter to a Parisian automobile parts concern. He meticulously pasted a microfilm dot over one period. The agent in Paris translated the microfilm message into code and immediately transmitted it by shortwave to Washington. The message read like the 22nd prayer of David in the book of Psalms, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Decoded, this meant that military supplies were on board the ship. Allen Dulles ordered another agent, stationed at the Kiel Canal, to surreptitiously inspect the A/Fem as it passed from the Baltic to the North Sea. The inspection confirmed the cargo, as did information pried loose from a senior of 156. Officer on Arbon's staff by yet another operative. The C1 director wanted to intercept the Alfem en route, but the ship charted such a circuitous course that for a time it seemed to have vanished. When it did reach port, John Purifoy and his staff were waiting on the dock. As might be expected, Capitol Hill erupted in an uproar. No one was prepared for such an audacious move. Dulles immediately copyright-sided that the Swedes were innocent of any wrongdoing. The problem was to find some grounds on which to declare Guatemala guilty. Allen Dulles conceded that there is nothing illegal about what they are doing, and Senator Noland asked how the United States could be upset that arms were entering Guatemala when its official military mission was still there, ostensibly to train Arbon's army how to use them. Secretary Dulles replied that the C1 considered the mission a valuable intelligence asset hardly solved this dilemma. Incapable of arriving at an immediate solution, the Dulles brothers decided that the best short-run expedient would be to fan the public's fury. Allen became a legislative liaison, encouraging congressional leaders to speak against this most recent communist outrage. In response came charges like those of Senator Wiley, who called the shipment part of the master plan of world communism, and of California's Representative Patrick J. Hillings, who claimed that the arms were to be used to sabotage the Panama Canal. On May 109, at the early morning White House staff meeting, the Secretary and the President decided that during his press conference later that day Eisenhower should underscore the gravity of the situation. As if reading from a prepared script, Eisenhower responded to the inevitable question about his reaction to the Alfem's cargo, "Well, it is disturbing. I think that above all, it highlights the circumstances, the background, that led to the adoption of the resolution at the Caracas Conference regarding communism in this country." He added in his memoirs, and as the former Supreme Allied Commander his opinion carried considerable weight, this quantity exceeded any legitimate, normal requirements of the Guatemalan armed forces. The State Department's press release on May 17 was equally damning. Accepting Allen Dulles' suggestion that the as yet undetermined quantity of arms be termed a very large shipment, the department contended that Guatemala had become the most heavily armed nation in Central America, with more than 3 to 4 times the equipment of Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador. The release left it up to Secretary Dulles to draw the proper conclusion. At his press conference the next week, he asserted that a Govern 157 meant in which communist influence is very strong has come into a position to dominate militarily the Central American area. These statements collectively point toward one of the strategies adopted by Washington. As the President explained to the legislative leaders on May 24, the importation of arms into Guatemala exemplified the potential for aggression that had induced Dulles to work so hard in Caracas. The United States was not going to sit around and do nothing on this but was going to move in to try to stop these shipments under the Caracas Agreement. In particular, Eisenhower informed the leaders that he had directed the State Department to take action conforming to the UN Charter and the Caracas Resolution and arrange a meeting of the OAS as soon as possible. He added that Honduras and Nicaragua had already requested United States help. That same day the National Security Council's Planning Board drafted a statement recommending that Eisenhower's directive become official policy. 4 days later the Council adopted the statement. As would become apparent very shortly, the decision to invoke the Caracas Resolution was but one of several courses agreed upon by the White House and, in fact, was the least coercive. As Ambassador Willauer cabled Dulles on May 21, the concept of a united front against Guatemala had certain benefits, but probably situation requires some stronger action. The primary benefit was derived from the publicity that would result from an attempt to convene another meeting of the OAS so shortly after Caracas. This would emphatically demonstrate that the inherent dangers described by the Secretary of State when he introduced the resolution had become an actuality. The State Department's tactic of repeatedly postponing the date for the meeting indicates, however, that Washington had already decided upon some stronger action. Registered degree Dulles was more reluctant to settle on a specific time than Holland, but neither man would commit the United States to a firm schedule *. The meeting was not to be held until at least 2/3 of the member nations had consented in advance to support a resolution calling only for the prevention of movement of arms and agents, a policy believed to be the minimum step in the present circumstances. The matter was given pretty thorough consideration at the highest levels here, Raymond Letty wrote Purifoy on June 5. There is one thing which I think you can be assured of, and that is that we are on the road to settling this problem. There is 100% determination here, from the top down, to get rid of the stinker and not to stop. 158. Until that is done. After Arbenz' overthrow, Holland agreed with Dulles that he should postpone for 30 days and then call it off, but he is not telling anybody that. While the State Department saw little need to push for a rapid convocation of the Latin American nations, it did vigorously pursue the public relations angle. The US-1AS memorandum to the Operations Coordinating Board read, "The communist shipment to Guatemala in mid-May marked a definite turning point." Domestically, Times' assessment that the shipment of arms amounted to the Red Bloc's first public display of big brotherly trust and confidence in Guatemala typified the press coverage. Later, a journalist writing for Harper's Magazine claimed he had uncovered the Soviet plot. According to Keith Monroe, the Kremlin intended that only 1/3 of the Alfem's cargo would remain in Guatemala, to be copyright used by Arbenz to create an irregular militia composed of phalanxes of peons and Indians who were already drilling openly on the golf courses around Guatemala City. Monroe alleged that another third was earmarked for Nicaragua, where communist agents were planning to assassinate Somoza and take over that government as well. Communists in Honduras, who had already begun their effort to unseat Galvez by instigating the strike, would use the final third to complete their assignment. Monroe never revealed the source's copyright of his information, nor did he write his story until Arbenz' government had become history. Except for a few scattered Guatemalans writing from exile, no one refuted his charges. Similarly, Washington's proposal for an emergency OAS meeting under the guidelines of the Caracas Resolution indicted Guatemala on the grounds of communist domination or control. Since the meeting was stillborn, this indictment also went unchallenged. Given the prevalent domestic press opinion prior to this time, the USR1 did not need to pay much attention to journalistic reaction in the United States. It concentrated most of its efforts elsewhere in the hemisphere and overseas. The agency immediately began an aggressive information campaign to discredit the Arbenz government, to dramatize the threat to hemispheric security, and to encourage action by all nations of the free world. Despite the lack of lead time, the USIA boasted that, during the month following the Alfem's arrival, it prepared 200 articles and backgrounders, designed some 27,000 anti-communist cartoons and posters, and developed both films and scripts for media outlets. By means of __ wireless file, cable, and fast pouch, this propaganda blitz expeditiously reached all parts of the globe. The C1A worked closely with the USIA, pointing out areas where reports criticizing the United 159 States for overreacting had to be countered. Action against Arbenz required a conducive international climate, and the State Department succeeded in establishing it. Establishing a proper climate of world opinion was especially important to Washington in the context of its other tactics. The ethics of its propaganda campaign are problematic. The components of the rest of its strategy were unquestionably illegal. Shortly after the State Department confirmed the shipment of arms, it began to explore the possibility of blockading major ports and searching foreign vessels destined for Guatemala. As Secretary Dulles soon discovered, the department's legal advisors could find no basis for such measures under international law. Perhaps the United States could unilaterally enact temporary sanctions, including cutting off the importation of such strategic materials as oil, but there was no legal justification for banning arms from entering Guatemala. Furthermore, to conduct surveillance of naval traffic outside United States waters violated a fundamental principle of maritime trade. Holland wondered if the Navy could delay Guatemala-bound ships on the pretext that they might be transporting atomic weapons, but Alan Dulles' opinion that no one would find the excuse credible torpedoed that idea. The CRA director further considered it highly unlikely that Arbenz would attempt to smuggle arms into Guatemala on an Iron Curtain vessel, which meant that the United States would have to intercept ships belonging to its allies. Registered. The Eisenhower administration could find no other way to guarantee that Arbenz would not receive additional military supplies. In spite of the State Department's final legal opinion that interception could not be justified under either the Rio Treaty or the UNCharter, on May 21 Holland ordered the surveillance of ships bound for Guatemala. At the next legislative meeting, Eisenhower read from a memo written by his Special Assistant for National Security Affairs. To prevent further communist arms build-up in Central America, U.S. Navy will stop suspicious foreign flag vessels on high seas off Guatemala in order to examine cargo. If such vessels will not voluntarily cooperate, they will be taken forcibly to Panama for examination. The order came as a shock, even to some of Eisenhower's supporters. State Department veteran Robert Murphy secretly wrote Dulles on May 25, "I believe the philosophy back of the action is wrong. To resort to this action confesses the bankruptcy of our political policy vis-a-vis that country. Our present action should give stir to the bones of Admiral von Tirpitz." Dulles ignored Murphy's reservations. He personally presented the United States 160A case to British Ambassador Sir Roger Makins but, as might be expected, to no avail. In the opinion of Foreign Minister Anthony Eden, Dulles exaggerated the threat of a communist buildup in Central America. Eden agreed to do whatever was practical to discourage British shipowners and merchants from bringing arms to Guatemala, but under no circumstances would he acquiesce to the interception of one of Her Majesty's vessels. The other European nations followed Britain's lead. From the administration's perspective, the attempt to stop any further arms from reaching Guatemala, even had it been successful, could only have prevented an already intolerable situation from getting worse. When the Alfam docked in Puerto Barrios, Eisenhower and his advisors decided that they could no longer delay the authorization to effect PBSUC's Castillo Armas invasion had to begin before Arbenz distributed the new supplies, either to the peasants or to his cohorts elsewhere in Central America. The only real question was whether it was already too late, whether this unforeseen variable had, as Foster Dulles feared, invalidated or knocked the props out from under the program. Alan Dulles assured his brother that this was not the case, although he doubted that we can pull it off next month. The CIA director remarked that success depended on Arbenz's army not supporting the president. Soon thereafter one of his agents, disguised as a German businessman, managed to gain the confidence of the regular army's senior staff. He reported that many officers were disloyal to Arbenz. The C1A decided that Arbenz would not be backed by his army in the event of an anti-communist revolution. 7. Project LB success, the coup. For close to a year the Eisenhower administration laid the groundwork for overthrowing Arbenz's government. The arms shipment from Czechoslovakia forced its hand, and on June 18 the invasion began. Nervously the CIA monitored the progress of the tiny Army of Liberation. There was not much to watch. Encountering no resistance, Castillo Armas crossed the Honduran border, moved 6 miles into Escapulas, and established camp at the religious shrine of the Church of the Black Christ. The colonel called for Arbenz's unconditional surrender, but, severely outnumbered, his army went no further. Castillo Armas claimed that he had not yet completed the organization of his forces and that the heavy rains prevented his driving deeper into Guatemala. A CLA memorandum to Eisenhower revealed the true reason. The action of Colonel Castillo Armas, the memorandum read, is not in any sense a conventional military operation. As of June 20, the outcome of the efforts to overthrow the regime of President Arbenz of Guatemala remains very much in doubt. The agency's acting assistant director for current intelligence explained to the president that the loyalty of regular army officers was the controlling factor. If Arbenz's regular forces elected to fight, they could repel the invasion without any difficulty. In sum, the entire effort is thus more dependent upon psychological impact rather than actual military strength, although it is upon the ability of the Castillo Armas effort to create and maintain for a short time the impression of very substantial military strength that the success of this particular effort primarily depends. The invasion begins. The CIA memorandum reflected the high risk of the operation. When Eisenhower had initially authorized the agency to devise a plan to overthrow the Guatemalan government, his guidelines were that there was to be no direct United States intervention. This directive compelled the operations planners to come up with a scheme that did not rely on military force. After all, even before the A/FEM's arrival, Arbenz commanded the most formidable army in Central America. Without massive external assistance, including foreign troops, Castillo Armas could not possibly win an armed confrontation. Consequently, Alan Dulles and the other top CIA officials based their strategy on the assessment that both Arbenz and his military staff could be deceived into believing that Castillo Armas was at the head of a major insurrectionary force and that, if necessary, direct United States support waited in the wings. Perceiving such a challenge, the strategists predicted, the military would desert the revolution and Arbenz would resign. The actual scenario followed the CIA prognosis almost exactly. Not until years later would evidence reveal that Castillo Armas never possessed sufficient military power to oust Arbenz or that the Eisenhower administration never intended to commit United States troops or substantial equipment to the effort. The preparations of the previous months contributed to the psychological war. Dulles' speech at the Caracas conference, the US-1AS propaganda campaign, and all the other expressions of United States opinion inexorably highlighted the alleged communist penetration of Guatemala, as well as the administration's determined opposition to the revolutionary government. But, for the strategy to work, Arbenz had to believe that Castillo Armas could realistically take on the regular government forces. Hence the C1A furnished the opposition leader with all the requisites for an invasion. In need of an army, the colonel received sufficient money to recruit mercenaries from among the Guatemalan exiles and neighboring populations. Evelyn Irons, a reporter from the United States, hired a donkey and visited copyright Castillo Armas camp in Honduras. She witnessed many of the troops receiving wads of dollar bills passed out by men who were unmistakably American. This ragtag band comprised the Army of Liberation. Unknown to Arbenz and his officers, at the time of the invasion it consisted of about 150 troops, most of whom had little or no military experience, and another 150 advance agents who had already entered Guatemala. Castillo Armas probably could not have won a battle, let alone a war. So that the Army of Liberation could resemble an effective fighting unit, CLA agents established training centers in both Honduras and Nicaragua, one of them at El Tamarindo, an estate owned by Somoza. There the troops learned to march in single file and sim. The invasion begins 163. Eiler rudimentary maneuvers. Into these camps flowed shipments of rifles and other small arms, machine guns, and ammunition from the agency storehouse at Francis Field. United States flyers piloted several obsolete bombers to an airport in Nicaragua, where they became Castillo Armas Instant Air Force. These planes were slow and cumbersome but perfectly acceptable for a war of nerves. As the invasion became imminent, and the administration signed the military pacts with Guatemala's neighbors, the C1A no longer had to use its former circuitous supply route through the Canal Zone. Along with the strategic bombers and tanks that the United States sent Nicaragua and Honduras came brand guns, mortars, flamethrowers, and other heavy armaments. Castillo Armas never obtained the bombers and tanks, but the other material became a threatening addition to his arsenal. The C-1A wanted Arbenz to know what was going on across Guatemala's border. Indeed, it is more than likely that the agency planned for him to discover Castillo Armas' correspondence with the younger Somoza. The revelation of the correspondence did not prove United States complicity, and it reinforced the Guatemalan government's growing conviction that a Washington-supported invasion was soon to be launched. This conviction was the key to THIRD-WORLDISM's success. Policymakers did not really delude themselves. They had few expectations of the armies deserting Arbenz out of anti-communist fervor, nor did they forecast that the masses would rally to the counter-revolutionaries' cause. Instead, the Army of Liberation was intended to frighten both the government and the people into accepting a Castillo Armas victory as a fait accompli. If the Guatemalans thought that the Army of Liberation was invincible, if they thought that the bombers and tanks poised in Nicaragua and Honduras were prepared to support the invasion should the regular army offer resistance, they would abandon Arbenz and force his resignation. While the C-1A was putting together a force ostensibly capable of overthrowing the Arbenz administration, it began a concerted psychological offensive within Guatemala itself. Part of its effort focused on the country's majority. Most of the population, particularly the Indians, still played but a small part in the nation's political life, but there was always the possibility that the government could initiate a popular groundswell to defend the revolution. United States commentators could allege that the reform movement was merely a vehicle for communist subversion, but they could not deny that the reforms benefited a great number of Guatemalans. And, since some two-thirds of the citizens could read neither the articles fed to the Latin American press by the USTA nor the anti-Arbenz literature that 164 Project PBS-UCCS, the coup the agency paid pilots to drop throughout Guatemala City and the countryside, the C-1A needed to implement a more universally accessible propaganda technique. Hence, with the help of the Catholic_Church, the agency arranged for clandestine meetings with the native clergy. The impact of the resultant anti-communist messages delivered nearly each Sunday from Guatemalan pulpits cannot be determined, but the peasants were more likely to listen to their pastor than to other speakers for or against the government. The main target of the propaganda activities, however, was the wealthier group of urban Guatemalans, many of whom comprised Arbenz's officer corps. If this segment of the population continued to copyright support the government, PBS-UCCS was doomed to failure. From its recent success in Iran, the C-1A borrowed the formula of preparing the population for a military operation so that it would interpret any sign of force as the beginning of a massive effort. The agency grafted this formula onto a black propaganda technique which had been successful in World War II, the big lie. On May 1, the International Labor Day, when an unusually large number of Guatemalans were at home, a team of Guatemalan exiles trained and financed by the CIA began to transmit anti-Arbenz, counter-revolutionary broadcasts from the neighboring jungles in Honduras and Nicaragua. The Voice of Liberation, as the station called itself, adopted the slogan Trabajo, Pan y Patria and announced that it was the mouthpiece for Guatemalan exiles who would shortly return to free their country. Castillo Armas, the broadcasters contended, had everything he needed to oust Arbenz. He only awaited an auspicious moment. The station claimed to be located not too far from Guatemala City. As proof, it would simulate a raid by government officials and return to the air the next day from a fictitious new location. In reality, it remained protected across Guatemala's border. How could Arbenz stop Castillo Armas, the station jeered, when he could not even shut down the broadcasts of a few isolated patriots? The Voice of Liberation sounded so authentic that many foreign correspondents accepted it as the most accurate source of information. The broadcasts produced the desired effect. Almost all Guatemalans with radios, including Arbenz and his military command, regularly tuned into the Voice of Liberation channel. By the end of the month, after Washington had reacted so vociferously to his attempt to increase his military capability, the Guatemalan president desperately tried for the last time to reach an accommodation with the United States. On June 1 he renewed his suggestion that his country's dispute with United Fruit be placed before an independent arbiter, this time offering to visit Eisenhower personally in order to demonstrate his good faith. It was too late. Purifoy replied to Foreign Minister Torriello that Eisenhower's sole interest was in Guatemalan communism and immediately wired Dulles that the proposal was obviously designed to gain time to permit lowering of local tensions. The ambassador recommended that the White House arrange for an appropriate question at Eisenhower's next press conference which would permit him to state that, as long as the communist problem persisted, a meeting between the two presidents could not accomplish anything. Dulles disagreed. He did not want a question planted concerning Arbenz' offer. In fact, he urged Press Secretary James Hagerty to have Eisenhower duck the whole issue. With Castillo Armas invasion but a few weeks off, the less said about any possible reconciliation the better. Eisenhower opened his conference with a statement on his loyalty security program. The subject of Guatemala never came up. The president continued to remain silent while Secretary Dulles spoke for the administration. On June 8 he issued his well-known statement differentiating between Guatemala's problem with United Fruit and its problem with the United States government. 2 days later he repeated the difference in a major policy speech on international unity. Then, on June 15, he had his final press conference before the invasion. Brother Allen wanted him to say that the situation had become very critical and that the United States hoped and expected that Guatemala's anti-communists and army would clean their own home. They agreed to omit expected and army, since the words might imply that the secretary wanted a revolution. Assistant Secretary Holland felt that the statement was still too incriminating and that it should be amended to say that the Guatemalans had the capability of peacefully cleaning their own house. Allen did not consider it necessary to qualify the statement. Foster compromised. He told the press, "There is no doubt in my opinion but that the great majority of the Guatemalan people have both the desire and capability of cleaning their own house." Allen Dulles had intended Eisenhower to make the comment at his press conference on the 16th. On the 14th he had told Press Secretary Hagerty that the situation was coming to a head and that, by the time of the President's conference, a statement would be in order. Events moved too quickly, however, and on the morning of the 15th he advised Foster to make the statement. That afternoon the CIA director sent Hagerty a revised memorandum for Eisenhower. Again Holland felt that it was overly suggestive of United 166 Project PBSUCCES's, the coup. States' involvement. Foster agreed. Since he had already gone as far as would be prudent in issuing the call to arms, he urged Eisenhower to say only that he found conditions within the Guatemalan government disturbing and that the communist infiltration and arms shipment constituted a serious threat to the hemisphere which would be discussed at the proposed OAS meeting. The State Department's final draft of its suggestions for the conference noted at the bottom, "The President can express hope Guatemalans will solve their problem but should carefully avoid any statement which could be interpreted as an invitation to the Guatemalan people to revolt." Eisenhower artfully followed this advice, concluding his brief comments with the remark, "I couldn't go beyond that in talking about the situation." He had to be evasive, because 2 days later Castillo Armas would cross the border into Guatemala. Hagerty entered in his diary, "Officially we don't know anything about it." As its memorandum to Eisenhower reflected, the CIA fully understood the task still remaining. It had to maintain the fiction of Castillo Armas' invincibility, even though the entire Army of Liberation was now out in the open. And because the United States officially knew nothing about the invasion, and because Arbenz lost no time in blaming representatives of the American multimillionaires, such as Messrs. McCarthy, Wiley, and Foster Dulles for the conspiracy, C1A assistance had to be more covert than ever. The world was watching the developments too closely for the field operatives to risk detection. The CIA hoped that the Army of Liberation would not have to fight. But, if it did, it would have to fend for itself. Yet the CIA had no intention of idly watching the events run their natural course. It still had its two most potent weapons, the bombers flown by United States pilots that comprised Castillo Armas Air Force and the well-camouflaged Voice of Liberation radio station. The agency had hired a number of expert pilots, all capable of flying the cumbersome planes on daring sorties over Guatemala's urban centers. Since the weight of an F-47 bomber restricts maneuverability, and sufficient fuel had to be carried to allow the pilots to fly back and forth from Managua's International Airport, such former barnstormers as Jerry Delarme substituted blocks of dynamite attached to hand grenades and gaso_line-filled soda pop bottles, anything capable of causing a loud explosion for heavy conventional bombs. They dropped their cargo copyright on parade grounds, ammunition depots, and other highly visible targets. In his zeal, one pilot inadvertently bombed the British freighter _Springfield moored off the port of San Jose, an embarrassing happen. The invasion begins 167. Stance which the C-1AS Richard Bissell dismissed as an unfortunate subincident, a subincident that cost the agency $1 million in compensation. To the frightened city dwellers, Guatemala's capital resembled London during the Battle of Britain. Guatemalans later called the planes sulfatos, their word for laxative, due to the debilitating effect upon the government and general population. One commentator has compared this effect to that of Cortés' horses on the 16th century Aztec. Following the conclusion of the operation, the CIA arranged for Castillo Armas markings to be removed from the sulfatos and for the pilots to whisk them out of the country. The Voice of Liberation enhanced the effectiveness of the bombing raids. The CIA jammed native radio communications, thereby preventing accurate information from reaching the capital city. Instead, Guatemalans heard only the agency's broadcasts, which reported major government defeats in the countryside and the relentless advances of well-equipped divisions of rebel troops. In an effort to silence the transmissions, Arbenz ordered the major electrical company to shut down operations. The ensuing blackout heightened the tension. Hundreds began to flee the city amid rumors of Castillo Armas' imminent arrival, rumor seemingly confirmed by those who continued to receive the CIA station by using batteries or gasoline-powered generators. Incessant police sirens and curfew bells exacerbated the atmosphere of crisis. CIA strategists feared that Arbenz would expose their charade if his air force could not be neutralized. The government planes were easily capable of intercepting the handful of obsolete bombers as they overflew the cities. Aerial surveillance would reveal Castillo Armas' actual position and impotence. A few well-placed bombs might annihilate the entire Army of Liberation. Hence, the Voice of Liberation expanded its program to include allegedly true-to-life accounts of Soviet aviators who had defected to the West with their aircraft. By June 20, the romantic narrative succeeded in seducing at least one Guatemalan to desert Arbenz, taking his plane with him. The Voice of Liberation's management tried to persuade him to encourage his compatriots to follow his lead. At first he refused, but, after being plied with alcohol, he consented to make an imaginary appeal in the privacy of the station's hideout. As the naive pilot acted out his part with dramatic flair, the agents secretly recorded his ramblings. A painstaking editing session produced a convincing appeal, which the station promptly aired throughout Guatemala. The results were almost too good to be true. In the words of CIA veteran David Phillips, from that moment the Guatemalan Air Force was grounded. Arbenz, fearing his pilots would defect with their planes, did not permit the flight of a single military aircraft for the duration of the conflict. *degree. Had the CIA-sponsored blitzkrieg not accomplished the desired psychological effect, and had the Guatemalans not fallen for the Voice of Liberation's ruse, Arbenz's government undoubtedly would have survived. The air attack was so crucial to PBS-UCCS, and Eisenhower was so proud of its effectiveness, that the president referred to it in his memoirs. It was his only admission of his administration's covert assistance. Within the first few days of the invasion, government anti-aircraft fire had shot down the rebels' bombers, in one case forcing a wounded pilot to land his crippled plane in Mexico. Castillo Armas urgently requested replacements. Eisenhower, the two Dulles brothers, and Assistant Secretary Holland met in the Oval Office. Holland advised against sending any more planes, insisting that all the Latin Americans would know that they came from the United States. Alan Dulles, on the other hand, informed the president that, with the planes, Castillo Armas' chances of success were no greater than 20%. Without them, they were zero. In his own words, Eisenhower knew from experience the important psychological impact of even a small amount of air support. Our proper course of action, indeed my duty, was clear to me. He replaced the planes. This was war, when the exigencies of battle precluded normal diplomacy. The CIA director remarked to the president on their way out of the White House, "When I saw Henry walking into your office with 3 large law books under his arm, I knew he had lost his case already." Eisenhower had once again become a general. Controversy in the United Nations. Sending the additional planes to Castillo Armas illustrates the extent of Eisenhower's commitment to overthrowing Arbenz. Despite Holland's well-founded reservations, the president willingly risked unmasking the operation. In an equally significant decision, he risked jeopardizing United States relations with its most valued allies and the future utility of the United Nations. The day following Castillo Armas' invasion, Foreign Minister Torriello sent telegrams to the President of the UN Security Council and Secretary Dulles, charging that there is a manifest aggression on the part of the governments of Honduras and NICA. Controversy in the United Nations 169. Ragua, instigated by the interests of foreign monopolies that have been affected by the progressive policy of my government, and requesting that the Council convene in order that it may proceed to take the necessary measures to prevent a breach of international peace and security in this part of Central America. The same day the Guatemalan charge d'affaires in Washington, Alfredo Chicano, dispatched a note to the President of the OAS Inter-American Peace Committee, requesting that it also call a meeting to prevent the continuance of the aggression against Guatemala. Arbenz's official reaction came as no surprise. As noted, in April of 1953 his government had used the UN as a platform to denounce the conspirators preparing to invade Guatemala from across its border. That same year, in support of a resolution to establish a United Nations Day, Carlos Manuel Pellicer had ominously advised the National Assembly that we must support the UN so that later we can request its support against the aggression of which Guatemala is the victim. Similarly, at Caracas, in its final statement after the declaration's passage, the Guatemalan delegation wrote that it would interpret any attempt to intervene in the country's internal affairs as an imminent threat to its peace and security. In the event of such an attempt, Guatemala would immediately present its case to the UN. The Eisenhower administration adamantly opposed bringing Guatemala's complaints before the Security Council. Consistent with its previous position, it maintained that this was an internal dispute between Arbenz and Castillo Armas which should therefore come under the aegis of the OAS. Torriello was just as adamant. In his telegrams of June 19, he traced the events leading up to the invasion. He repeatedly provided evidence that the present crisis constituted an external attack, not a civil war. He complained privately to Purifoy that the Caracas Conference had already demonstrated Washington's leverage over the OAS and that his government would never receive an impartial hearing before that organization. The State Department, also privately, heartily concurred. Acting for Dulles, Robert Murphy wired the United States embassies in Nicaragua and Honduras that the administration did not even want the Guatemalan allegations aired before the OAS organ of consultation. Although both the Rio Pact and the Caracas Declaration stipulated this procedure, there was concern that Torriello might be able to convince the other foreign ministers that the matter should be included on the agenda for the next meeting of the entire body. Murphy explained that the preferred forum for discussion was the Inter-American 170 Project PBS-UCCES's, the CU Peace Committee, whose members generally share U.S. views and where a greater degree of control exists. The Security Council considered Guatemala's complaints at an emergency session on June 20. As is customary in such special cases, the Council President invited representatives of Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Honduras to attend the meeting. Lodge opened by reminding the members that Brazil, Colombia, and Cuba had already recommended that the complaints be referred to the OAS. He then recognized Arben's envoy, Eduardo Castillo Arriola. In a lengthy speech, Castillo Arriola expanded upon the Torriello cablegrams, underscoring the hostility encountered by both the Arevalo and the Arbenz governments from the revolution's inception. On his list of Guatemala's enemies were not only Nicaragua and Honduras but also the United States and the United Fruit Company. After bringing the council up to date on the most recent happenings, Castillo Arriola informed its members that his country respectfully declined the OAS offer to consider the situation, which was Guatemala's prerogative according to OAS rules. Instead, he formally requested that the Security Council send an observation team to Guatemala and, if necessary, to the surrounding countries to verify the fact that the countries which my government accuses have connived at the invasion. The ensuing debate was both heated and predictable. Nicaragua's and Honduras representatives denied any wrongdoing and advocated a change of venue to the OAS. Only the Soviet Union spoke in favor of the Guatemalan position, although France and Great Britain acknowledged that the UN had a responsibility to attempt to re-establish peace and expressed their willingness to support any constructive proposals in that direction. Finally, Lodge took the floor as the spokesman for the United States. He quickly dispatched of Guatemala's request, asserting that the situation was precisely the kind of problem that should be dealt with by the OAS. The remainder of his remarks defended the United States and, in particular, Dulles and Eisenhower. Dulles, he said, was well known to practically everyone in the room, and the merest inference that he could be actuated by any consideration other than that of duty is one which certainly reflects no credit on him who utters it. As for Eisenhower, he is a man who led a great army in World War II against Nazi imperialism and who has shown by every word and deed of his life, since the day when he was a small boy in Kansas, that his heart is always on the side of the little man who is trying to get by in life. Lodge ended by pointing an accusing finger. Controversy in the United Nations 171. At the Soviet Union, stay out of this hemisphere and do not try to start your plans and conspiracies over here. The members voted 0-1 in favor of referring Guatemala's complaints to the OAS. The veto, however, came from the Soviet Union. While not unexpected, this complicated the administration's plans because the Arbenz government continued to press for a Security Council investigation, despite the fact that the Inter-American Peace Committee, acting at the request of Nicaragua and Honduras, set up a fact-finding team to visit the troubled region. The committee hoped Arbenz would accept the OAS delegation, but instead he sent the Security Council additional telegrams reporting new attacks. He also repeated his request that the Council place the Guatemalan complaints on its agenda. To the surprise of both the White House and the State Department, Great Britain and France now favored the Guatemalan request. Upon learning of this serious reversal, Assistant Secretary Holland immediately instructed Lodge to do everything possible to keep Guatemala off the Security Council's agenda. Lodge knew what to do. He told Dulles that he would delay calling a council meeting until the United States had sufficient votes to defeat the proposed agenda. The State Department began to line up support. Neither Dulles nor Lodge could understand the behavior of Great Britain and France. They were outraged. Of perhaps even more significance, so was Eisenhower. When the president became angry, his face would grow red and the veins would protrude from his forehead and neck, prompting his longtime assistant Bryce Harlow to liken his temper to a Bessemer furnace. One can imagine his explosion after learning of the newest crimp in his Guatemalan policy. At a top-level meeting with his advisors, he thundered that we have been too damned nice to our European allies. He singled out the British, who, he fulminated, expect us to give them a free ride and side with them in Cyprus, and yet they won't even support us on Guatemala. He would teach them a lesson and show them that they have no right to stick their nose into matters which concern this hemisphere entirely. Then, on June 24, for the first time in the UNN's history, a United States president authorized his Security Council delegate to exercise a veto against the British and French. Other heavy-handed tactics obviated the need to use the veto. The British and French took the position that OAS jurisdiction was permissive, not mandatory, since Articles 34 and 35 of the Union Charter gave any member the right to bring any dispute, or any situation which might lead to international friction to the Security Councils. 172 Project PBS-UCCS, the coup. Attention and authorized the Council to investigate the dispute or situation. They saw no reason why they should not grant Guatemala's request. As noted above, the United States had a very good reason. Lodge summoned the French and British representatives to his UN office to tell them so in no uncertain terms. After mentioning the possibility of a veto, he announced that he had been instructed by Eisenhower to inform them that if Great Britain and France felt that they must take an independent line backing the present government in Guatemala, we would feel free to take an equally independent line concerning such matters as Egypt and North Africa. According to Lodge, my announcement was received with great solemnity. Lodge then suggested to Dulles that he have the United States ambassadors in London and Paris reiterate the threat personally to those countries' foreign offices, lest its impact be lost, garbled, or distorted in transmission. His suggestion was not necessary. By a fortunate circumstance, Churchill and Eden arrived in Washington on the morning of June 25, the day Lodge had scheduled the Security Council meeting to discuss the beleaguered Geneva talks on Indochina. Dulles met them at the airport and immediately raised the Guatemalan question. Eden offered a compromise. The agenda copyright should be adopted, and Lodge would then tell the members that the Inter-American Peace Committee had already selected a team of observers to visit Central America. This information would preempt the Guatemalan request, so that the Council could adjourn by a procedural vote which would not be subject to veto. Dulles insisted that the agenda must not be approved and that any attempt to do so would be a body blow to the rights of the American statesmen. He told Lodge that if we split on this, they better pack up and go home. 6 They drove to the White House, where the Secretary and the President talked cold turkey to Britain's two leading statesmen. Neither Englishman was entirely happy about these proceedings, but they could not ignore the administration's threats. They reluctantly agreed to abstain from the vote and recommend to the French that they do likewise. Just to make sure, Dulles phoned Paris to report the conversation. That afternoon the Security Council met for the 676th time. Lodge ruled that Guatemala could not be represented, and the Council rejected the agenda by a one-vote margin, with Britain and France abstaining. Secretary-General Dag Ham_Marskjold wrote Lodge that the United States position could have serious consequences for the UN's future. At a cabinet meeting shortly following Arbenz' overthrow, Eisenhower and Dulles noted with great satisfaction the British willingness to cooperate in regard to the UN aspect of their Guatemalan policy without requiring the use of the veto. They added that the cooperation had contributed to the present happier situation in Guatemala. Indeed, having overcome this final obstacle, the administration brought success to a triumphant conclusion without further interruption. In his June 21 telegrams to the embassies in Nicaragua and Honduras, Murphy revealed the State Department's intention to delay the Inter-American Peace Committee's fact-finding mission as long as required to avoid the possibility of any embarrassing discoveries. Arbenz' government, by refusing to sanction the mission until after the Security Council's final rejection of its request, ironically served the United States' purpose. The observation team left New York on June 28. By this time, there was little for it to observe. The day before, Arbenz had resigned. Yet, until it had safely installed Castillo Armas in the National Palace, Washington still wanted no outside observers. Holland called the commission in Mexico City and persuaded it not to continue on to Guatemala until the Provisionary Junta renewed Arbenz' invitation. He then phoned Purifoy to suggest that the ambassador cause the junta to cable the commission's head, Luis Quintanilla, that it preferred the trip be postponed until all the fighting was over. The group never left Mexico City. The Central American Desk's monthly summary for July read, the Inter-American Peace Committee Fact-Finding Group was informed early in July by the authorities of all three governments that the controversy no longer existed. Since the purpose of the committee was to clarify the facts of the situation in order to assist in a peaceful solution, There remained no further basis for action on its part. Had the committee reached Guatemala, it is doubtful that it would have been able to clarify the facts. The final stages of success were meticulously concealed. When the controversy with Britain and France erupted, the Eisenhower administration judged the international political situation as too volatile to prolong the operation. Encouraged by the reports coming in from Purifoy and the CIA, it opted to launch an all-out effort. To demonstrate United States solidarity and resolve in the face of potential Allied defections, the State Department orchestrated resolutions in both 174 Project PEEP success, the coup. Houses of Congress. Except for one vote, each passed unanimously. Their wording was virtually identical: the United States could not and would not tolerate communism in the hemisphere. The Senate version passed on the day of the Security Council vote. In Guatemala, CIA agents met with the rebel high command. They arranged a Voice of Liberation broadcast, also to coincide with the Security Council vote, announcing the convergence of two divisions on Guatemala City. Simultaneously, Jerry Delarme, the most adventurous of the pilots paid to fly for Castillo Armas, strafed the capital, blowing up the government's oil reserves. Appropriately frightened, Arbenz committed his ultimate error: he ordered his army officers to distribute arms to local peasants and workers. They balked, demanding instead that the president resign or come to terms with Castillo Armas. Arbenz knew that he could not continue without the army's support and that either alternative in the ultimatum amounted to total defeat. On June 27 he met with Chief of Armed Forces Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz. Visibly tired, he told Diaz that he would peacefully turn the government over to him if he received the guarantee that there would be no negotiations with Castillo Armas. Diaz, who had supported the revolution all along and opposed the invasion as much as Arbenz, readily consented. At 9 o'clock that evening, Arbenz publicly announced the agreement. Whiting Willauer wrote his former boss with the Flying Tigers, "For a while it was a very close thing, but as you can expect, air power did the trick." Arbenz's resignation presented Washington with another unexpected problem. Castillo Armas was still nowhere near the National Palace, and Allen Dulles did not trust the presidency to the man who had been the revolutionary government's chief army officer. It had been Purifoy who encouraged Diaz to accept Arbenz's resignation. Although on two previous occasions the ambassador had told Torriello that he had no control over Castillo Armas' actions and that only by landing the Marines could the United States hope to put an end to the hostilities, he assured Diaz that he would try to contact Castillo Armas to arrange a ceasefire. Purifoy had not known, however, that Diaz intended to form a junta that would enable him to keep fighting should Castillo Armas continue his assault. The provisional president, pledging never to surrender to the rebel invaders, immediately sought the support of the military by appointing as part of his governing body Colonels Elfego H. Monzon and José Angel Sanchez. The Dulles brothers decided that they had to get out and get a better army officer in. A new Guatemalan government 175. Thus, early on the morning of June 29, Purifoy, who throughout the invasion had been a familiar sight as he ran back and forth among Arbenz's military with a shoulder holster slung over his arm, paid another visit to Diaz. Eager to prove himself worthy of Washington's confidence, the unsuspecting colonel greeted the ambassador with a summary of his first day in office, highlighting his arrest of numerous supporters of the previous government. Purifoy was not impressed. He castigated Diaz for having permitted Arbenz to use his resignation speech for one final attack on United States policy. He then added, according to his report to Dulles, that this being his first act, I did not see how we could work together toward bringing about peace. Lest his meaning not be clear, Purifoy suggested that Diaz designate Monzon as president outside. Jerry Delarme got back into his plane to drop one more bomb on the main army powder magazine. Diaz got the message: Washington would not tolerate his continued opposition to Castillo Armas. Wearily, he told Purifoy that he and Sanchez would withdraw from the junta. At this point, Monzon, who had been waiting outside, joined the meeting. His armed guard escorted Diaz from the room. Monzon followed them out, announcing, "My colleague Diaz has decided to resign. I am replacing him." He would form a new junta * for the second time in as many days. Purifoy had, to use Drew Pearson's word, persuaded a Guatemalan military officer to assume the presidency, but the ambassador's work was far from over. Still undecided was whether the State Department would support a Monzon government or engineer the formation of a third junta with its man Castillo Armas at the head. Much could be said for continuing to back Monzon. He was already entrenched in Guatemala City and, unlike Diaz, had not made any deals with Arbenz. In fact, months earlier Purifoy had singled him out as an individual who might prove of value. Monzon, who had been a prominent force in keeping the army loyal to the government following Arana's 1949 assassination, resented the fact that he had never been given what he considered to be adequate recognition. Purifoy liked him. "I am sure that results of years of communist infiltration will require more than 24 hours to eradicate," the ambassador cabled Dulles on June 30, "and I am convinced Monzon and associates are sincerely anti-communist and are doing best they can in short time to clean up communist mess in Guatemala." Eisenhower's Secretary of State was not so sure. Monzon had never proven himself the type of dynamic leader demanded by the situation. There was also the question of Castillo Armas voluntarily accepting a subordinate role. Dulles did not think the United States could risk alienating the leader of the opposition forces, and Purifoy doubted that Monzon could maintain control without the exiles' acquiescence. Thus far they had shown no indication of a willingness to acknowledge any government other than one of their own. Under the circumstances, Dulles and his brother decided that Monzon and Castillo Armas should hold a conference. Monzon immediately agreed to the proposal, so Assistant Secretary Holland phoned Ambassador Willauer in Honduras, instructing him to have a Honduran official contact Castillo Armas to urge him to meet with Monzon. Holland then called the ambassadors in Nicaragua and El Salvador to get them to arrange for a cessation of all hostilities. The embassies reported that everything had been done. So, on June 29, Holland phoned Purifoy to go ahead and have Monzon extend the invitation. Initially both Dulles and Holland feared that Purifoy's presence at the meeting could be interpreted by other countries in the hemisphere as undue interference by the United States. The publicity surrounding the ambassador's activities caused even Purifoy to acknowledge that his position had been compromised. State induced El Salvador's President Oscar Osorio to lend his good offices for the conference and provide a papal nuncio to act as mediator. On June 30, both Monzon and Castillo Armas flew to El Salvador, the latter accompanied by Cordova Serna. But Dulles wired Purifoy that if in your judgment conference agreement and consequent stabilization anti-communist government can only be assured by exercise your personal influence on the spot, you may proceed to participate. Holland ordered that a plane be placed at the ambassador's disposal in the event of an impasse. The two Guatemalan colonels met for 2.5 hours the first day. That evening Holland dictated a message to the C1AAS Frank Wisner, explaining that, according to El Salvador Ambassador Michael McDermott's account, a rapid settlement would be difficult and Purifoy would have to fly in from Guatemala City. Early the next morning, Purifoy arrived at Osorio's palace. The ambassador had not even had time to discuss the progress of the negotiations with El Salvador's president when he received a call from Dulles. The secretary told him that he had Eisenhower's full support and that he should take a strong line if necessary. In Purifoy's words, "I was authorized to crack some heads together." As might be expected, his biggest problem was with Castillo Armas. After spending the last 3 years preparing for the invasion, the Army of Liberation's leader felt that he was entitled to the Guat-7. The cover-up 177. Malin presidency and wanted nothing to do with someone tied to the Arbenz regime. Purifoy did not disagree. He took Castillo Armas aside and told him confidentially that he would do everything possible to help him get elected but that, for the time being, he should simply join Monzon's junta. When the colonel replied that his legions would never accept such a bargain, the ambassador retorted that he thought he was speaking with the top man. Castillo Armas needed some time to digest this last remark, so Purifoy went off to talk to Monzon. This tête-à-tête led to Monzon's agreeing to take Castillo Armas into his junta and hold elections within a short time of their joint return to Guatemala. The concession broke the deadlock. Purifoy's embassy wired Washington, without actually stating it. The implication was that Castillo Armas would be elected. Purifoy had done his job masterfully. Castillo Armas joined Mon 6's junta and triumphantly marched up the steps of the National Palace. On July 7, the junta elected Castillo Armas Guatemala's provisional president, and Monzon resigned to head the armed forces. Elections for the permanent government came in early October. Castillo Armas National Committee for Defense Against Communism screened all potential candidates and banned all political parties. Only the provisional president received its official sanction. Government officers staffed the polling places. There was no secret ballot. The final tally showed Castillo Armas with 99% of the vote. Of the more than 486,000 ballots tabulated, only 400 were negative. The counter-revolution had succeeded completely, and the largest military encounter had cost but 17 lives. Arbenz lived in exile until 1971, when, at the age of 57, he was found dead in his bathtub in Mexico City. Officials listed the cause of death as drowning. The cover-up. By the time of Castillo Armas' election, Purifoy was already gone. Dulles considered it best to remove the controversial ambassador from the scene and replace him with the department's most experienced diplomat, Norman Armour. The secretary knew that Armour, who had already retired once, would agree only to a short stint in Guatemala. He felt, nevertheless, that the prestige which the venerable old man would bring to the appointment would build that situation up. As he confided to Senate Majority Leader Noland in August, "We picked Armour because it would be evidence of 178 Project PBSUCCS, the coup. Our willingness to put our best foot forward and would show our great concern." He intended to rely on the embassy's newly appointed second-in-command, Thomas Mann, to do the real work. As for Purifoy, Dulles and his brother decided he was perfect for the ambassadorship to Thailand. They transferred him to Bangkok, where he could lend his expertise to the fight against communism in Southeast Asia. A year later, while speeding down a narrow copyright rural road in his Blue Thunderbird, the flamboyant ambassador and his son were killed in a head-on collision with a heavy truck. The CIA believed his death the revenge of the communists, but no evidence could be found. Despite questions of official propriety, the White House sent a military plane to bring the bodies back to the United States. Washington never publicly acknowledged a possible political motive for Purifoy's death. To have done so might have reopened conjecture regarding its complicity in Arbenz's overthrow. Indeed, LB's success remained one of the administration's best-kept secrets. But it was also one of its greatest triumphs. Accepting Haggerty's and Dulles' advice that he initially moderate his reaction, in his first press conference after the coup, Eisenhower said only that it would be just deceitful for him to conceal his satisfaction over the turnoff events. Later, at the Illinois State Fair, he elaborated, "In Guatemala, the people of that region rose up and rejected the communist doctrine, and said in the terms of the spirit of the agreement at Caracas, 'You shall not come here and establish yourselves.'" In conjunction with his dramatic acceptance of Lieutenant Colonel José Luis Cruz Salazar's credentials as Guatemala's ambassador to the United States, Guevara. Learning of what was going on in Guatemala, Guevara decided to visit the country. He arrived on Christmas Eve 1953. Guevara took no part in the government, supporting himself by peddling encyclopedias, but he did talk to many national figures, including former President Juan José Arevalo. Once the Arbenz government was attacked, he immediately came to its defense. He encouraged government supporters and helped transport weapons from one place to another. This involvement was sufficient to make Guevara suspect to Castillo Armas, so after a short stay in the embassy of his native Argentina, Che fled to Mexico City. There lived a small community of Latin American revolutionaries, many of whom had studied the Guatemalan reforms and coup in terms of their application to their own countries. One of their leaders was Raúl Castro, who brought the young medical student Che Guevara to the attention of his brother, Fidel. Guevara's experience in Guatemala was more than a mere opportunity to meet his future compatriots, it was also his chance to witness firsthand Guatemala's moderate reform program and the difficulties, internal and external, which he concluded such a program would inevitably encounter. This conclusion prompted him to develop his theories on revolutionary strategy. He later commented that I was and still am an ardent admirer of the Arbenz government, and Fidel Castro's 1967 eulogy for his friend noted that the events in Guatemala had played a crucial part in Che's political development. Guevara never lost the conviction that if Arbenz had repudiated his regular army and escaped to the mountains with a band. 188 Project PIBSUC S, the legacy of armed peasants, as he and Castro did in the Sierra Maestra, the Guatemalan president could have fought on indefinitely. The first article he wrote, I Saw the Fall of Jacobo Arbenz, elaborated on this opinion. Unfortunately, the article has been lost, but Guevara's first wife, Hilda Guidi, tells us that it contained an outline of his emerging theories on guerrilla warfare and revolutionary strategy. The final sentence read, "The struggle begins now." Asterisk. The Bay of Pigs. In the early morning of April 17, 1961, nearly 7 years after Arbenz's overthrow but less than 5 years after Castro and Guevara copyright took to the Sierra Maestra, some 1,400 Cuban exiles, not unlike Castillo Armas' Army of Liberation, began to climb aboard landing boats to make their way toward the island's Bahia de Coquinos, the Bay of Pigs. Some of the members of the 2506 Brigade had been training for over a year, at camps in Guatemala and Nicaragua set up by the CRA. Their spirits were high, they had come to liberate their homeland. But many of the boats would not start because the outboard motors had been rusted by seawater. The landing was going to take much longer than planned. More disconcerting was a beacon coming from an unexpected lighthouse. 2 days before, several B-26 bombers had conducted limited air strikes over the Cuban mainland. Would the alerted Castro government have stationed extra lookouts, capable of spotting the tiny armada as the beacon canvassed the water? The rebels remained confident. They thought that all they had to do was establish small lodgements on green, blue, and red beaches and hold them for a week. Then the B-26s would have plenty of time to destroy Castro's air force and knock out the microwave communications network. Even if Castro's sentries had detected the invasion, it would take hours to move his troops through the swamp to the beaches. By the time they arrived, Playa Gurdon San Roman decided to forego sending any troops to Green Beach and establish a single beachhead. He did not know that only one battalion had reached Red Beach and that it had lost most of its supplies. Nothing went according to plan. By morning Castro's regular troops had reinforced the local militia, and enemy T-33 fighter planes had begun to appear. Isolated on the beaches and quickly running out of supplies, the rebels waited for the promised strikes that would neutralize Castro's air force. They also waited for airdrops of ammunition, the arrival of native volunteers, and the opposition's ceasefire. 2 days later the survivors were still waiting. On D-Day, instead of waging a massive air strike, only 13 T-33s left Nicaragua's Puerto Cabezas, and 4 of them were shot down. The T-33 sank the Rio Escondido, damaged the Houston, and drove the Caribe and the Atlantico hundreds of miles south of Cuba. Castro's tanks and heavy artillery blocked all roads to and from the beaches. Although only a handful of the rebels had been trained for guerrilla warfare, they considered taking their battle into the Sierra Escambre. A vast, unprotected swamp prevented their passage. By April 20, they realized that all was lost. Hundreds had been killed and hundreds more captured. That night they made a desperate attempt to reach the destroyers that were cruising 5 miles off the coast, beyond the range of Cuban artillery fire. Only one group made it. Most of our people feel we were in a way betrayed, one survivor complained, we were sent in there to get slaughtered. Degree. A world of their own. Just as there were hearings following Arbenz' overthrow, there were hearings following the Bay of Pigs, although they were of a different nature. President Eisenhower had wanted to dramatize how a small group of Guatemalan patriots thwarted the communist threat to the hemisphere. President Kennedy wanted to know what had gone wrong. He therefore commissioned General Maxwell Taylor to establish the paramilitary study group, informally called the Green Study Group, to investigate the CIA failure. Whereas Congress's investigation of Guatemala totally concealed the role of the United States, the Taylor Study Group probed deeply into the C-1 plot to eliminate Castro's government. As a consequence, the results of the hearings tell us more about the details of Operation Zapata than we will probably ever know about PEEP's success. These details suggest that the connection between the two covered projects was much closer than has been hitherto acknowledged and, moreover, that the C-1A's easy success in 1954 significantly contributed to its downfall in 1961. Howard Hunt remarked, if the agency had not had Guatemala, it probably would not have had Cuba. A brief examination of the Cuban venture illustrates his meaning. There are a number of schools of thought regarding the reasons for the Bay of Pigs debacle, but none of them attribute much weight to the C-1A's earlier triumph. Most explanations stem from the Taylor Group's findings. After conducting 20 separate hearings between April 22 and May 25, Taylor concluded that the immediate causes were primarily tactical. First, there was a shortage of ammunition. The Cuban brigade itself exacerbated this problem, since its poor training and discipline led to excessive firing and waste. More serious was the loss of several of the freighters responsible for resupplying the rebels. For the surviving freighters to have come sufficiently close to shore to unload their cargo would have required jet cover or destroyer escort, alternatives that were impossible within the covered context of the operation. Registered the other critical tactical failure, therefore, was the inability to neutralize Castro's air force. Taylor also blamed the covered character of the operation for this situation. The D-Day strikes were cancelled so as not to throw suspicion on the United States, and for a similar reason the White House ruled out the use of napalm and fragmentation bombs. Those strikes that were flown, moreover, originated from Nicaragua, because CIA strategists hoped that the Cuban population would believe that the planes were based on a landing strip adjacent to the Bay of Pigs. Owing to the 500 miles the B-26s had to travel, it took them about 9 hours to fly back and forth. The use of B-26s also contributed to the failure. Since the bombers were widely distributed throughout Latin America, they were considered the least likely plane to be linked to the United States. Unfortunately, they were no match for Castro's T-33s, which could easily outmaneuver the slower aircraft and shoot them down. Drawing upon these tactical considerations, Taylor reached more general conclusions. From the inception, his final memorandum read, the plan had too limited a chance for success. Its chances were further minimized by the overarching requirement that the operation be prepared and conducted in such a way that the United States could plausibly disclaim any connection with it. Too many restrictions had to be placed on the operation in order to satisfy this non-military consideration. Compounding this inherent problem were poor planning and coordination. The project's leaders, in both the C-1A and the military, never presented the strategy to the rest of the government with sufficient force and clarity for an adequate review. Furthermore, the executive branch was not organizationally prepared to oversee the program. Except for the president, the administration had no single authority capable of coordinating the activities of the C-1A, the State and Defense Departments, USIA, and the other involved departments and agencies. The Taylor Group recommended that the administration establish a new governmental apparatus to carry out covert operations, a vital component of the United States strategy to win the Cold War. While more recent assessments of the Bay of Pigs generally reinforce the Taylor Group's findings, current analysts have advanced additional arguments. These writers are particularly interested in a question Kennedy asked his longtime friend and advisor Theodore Sorensen: how could I have been so stupid to let them go ahead? The strategy for Operation Zapata had called for 1,400 Cuban exiles, many with but minimum training, to hold 3 separate beachheads against an army of at least 35,000. Even with increased air support and supplies, to many contemporaries the plan appears patently absurd. Coordination among the various departments and agencies was not the best, and not all responsible authorities were fully informed at all times. The project, nevertheless, received the approval of the CIA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the State and Defense Departments, and the White House. From the evidence presented at the Taylor hearings, everyone involved, not just Kennedy, was stupid. In an attempt to understand how the best and the brightest could have decided to go along with the C-1A proposal, Yale psychologist Irving L. Janis examined the group dynamics of Kennedy's decision-making apparatus. By studying several foreign policy fiascos, he came up with a phenomenon that he calls groupthink. According to Janis, the gross tactical miscalculations that plagued Operation Zapata at every stage resulted from the failure of Kennedy's advisors to carefully consider the various options and contingencies. Pressed for a decision due to the C-1A's estimate that Castro's ability to re-192 Project PBSUCCESSS, the legacy Pell an invasion increased each day, policymakers sought to avoid any substantive internal dissension. Firmly believing in United States superiority, they unquestionably accepted the agency's faulty analysis and proposal. Hence subordinates with serious misgivings, such as Secretary of State Dean Rusk, concurred with the majority and convinced themselves that the operation could succeed. Janis summarizes, the failure of Kennedy's inner circle to detect any of the false assumptions behind the Bay of Pigs invasion can be at least partially accounted for by the group's tendency to seek concurrence at the expense of seeking information, critical appraisal, and debate. The concurrence-seeking tendency was manifested by shared illusions and other symptoms, which helped the members maintain a sense of group solidarity. Most crucial were the symptoms that contributed to complacent overconfidence in the face of vague uncertainties and explicit warnings. In the latest and most penetrating treatment of the Bay of Pigs, Peter Wyden asserts that he, too, tried to uncover the mystery of Kennedy's seeming stupidity and found the groupthink hypothesis intriguing. Consequently, after cataloging the blunders that beset the ill-advised operation, he turned his attention to the policy makers themselves. His findings confirmed much of Janis' hypothesis, but, as Janis admits, groupthink can account only partially for the failure of the administration to reach a sound decision. The group dynamics of mutual reinforcement do not explain why Richard Bissell and the other CIA strategists conceived such a high-risk operation in the first place. In addition, the decisions to weaken or cancel planned airstrikes, to give the final go-ahead, and not to try to salvage the situation by increasing United States support, even after it had become obvious that the deception could not be maintained, were made by the President almost unilaterally, outside of any group setting. If Kennedy had sought advice concerning these decisions, he certainly would have encountered stiff resistance. Although all the participants were to some degree culpable, Wyden believes that Kennedy and Bissell must assume primary responsibility. He writes that both were arrogantly ambitious, and both possessed an insatiable appetite for action. Kennedy perceived himself as the anointed one, blessed with a combination of ability and good fortune that could enable him to overcome all obstacles. He was going to awaken the United States from the doldrums of the Eisenhower years and lead it on to victory in the Cold War. He would streamline the bureaucracy and relocate power where it belonged, in the Oval Office. He was prepared to take risks and would not tolerate the cautious or faint of heart. He wanted a dramatic victory in Cuba, and the CIA proposal promised him a shortcut to success. According to Wyden, Bissell was Kennedy's kind of man. Endowed with the same confidence and ambition as the President, he had already proven through his U-2 wizardry that he could achieve what others felt impossible. If the White House or the State Department amputated any vital aspects of his plan, he would simply come up with an alternative. Once it had been realized, he would move up to the top echelon of Kennedy's advisors, succeeding Dulles as the C-1A director. In short, the Bay of Pigs was a wild gamble. It was not mad. It failed because Kennedy and Bissell failed. They failed for altogether human reasons. The drive for gutsy action. The reluctance to cut losses except at the risk of a world war. The lure of a tar baby, whether called Cuba or Vietnam. Egos so tall that the eyes and ears can shut out whatever one prefers not to see or hear. Wyden's work as well as Janus' study and the release of the Taylor Commission hearings have added greatly to our knowledge of the Bay of Pigs. Taken together, they explain a wide range of factors that contributed to the invasion's defeat. A number of critical questions, nevertheless, remain unanswered. Even if one accepts the analysis that Bissell's confidence and drive bordered on egomania, an analysis that is highly problematic, one cannot deny that the operation's leading strategist was extraordinarily intelligent. Knowing that his appointment as CIA director hinged on the project's success, how could he have staked his well-earned reputation on such a dubious plan? Kennedy, Rusk, Secretary of Defense McNamara, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were all bright, yet each still believed that the operation stood a fair chance of success, more than the 20% estimate that Allen Dulles gave Eisenhower during the Guatemalan venture. This last point leads us to examine a factor largely overlooked in evaluations of Operation Zapata. McGeorge Bundy testified to Taylor's study group that "I don't think the failure was because of the want of a nail. I think the men that worked on this got into a world of their own." The parallels between Zapata and LB's success indicate that this world was that of 1954 Guatemala. 194 Project PBSUCCES's, The Legacy LB Success and Zapata. On March 17, 1960, Richard Bissell received Eisenhower's authorization to produce a program of covert action against the Castro regime. The deputy director of plans was confident. His proposal would undergo numerous revisions over the next months, even the name changed from Trinidad to Zapata. What began as a limited program to recruit and train a cadre from among the Cuban exiles became a paramilitary invasion. Kennedy wanted the invasion to be less spectacular, so Bissell had to eliminate certain of the military aspects and scale down others. He was not concerned. He had never relied on the military. He produced a plan that he thought would work because it had worked before. From the time that he first received the Cuban assignment, Bissell had based his strategy on the precedent established in Guatemala. He realized that the circumstances required modifications, such as an amphibious attack, but he saw no reason to alter the essential blueprint. His scenario projected a possibly protracted period of psychological and political warfare. Registered the chance of true success, that is the chance of toppling Castro, was predicated on the assumption that faced with that kind of pressure, he would suffer the same loss of nerve. To list all of Castro's reforms and policies would require another book. The point is that Richard Bissell drew on the lessons of Guatemala to construct a strategy for Cuba. He underestimated. Che Guevara also drew on the lessons of Guatemala to construct a strategy for Cuba. He estimated accurately. The argument can therefore be made that the difference between United States and Cuban perceptions of the Guatemalan Revolution contributed greatly to what happened at the Bay of Pigs. The CIA project in Guatemala had been a high-risk operation, and the ease with which it succeeded resulted largely from the non-militant nature of the 1944 revolution. Policymakers, ideologically entrenched in the Cold War ethos, did not discern these favorable circumstances. They concluded that a strategy based on a mixture of military threats, covert operations, and alliances with indigenous client groups could thwart any movement for radical change. They not only underestimated these movements' ability and motivation to resist, but they actually increased that ability and motivation. By misconstruing Arben's nationalistic idealism as militant communism, they failed to recognize Castro's true militancy. Eisenhower's last Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs admitted, "I think I am safe in saying that the relative success in dealing with Guatemala's revolution, yesterday and today 197. The communist problem in Guatemala tended to blind a little bit the eyes of all of us, not so much to the fact that was a serious problem, but that maybe the problem, if it became an open sore, could be dealt with to some degree like the Guatemalan problem was dealt with. Guatemala's revolution, yesterday and today. More than a quarter century has passed since the overthrow of the Arbenz government. Over 2 decades have passed since the unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the Castro government. The final chapter of the legacy of success, nevertheless, has yet to be written. Over the past several years, events in Central America have once again caused United States policymakers grave concern, giving rise to the familiar charge of communist subversion. In July 1979, Nicaragua's Sandinista rebels overcame seemingly insurmountable odds and ended the dynasty of the Somoza family. A year later, Anastasio Somoza, Jr., long considered the region's greatest bulwark against communism, was brutally assassinated in Paraguay. Nearly every day there are new reports of violence in El Salvador and, perhaps more important, in Guatemala. Guatemala, still the most powerful of the Central American republics, has become the scene of a fierce battle between the right and the left, the results of which promise to have a profound effect upon similar struggles throughout the hemisphere. Washington can only watch and wait. NBC commentator Marvin Kalb remarked in a special broadcast that the era of the Banana Republic is over. The era of the radical, Marxist Republic is now dawning, with the U.S. watching from the sidelines. *1 State Department official conceded, "What we'd give to have an Arbenz now. We are going to have to invent one, but all the candidates are dead." The current dilemma facing the United States is, as the State Department comment accurately illustrates, the ultimate legacy of success. It is a dilemma of Washington's own making. Jacobo Arbenz hoped to modernize Guatemala. By educating the Maya majority, by championing the cause of Guatemalan labor, by enacting agrarian legislation, and by advancing all the other reforms in his revolutionary program, he tried to break the stranglehold of his country's underdevelopment. In their attempt to avert what they perceived to be a threat to United States anti-communist policies, cold warriors wedded their fate to that stranglehold. They returned to power the very elements of society that had created the conditions that the 1944 revolution tried to eradicate. Arevalo and Arbenz wanted Guatemala to become a model of democracy and progress. Castillo Armas and his successors made it a model of reaction and oppression. United States diplomat William O'Dwyer testified at the 1954 congressional hearings that the foreign policy of the United States is on trial in Guatemala. Now the United States waits while the Guatemalan people bring in the verdict. New York Times correspondent Alan Riding considers it ironic that the convulsions in Guatemala presently plaguing Washington should have resulted from the 1954 operation. In retrospect, however, it is difficult to imagine any other consequence. From the time that it was installed by the CIA, the Castillo Armas government initiated policies to roll back the Guatemalan clock. In one of his first official acts, the new president returned to United Fruit over 99% of its expropriated land and abolished the tax on all interest, dividends, and other profits payable to foreign investors. He restored the national farms to the state and abolished the cooperatives, in the process dispossessing, often forcibly, the peasants who had acquired their own plots under Decree 900. Then, with the help of United States advice and money, Castillo Armas enacted his own agrarian reform. Exempting private property, his legislation ensured that only state-owned land or that which was generally undeveloped, inaccessible, or of poor quality could be made available for distribution. According to Gunder Frank, at the rate at which land was distributed in Guatemala in the post-Arbenz years, it would take 148 years for all peasant families to receive some land if there were no population growth in the meantime. Predictably, 2% of Guatemala's population still owns over half of the country's land. Fearful of the majority's response to his program, Castillo Armas methodically set out to eliminate any potential opposition. Since the bulk of the opposition had supported the 1944 revolution, the new president facilitated his task by branding them all communists. Within days of his return to Guatemala City after signing the agreement with Monzon, he had arrested over 2,000 alleged subversives. Concentration camps had to be established in order to accommodate the prisoners who could no longer fit into the already overloaded jails. He proclaimed July 12 Anti-Communist Day and announced his personal intention that the full weight of the law shall fall without consideration on these criminals and that those directly responsible shall be executed in public vindication as an example to future generations which must know that crimes against freedom are crimes against the fatherland. Acting upon the suggestion of Secretary of State Dulles, he detained hundreds of Guatemala's revolution, yesterday and today 199. Malins seeking to flee the country. Communists, Dulles wrote at the end of July, should be considered class additional to common criminals not entitled asylum. No legal basis existed in Guatemala for prosecuting citizens suspected of holding alien political beliefs, so Castillo Armas changed the law. He summarily repealed the 1945 Constitution and issued a political statute that invested in him all legislative and executive functions. He established a National Committee for Defense Against Communism with extraordinary powers to conduct surveillance, arrest dangerous persons, and deport without trial any foreigners. To assist the committee, Castillo Armas formed a special police force under José Bernabe Linares, who had held the same post before the revolution. The Guatemalan president knew that he could rely on Bernabe Linares' thoroughness. As Ubico's enforcer, he reputedly submerged his suspects in electric shock baths or applied a head-shrinking steel skullcap in order to pry loose secrets and crush improper thoughts. Taking its orders directly from Castillo Armas and his committee, Bernabe Linares police investigated virtually any Guatemalan who had ever joined a union, signed a petition, or accepted a homestead from the Arbenz government. Hispanic American report estimated that the police files contained the names of over 70,000 suspects. Thousands were arbitrarily imprisoned for reasons of security. Many were executed, others simply disappeared. The vast majority of those arrested never faced a trial. Castillo Armas granted the National Committee discretionary jurisdiction to place anyone in jail for up to 6 months while it investigated possible communist affiliations. In most cases the allegations could not be substantiated, forcing the courts to set the individual free. On many occasions, however, the committee merely picked the suspect up again and held him or her another 6 months without trial. By this method, anyone could be kept in jail indefinitely without any legal means of recourse. In addition to utilizing Gestapo-like tactics, Castillo Armas initiated a series of political changes that codified the authoritarian nature of his rule. His 1956 constitution institutionalized the 1954 statute and ensured that there would be no organized opposition to his governing party. Returning to the caudillo tradition, he replaced almost all the local administrators and magistrates with his personal representatives and disenfranchised over 2/3 of the population. He also decapitated the labor movement. Not only did he abrogate Arévalo's 1947 labor code and cancel the registration of more than 500 unions, but he enacted a law requiring the NA 200 Project PBSUCCS, the Legacy National Committee for Defense Against Communism, to approve all future union charters. His government had the authority to declare any strike illegal at its own discretion and to sentence a participant to 3 years in prison. Incidents of workers being crushed to death by runaway trucks or accidentally shot reached epidemic proportions as Bernabe Linares police carefully monitored labor activities. By the end of the decade, Guatemala's union membership had fallen to 10,000, 1/10 of the total during Arbenz's last year in office. In all of Latin America, only Haiti had fewer organized workers. Castillo Armas did not live to see the final results of his policies. 2 years after the conclusion of PBSUCS, a journalist predicted that the Guatemalans are not likely to tolerate long their dictator, the man who handed labor over to the big landowners and foreign corporations, the man who is regarded by friends and enemies alike as the chief instrument of Yankee intervention. Asterisk. They tolerated him one more year. On July 22, 1957, Romeo Vasquez Sanchez, Castillo Armas' previous bodyguard, assassinated the president in the National Palace. Eisenhower, calling the assassination a great loss to Guatemala and the world, sent his son John to attend the funeral. John Eisenhower remained in Guatemala City for 3 days, long enough to conclude that Vasquez Sanchez, who had committed suicide immediately after shooting Castillo Armas, had been acting under orders from Moscow. True to form, the Eisenhower administration had found more evidence of the communist threat in Guatemala. There is convincing evidence to suggest that the communists were not responsible for Castillo Armas' murder. In retrospect, however, it makes little difference. Regardless of Vasquez Sanchez's political coloration, in the 1940s and 1950s the communist movement in Guatemala was weak. Now it grows stronger. Castillo Armas was but the first in a line of Guatemalan presidents, all supported by the United States, who in the name of anti-communism have ruled by terrorism and repression. Their effort to reverse the movement toward reform that began in 1944 has not produced the stability so eagerly sought in Washington. Rather, by pursuing programs inimical to the majority of Guatemalans, these modern-day caudillos have fueled the very communist movement that the Eisenhower administration overestimated in 1954. As in the case of Cuba, it is now evident that United States policymakers underestimated the Guatemalans' will to resist the guerrilla struggle going on in Guatemala. Therefore, is the final irony and legacy of PS's success. Richard Gott is correct in asserting, the history of the guerrilla movements in Latin America, indeed the contemporary Latin America, cannot be understood without reference to this cardinal event. 10 years after the coup, when the descendants of those who fought against Castillo Armas met in the mountains to pledge their continued commitment, they acknowledged their debt to their forebears. The experience has never been forgotten and it is the basis for the present revolutionary state in this country. Only time will reveal the eventual outcome. It took the Iranians a quarter century to reverse the C1A's success in 1953. They blame the United States for the Shah's abuses. If the events in Nicaragua, and perhaps El Salvador, are any indication, strong-arm tactics can no longer control revolutionary change in Central America. Political violence has become endemic in Guatemala, with an estimated 40,000 people murdered since Arbenz' overthrow. President Romeo Lucas Garcia, in power since 1978, has increasingly turned to death squads to stem the ever-growing opposition. He has told the people that they must treat the government's terrorism campaign as a sort of allergy which they must learn to live with. They must also live with chronic unemployment, chronic malnutrition, high rates of illiteracy and infant mortality, and, for hundreds of thousands of peasants, little or no land. Even the traditionally docile Indians have joined the guerrilla bands to demonstrate, by their own use of force, that they will not live this way. Guatemala today resembles an occupied country. Government troops, in full battle gear, patrol both the city and the countryside. Yet, as NBC's Marvin Kalb explained, even with the most modern weapons of war, it is next to impossible to fight decades of social and economic injustice. Arevalo and Arbenz sought to end this injustice through moderate reforms. The C1A's 1954 coup made moderation impossible.